That seems like a definite waxing. 14 years worth of waxing has definitely diminished this front hair here. So that's probably how thick the hair would be if I hadn't been sticking glue and ripping hairs and things out for 14 solid years. So I've done permanent damage, I'm pretty sure. I don't think any hairs that are sort of buried under there are like hiding and waiting for me to stop so I can go, oh, it's okay, it's safe now. That's not happening. They're dead. I murdered them. Now let's work on murdering all these ones, shall we? Fuck alive. Check out the regrowth pattern. I'm using a Motive video app at the moment. So it's automatically doing the fucking light adjust thing. I really don't know how to switch it off. I can do it manually, the exposure. Maybe that will automatically change it to be this level and stay solid, maybe. I don't know. Okay, so this is 17 days of regrowth and of course 17 days of potential healing. But I feel like I've had like 2 showers in that amount of time, and each shower constitutes a day for me, so I guess that's like 2 days, but I should shower more often because I've got that thing growing on my head. It's not just about the death in the family. Over the last couple of years I've just let myself go completely. How's the microphone level on this thing? I actually can see it on this program, and I can even see the waveform. Like button. If you're using a phone you won't get that, but I think it makes it glow around the like button when, anyway, I get enough likes. You can all mostly fuck off, actually, so I'm fine now. Thank you for coming. Bye. I haven't slept for a while either. So, I can clearly see there is a bald spot on the back of my head, very clearly. This has not been shaved more than this. Right? And look at the way the light hits it. It's almost as if there's hair missing, although that seems... Could it be the angle of the hair sticking upwards, and from an angle those hairs are sort of sticking sideways so the light's hitting the side of the hairs? And it's not baldness after all. One of the big questions I've got is, have I baldened myself more than would have naturally occurred by sticking glue and plastic down over the front area of my forehead over the last 14 years? Let's try to examine this with some decent lighting. Come around this way, you can see from that perspective now, so there's better light. So if I lean forward, this is the place, this is the position where my hairpiece has been attached, and this place here onwards has never been attached. Would I have balded this much without a hairpiece? I've been waxing and pulling and yanking on hairs for 14 years from this point onwards. I'm moving my head around so we can account for all the exposure changes and lighting settings and so on. Does it seem like there's a clear line across there dividing here and here? Because the baldness is obviously naturally here, all the way up to there. And then from here, why would it naturally break off from there at this point? Truth is, I don't think it would have, and I think I've made myself balder than I would have otherwise had been after 14 years. So that's the answer to that question. That alone, that sentence alone, just standing by itself alone, would be grounds enough for people to refuse to wear a hairpiece ever, because they don't want their hair to disappear more than it otherwise would if they wouldn't wear one. And I could make that video on its own and it would be 30 seconds long and people would go, right, thank you, never wearing a hairpiece. Thank you for that information. Thanks for being our guinea pig. We don't have to watch any more hair videos now because that just answered the question. And I think for a lot of people it does answer an important question. 14 years of sticking things on. I shaved all of my head to zero at exactly the same time. So this has not been shaved since this has been shaved. They were both shaved at the same time. The difference between here and here well, this is naturally bald, and this has been shaved off and waxed with glue, pulling, yanking, and I've been plucking hairs out along with the glue to try and neaten this area up for 14 solid years. So you can imagine that would have done some ripping out of the follicles and complete destruction of the area. Well, not complete, because there's still stubble growing there. But it looks like this area here looks fucking bald now. Now I've been growing it long enough to conceal this information, and I'm trying to see my hair lit from different angles to see if it's just my imagination. Because 17 days ago, or maybe 18, 19 days ago, I hadn't cut this, I hadn't shaved this. It was, this long. In fact, here it was like this long. Then I get rid of all of that padding, and this is what I'm left with. Natural regrowth, 17 days later. Was anything done differently to this area over the last 20 days or whatever compared to these areas? No, nothing different. So I've got extreme late level male pattern baldness heading towards whatever the number Nord wants to give it, which is probably close to, I don't know, what is it, 7? Does it go up to 7? It doesn't look like this bit's at much risk of, disappearing anytime soon. Gee, this light is weak. I have to get that big newer light back. It will weigh this thing down more, but I'll have to strengthen all this somehow. I don't know, but I need more light there. This is insufficient because it's clashing with that, and I could brighten this up and overexpose everything else in the scene. How's that? Is it better? I've got to manually deal with this. This isn't a two-way thing though. I can't control the phone from here. That's one of the answers to another question. If you buy the VIP version of a power mirror, can you control the other device from the device that's being sent to it? Is it two-way communication? The answer is no, it's simply broadcasting from the first device to the second device. That's it. Even for however much money you have to pay per year, you still can't do that. All you can do is stop the 10-minute countdown from coming up with a pop-up on the screen. But there are still ad pop-ups. Even though I'm paying full price, there are still pop-ups. Not on here, but when I first arrive on the app. It says, buy 3, get free 3. It doesn't even make any sense. But what it means is, buy 3 years, get 3 extra years. So you buy 6 years for the price of 3, which is $99. They don't know how to speak English properly, and they're very dishonest. In fact, for the $65 deal, apparently you get everything free. Anyway, that's the Chinese for you. Okay, so trying to lean back into this light if we can even get close enough to illuminate. Got a few little pimples here. Probably should have attacked this harder while I had full access to it. Probably just by having a fucking shower, which I should have right now, but I'm so exhausted and I don't want to sweat like crazy for the next 5 hours. So what I'll do instead, I have brushed this hair system from the front hairline back so that I can place this on my scalp and get some idea of where I should cut. The hairpiece itself, if you look down here, changes directions from a very sharp point to flattened out sides at these 2 spots here. Okay, that's very clear. So they're the temples. I'll put them on there like that. And I'll try to line this up to where the hairline would land. Now I got these roller things, which are extraordinarily too much to store anywhere useful inside a bathroom. They'll take up an entire bathroom drawer. It's so impractically large that I probably don't have any use for them, but I will try to use one now, and I'll clean it thoroughly if I have to send it back. Because I was thinking I could roll that, and it would get out of my way. You want the handle because this hurts to touch. I don't know why it has to be so painful. Then I'll clamp it, if I can even succeed at what I'm about to try here. And it hurts to touch your head as well, it's like cutting into my head. So I'm gonna try to clear, I'll try to do it even better. Split right down the center there. Get that there from low down maybe. And try to roll that up. Missed, I'll try further across here. Right, like that. And then I'm going to clamp it. Hopefully that'll stay. It's not secure though, it's just wobbly. It's not holding at all. That's supposed to stay. And then I'm going to, ow, pull that out. It's kind of annoying though. It's too heavy, it's just really weighing down. If I did it on the other side as well, I'm pretty sure the whole thing would slide forward and off my head due to the weight. I could counterweight it on the back as well, but fuck, it's a bit of a mission. Then again, having hair flopping over the area that I want to look at is annoying as well. I need to make sure that the hairline's tight and in position though. Is this going to unfurl even though it's a pain in the ass? It better not fail. It's a pain in the ass enough that I shouldn't be having to deal with it not working as well. That would suck. Okay, so I'm just going to try this again with a second one. I'll unclamp this in advance because they don't pop off each other. It's all complicatedly painful and some of the teeth are going through and others are not. It's seems like a pretty dodgy design. Also when I hold the back down it doesn't quite open until the last second because it all hurts your fingers, everything about this product. This really kind of hurts. It hurts even almost the pump. That hurts really a lot. That would, if you did that down somebody's back, they would get blood. All right. All right. It hurts to do all that as well. And why did that make that so painful? That's the one point. And if I click that and do that, you're lucky to even get a grip on the thing because it's about to slip out of my fingers. It's almost angled down so that when you do grab it, it wants to fall out. What the fuck is this about? I don't understand. Why would they make it like that? Oh, it says made in China. Okay. Designed by Chinese engineers. Oh, fuck. All right. I think I really missed. Fuck the handle. Let's go there. Oh, fuck. How did it roll off the table? The table is dead flat. And it was stationary when I placed it there. Stay. It's not even going to stay. These things are absolutely useless. Oh, wait a second. They're different sizes. I didn't realize they're different sizes. They're still massive, but shit. They even have numbers written on them or anything. You just choose the one that you think would be most appropriate. Get over there. Fuck. Let's see if the clamp actually holds onto this one. Not really, plus I can feel it digging into my head. It really actually hurts, like the crown of thorns that Jesus wore. This is just too painful. It's sticking into my head too much. Now the screen's gone dark for some reason. I don't know what that means. Why would it suddenly just go dark? Was this like a battery saver? Oh no, this is just too painful. I've got to take it out. It really hurts. It really hurts. God. Let's take any hairs out. Because I'm going to send this thing back. Fuck them. They shouldn't send people things that fucking hurt. They're the one hurting me while I do this, but I want to get the hairs out and put it back in the bag. Fuck you. You get out of my fucking head right now. Fuck off. Handle on the floor, give me the bag. What a massive pile of junk. That is so ineffectively bad. Yeah, my bathroom took up 3/4 of the fucking room. Right, now I'm just gonna have to try to find when my front hairline center is positioned correctly, where the two peaks are going to meet, and then I need to find some kind of pen to label the edges of my head with something that is not going to stain the hairpiece. Given that I might probably use this hairpiece. So if I use a black marker here, for example, at this point, if that's even in the right position, the whole thing's so heavy with water it feels like it's sliding off the back of my head super easy right now. But I need to mark it. I'm going to grab that temple there where it changes direction, and that temple there where it changes direction. And then I'm going to pinpoint this extremely sharp front hairline. That's a new phrase I just invented. A sharp front hairline and a blunt front hairline. Okay? I mean, you could say an acute angle and an obtuse angle, but obtuse technically means more than, what is it, 180 degrees? Or is it just more than 90? I think it's 90, because over 180 you're starting to talk about negative angles. It'd be acute is less than 90 degrees and obtuse is more than 90 degrees. I'm just going to say that in the direction of 0 degrees, which is the smallest angle you can get, in fact it's infinitely small, that is more acute, that's more sharp than 100 degrees, okay? So it doesn't matter where on the scale of obtuse or acute you are, the direction is what I'm talking about. So I'm going to say the angle, which is the blade part of the triangle, that's going to be sharper the closer to 0 you get. And the closer to 180 you get, the blunter. So there you go. So which is blunter, 30 or 60 degrees? That's right, 60. Now this would be the axis point, the front center of the hairpiece, and this angle, if I were to draw the letter L, I don't know, it looks like it could be like 90 degrees, I don't know. The problem is when you're talking about a curve, you're not talking about two straight lines. They could both end up there, even if it's wow, like it was a big drip. Fuck it. I'm so sleep deprived and unshowered at this point. And I'm starting to sweat a lot too in this room. I just read about humidity. If you've got walls that are cold, it will make the room more humid apparently. I don't know. Apparently 55 to 60 degrees humidity is comfortable in a 20-degree room. It's currently 20 degrees. So it's pretty much all year round. It's between 20 and 25 in this room. It seems. I'm probably wrong about that, but that's what it seems. Somehow the shiny walls and tiles on the ground and everything are making this room more humid than other rooms of the house. Okay, so the best way to keep this all brushed back is probably to put hair product in it, if water doesn't do the trick. Really wants to slide off my head. Is this angle, or is this contour shape what I want? Okay, so the native width here seems like it's about what I've naturally got. Is that what dictated the width that I chose? Or am I just dreaming because I can't see properly? Come around here so I can see. Yeah, that exposure needs to be automated, doesn't it? How do you... I don't know what's going on with this automation. The screen brightness has really dimmed. That's full brightness on this phone. What the fuck? It looks like my phone in low power mode or something is... I don't know what the fuck's going on. Sorry, I'm just going to untangle myself from those cables. That surely cannot be the brightness level of this phone. What the fuck's going on with my iPhone? I feel like this program has dimmed the screen massively. I'll go into the submenu and turn my screen brightness up fully. And I come back to the program, zero effect. As I went into other programs, and they were not dim as this, I also looked around the room and wondered if my eyesight is fucked. But it stopped you from recording. So I'm just putting that light back over there. I wish this stuff would stay out of my eyes. The best way to do it really is not those fucking rollers. It is, in fact, a hairband. Just say. Okay, so I'm going to just try to position this where I think the front hairline would be. Which I think is definitely below my stubble. And just about where it is. Okay, and then I want the equi-altitudinal positioning of both temples. Say equi-altitudinal 10 times fast. Yeah, I definitely need that fucking hairband. And new eyesight. I experimented with pinhole glasses. I made some, and it does improve vision, but makes everything darker. So somehow, well, no sound like the left and right hand side of each of your pupils sees a different image. Well, it sees a different image all the way across, and it's sort of scanned, but the extremity on the left and the right are different from one another. They're not even that fogged up. You are a blur. And so by using a pinhole camera, you're narrowing the pupil smaller. There's something called Vuity, actually a product you can buy that actually shrinks your pupil so you have less of that dilemma, especially if you have astigmatism, a misshapen eyeball, which causes a retinal disparity of the outer edges of your pupil to land too far apart on the retinal wall, which sends this signal to through your optic nerve to your brain to process sight. But if the catcher is sort of warped, which is the eyeball, the brain doesn't reconcile it, even though it does bother to flip everything upside down at the end. Anyway, I don't know. I've been told that when you see things, it's all upside down because that's the way the eye works. The wetness of this is making me very uncomfortable, I could say. Starting to get overheat. And my eyes are dim. It's like the brightness of my eyes is 20% worse. I feel like I'm probably dead. I'm very sleep deprived, and God, in the last 2 weeks I think I probably had, I don't know, an average of 1 or 2 hours sleep a night. That's what I feel. Like I didn't sleep last night. Oh, that's because I woke up at about, I don't know, 6 p.m. maybe. So I've only been awake for a short amount of time. I've been awake for only 14 hours. I'm exhausted. And I've been lying in bed for the last 5 hours, I think. I don't know. Seems like a long time. Watching the, firm margin call, 2011 movie, starring Spock. I hate it when they don't explain what the fuck's going on in those things. Apparently it's about a financial institution that went broke before some kind of 2007-2008 global financial crisis, which I've heard about but know nothing about, don't understand what the fuck happened there. If it affected me and the price of food and everything, I barely notice these things. I don't notice the weather changing or whether it's day or night. I never know what day of the week it is. Unless I look at that thing, now it's Tuesday. Okay. Is this a good hairline? The natural one they give you from the store. If it is, and if these are altitudinal, yeah, the edge. Where's the edge? I think that is the edge. I think they've oh no, that's the edge back there. This whole thing needs to be rotated around a bit, but that felt like the front tip. I don't know what's going on here. It's too low now. I need the mirror. Even the mirror is dim. I look absolutely fucking old and awful like this, so I'm gonna need hair on my head or I'm gonna have to shave it off, but I don't know, maybe I need stickier outer ears and no glasses or something like that to make my bald head look okay, because at the moment I look like I've just aged about 25 years. Yeah. Even if I was in shape with this hairstyle, it wouldn't matter. I certainly couldn't have these little I'm bald fucking puffs coming up the side like a bald version of Princess Leia. Yeah, that seems like a definite waxing. 14 years worth of waxing has definitely diminished this front hair here, so that's probably how thick the hair would be if I hadn't been sticking glue and ripping hairs and things out for 14 solid years. So I've done permanent damage, I'm pretty sure. I don't think any hairs that are sort of buried under there are like hiding and waiting for me to stop so they can go, oh, it's okay, it's safe now. That's not happening, they're dead, I murdered them. Now let's work on murdering all these ones, shall we? Fuck life. Now, when I place this thing on my head, you need to look down here because I can't. It fucks everything. When I have to hold things up for a camera, it makes it very awkward. I need a table. Oh, there's a table right there. Now look at that. Look all the way down there. All the way down there. There you go. Oh, don't flop on me, you fucking piece of shit. That's the rotational one. That's pan. Okay. Here, you should be able to clearly see that this is a curve and then there's a straight line there and there from this point and this point exactly. Can you see that or not? There's not really much more I can do to help show you. That's pretty fucking clear. Okay? This angle here is completely different to the angle that follows. I'm not seeing it through the camera lens, but as I have learned, the camera lens is not honest with me. Fuck, this one. Oh, fuck. Fuck, you gotta face away like that. You gotta face it that way. Fuck you and fuck this shit. What I see, oh my god, the camera's so incredibly dark, it's unbelievable. Are you even still able to see me? Is the exposure setting on this just super low? Or is it automatically detecting? I don't... Like, why isn't it overexposing like it did before? Is it because of low... Is it because of the low exposure mode or the low battery mode on this phone now? I have no idea. My hand is definitely overexposed there. I should be extremely well lit. I don't know what to do about it. I just feel like my phone screen is fucked and I need to probably reset the whole thing. Okay. That's definitely baldness, and it's inevitable that I have to transition to what I'm about to do. I don't like it, but I certainly don't like this George Costanza fucking bald head either. Other styles include shaving it all off and going completely cue ball. Alright. That's it. Fuck, you can't see shit. I'm going to stand back here so you can. That's an edge there and that's an edge there. I'm going to try to grip it by those edges and flip it onto my head with its center part, which you can see here, landing dead center on the front of where I expect my hair line to begin. I would love to be able to just mark this hairpiece so I get proper lines where they need to be to make sure that the edges are landing correctly. Because even when I brush it all back and put that freaking hairband on, it blocks my vision. And it feels like it's crumpling like this and falling off backwards right now while I do this. Because I've got absolutely no adhesion whatsoever. Okay, the first thing I want to do is make sure that these things are in fact equidistantly positioned from the center. Make sure this is exactly low enough to be in the right starting position, and then drag these down to the height you think they will actually be, then find where this meets the hairline with that. I only want to do this once, but you're supposed to measure twice, aren't you? But they never said if the measuring takes fucking 20 years to measure, just fucking get on with it. That's that one. What kind of mark is that? That's not accurate. Alright, now if this brushes against that, it'll probably get stained permanently and I won't be able to wash the black off. Now I could measure from the ears to here, but I'm too ugly, I'm probably not even symmetrical, so I won't make any fucking difference. And trying to use a tape measure, where do I measure from? Do I measure from here while I'm pressing down at 3 pascals? Whatever, I don't know. Fuck, I don't know, you know it's too hard, I'm not going to bother explaining some improvisational shit to you. Now, if we compare where that landed to where I've shaved already, you'll see that even with that contour, it's landed in precisely the same fucking location. So what they've designed this hairpiece to do is just go like that and remain wide. For me to cut back in smoother, which I feel like I probably should do, I have to go against what the hairpiece is telling me. This side is actually even lower than this, which might mean that this has been cut at a different altitude than this. At no time did it ever say cut in like this. So if I want to base my new shave zone on that, then this is already correct. But what we saw when I was actually wearing the hairpiece was that it didn't look like it was straight overall, because straight probably means something more like, it's very, very fucking hard to fucking guess this, right? Straight probably means something more like that. Even though because the eyebrows are bending downwards. If my eyebrows remain straight, it probably would remain parallel. I'll try to do the same thing with my left hand on this side, which is incredibly fucking difficult. Because I'm just fucking basically guessing. And that would push each side up and shrink the shave zone. By ½ an inch on each side. ½ an inch on each side. Seems like it might be barely noticeable. If we look at the curvature of my skull here, most of this is just skin on a skull, really. If we look at the curvature, where does the roundness end naturally and the straight line begin? Well, probably there, really. So it's not really a factor, except for the fact that when people have hair that comes up like that before curling, it looks fucking gay. Like, it just, not gay. I mean, it looks puffy as fuck. It's just, oh, look at my coif. No, it's bad. You don't want buffy ears like koala ears. You want them shaved in so it contours with your actual skull shape, okay? I could potentially go from there and potentially the hairstyle needs to be brushable, and I don't want the brush, when I brush through all this, to get caught in any kind of hang. Like if I brush from this direction, I don't want this to be fine until I get to some sort of hook back here and it starts flopping it off my back there. I don't want that. I want the brushing and the styling to be fucking easy based on the design of the hairpiece base shape, the shave zone and the stencil shape. But I do think this line here is correct. I'm going to have to figure out what's happening with the darkness of this phone because it's utterly ridiculous. Why isn't that even rotating? Okay, it's locked. Yeah. If I make it contoured like that, I could just trim off what's happening in its circularity by 0.5 of an inch from there onwards. So basically, the way the hairpiece is now is like this, right? Wow, my head's so wet that this text has stopped working. I should stop trying to use it on my wet forehead, just in case it, yeah, I fucked. I just want that to get its ink back. Please don't die. So in the beginning there will be a sliver that I need to cut out, and then all the rest along there needs to be ½ an inch off that side and ½ an inch off that side. That's how I'd modify one of these existing pieces, which I could use the remaining glue on to stick to my head enough that I can trace onto it, then cut it out, then put it back on in the new cut shape it is, then spray tan along the forehead so I've got a nice clear, not fucking staining front hairline. Then go and have a shower after 8 hours of having the fucking fake tan on my face, so it stays there for the duration of this entire mission instead of just for a couple of hours. And then wait for the new STENCIL materials to arrive. The contact adhesive transparent paper to put on the Glad wrap, on the Saran wrap. And also the colouring Stylist caps, which will now have a defined, new defined parameters going on. Also what I should do is imagine that going sideways and then measure the thickest part of my head, which would now be so originally this was supposed to, I'll measure if it was correct the first time. So that was supposed to be 7.5 sideways, yeah? That's supposed to be 7.5 from there to there. Does that correspond with reality at all? Confirm? Yes? Okay, good. So the new one, if we take off half of each side, should be what? 6.5, correct. So I go up there by 1/2 inch and we finish there. Wait, what? Did I not go up by 1/2 inch? 1/2 inch from there, okay. 7.5 is to there, right? That's 0. Now I'm going to go up by 1/2 inch there, and then I'm going to finish it 6.5 on this side. Why does that look so wrong? I guess it's not. It's absolutely dead on correct. That would be the new width between there and there of my new hairpiece, which now is already going to be narrower than it is long if I respect at least the distance of my bald spot, which of course I will, because I don't want my bald spot not to be covered. And further than that, I may even extend that all the way back to down here somewhere, where I feel like if I were to brush the hairpiece or anything else, or if there was a problem like that fucking disgusting exposed base that you saw earlier, that would all be easily covered, not only while walking around in the wind and everything else, but also after getting up out of bed with it sticking up because it was bent backwards on my pillow. Just the weight of it all and the contour of my head and just the way I scratch my head, even though it is sticking out like that or some shit because the hairpiece is badly sewn and badly designed and it's got shitty Indian hair all through it. I don't know. I'm thinking maybe it will conform better to the shape of my skull. And anything further is under. It's under the circle. I need to see the shape of my head properly, but basically it goes there and then, sorry, you have to be there, okay? There, you have to be there. So, the shape of my skull goes like that. The curve basically ends there and then it's starting to go under, up for a bit of a straight line, not really. And then it's all uphill and then reaches the plateau here. So I'm not getting a good reading from this camera. I think it's using up too much data or something and fucking my phone up. I don't know, hopefully the microphone quality on all of this is worth it. In a short amount of time, that's growing quite a long distance. I wish I had a decent, strong, solid mirror that was cut at the 0 mark so I could press it against things. I think I did have one somewhere. It's definitely in millimeters, not inches though. Anyway, they're not very common. Most rulers do not start at 0. They start about some arbitrary amount, 6 millimeters before 0. I don't know why. It's so much more useful to start exactly at 0. They don't make them like that mostly. I'm sure there are tools that do that, a lot of professional tools, but they certainly didn't have them available to school children when I was growing up. At any rate, I hope this texter works again because I've killed a bunch of pens from wetness. And as you can see, I've mostly cleaned off this desk by chucking everything on the floor. It's a pretty good solution, temporarily. This is wobbly, so this part here, this metal part, I don't see any, fuck, that's sharp, I don't know if I'm bleeding. They're dangerous, those bolts that I put in. It was too awkward for me to cut them nicely. I need to get in behind him and screw downwards, I think. Might be difficult to remove the toggle bolts. I want the toggle bolt, which is like this, to come up high enough that it'll spring shut so it can come back down. If I unscrew too far, the part of the toggle bolt will get stuck in there. I know I can remove them just by unscrewing and leaving part of the butterfly clip in there, but I don't really have that many of these size toggle bolts. It'll be very difficult to reach around in there unless my finger can fit. Okay, so the other half of the toggle bolt is stuck in the ceiling for that one. That will be for all of them. Oh good, it is tightenable. It's in the same screwdriver as well. That stopped the wobble, but how is it going to prevent it in the future? I'm surprised that became loose over time. I guess the jiggling back and forward with all the weight on it. Now, I want to get those toggles out. Best method would be some kind of magnet, like this, maybe. Oh no, it was nearly there. I need this plus tweezers. I got the last of the toggle bolts out of the ceiling with a coat hanger and a magnetic screwdriver and a pair of scissors which I used as tweezers. I put them all back through and they're ready to go back in the ceiling. It's currently 10 PM, so I'm using an electric drill. I had a bit of hurry, but I really wanted to get rid of these two really sharp bolts that I cut using a grinder and a hacksaw. So just for safety purposes, I prefer to have long bolts sticking out of there. I don't think it's going to get in the way of anything. They're just really sharp edges, so I want to get rid of them. Okay, that's done. They're not sharp, they're just standard screws. These are extremely sharp. I saw a kid get his forearm ripped open about 2 inches deep right to the bone one time. It was disgusting and I never wanted that to happen to me. And I'm always reaching past there when I'm adjusting things towards the ceiling, so now that could cause damage to me, but I don't have a nice safe way to smooth over the edges, so I'm just going to let them hang, and they're high up so it's unlikely to happen. But next time I go to get these things out, hopefully it won't be a problem. I finished. It's tight. It's tight at the ceiling anyway. There's a point at the base of the periscope where the ball connector rotates and connects onto the end of the microphone stand that I put in there, but I promise you it wouldn't be any more stable if I'd used the original base. The ultimate base would be a lighting connector, and I think I might have shown you. I've got so many hours of footage now it probably was edited out, but a lighting connector is like a stud, like the ones up on the ceiling here, where there's a 5/8 stud socket, and it goes in and it just clamps around. It can't fall, and it's just the tightness of that screw that allows it to rotate sort of freely. And also they have D versions where it can just, the screw can just jam in hard, it won't rotate at all, which is what is at the base of the original periscope that you might have if you bought this. But I just didn't want that extra finickiness, and there was no real reason to reinstall it. But because also there's that whole exposed stud that you can't conceal, so it's a bit uglier, and I feel like my microphone twist release system is better than that, and I sawed it to size, and so it's better. Now it's just a little bit wobbly internally, and also the thread on the screw, it seems to be, you know, dangerously at risk of everything falling because there's only one head of a screw holding it on, whereas it would have been better if it had been a clamp around like you'd see in lighting fixtures. Unfortunately, with anything to do with cameras, it seems that everything is just sitting based on gravity rotation. So if you rotate too many times, things will unscrew and fall off. And since I'm hanging from the ceiling, everything unscrews when you rotate it too many times and just falls off. It hasn't happened to me at all accidentally, only deliberately. But it's just not nice to know that it's not secure in any way whatsoever. Like, for example, if you look at the way a tripod head is mounted on a tripod, unless the tripod is sold with a tripod head sort of bolted in as part of it, the tripod head as a separate unit will usually just screw on. Well, it's usually screw on and then screw off, and there's nothing stopping it. Except that your panning, the looseness of your panning would be loose enough to let you spin freely without it unscrewing from the base, the tripod legs. I'm going back to considering putting on a full hair system as a hairpiece. That's the Auschwitz tag there. This goes all the way to the end. That whole thing is 10 inches long, 8 inches wide. This is 7.5 inches wide. I did discuss narrowing it. I do want the hairpiece to be part of me, and I don't really want to be a wig wearer, and this is borderline wig. But it does come down to the right spot for conforming to the head in terms of brushing and so on. Even if I do want to modify and cut this thing using a stencil, I need to know some decent measurements, and I can't simply do it using a stencil and modifications to an old one. I mean, I could use this to potentially look at ways to chop it higher if I was going to go down that route, which seems more along the lines of having an integrated hairpiece that allows me to grow the sides growingly longer. I don't know what the word is, because you can't really get, everything else would be an undercut. You can't have like shorter and shorter hair on the hairpiece itself below 1.5 inches, whereas I don't really know that I want to have sideburns that are 1.5 inches long all the way down. It has to taper up. And the best way to taper, as I discussed, was to grow my natural hair with tapering, whereas the hairpiece needs to begin at 1.5. I could taper just to here and go from there and keep that 1.5 inches, but that means in a very short distance I need to go from really, really short sideburns to 1.5. That's an instant boom. Whereas if I tapered further up, I could get to 1.5 after I reach this point. They're the options there. Having this much plastic over my head, because poly is the most accessible. Trying to get a hybrid system costs a lot more money, and if you want to get personalization. And then in the case of full lace hairpiece, I can't remember if the brushability is any better with knots versus V-lips, but I do remember that it's not that brushable. Knots stick up, and you don't want to go less than 1.5 inches length on a lace knotted hair system unit either. So you get the same problem both ways, poly or lace, or should I say V-loops or knots. In both situations you've got a limit, and that is the threshold. You don't want it to be lower than 1.5 inches. To stick this to my head in a way that I can get it off easily and put it back on easily, hopefully. Just off on as I do these experiments. I mean, glue is so fucking messy. I'm willing now to try tape. So let's have a look down here. This is a little bag of Ultra Hold minis. This program really doesn't like the auto exposure. Okay. I'll open it up, see what it's like. How many of these you reckon I need? Are they all the same? I think they're all the same, all the way. So if I pull that off, the blue, and place that, for example, I don't know, front hairline, center. It curves away and I'm missing an edge bit here. And it's not exact or accurate. There'd be lifting at the front, that's for sure. I'll do the entire perimeter with this stuff and see what happens. Though it could be costly. That front section's going to be missing. I'm also not getting quite onto the edge like I would if I was using lace. Sorry, glue. If I start peeling this off now, the top bit, I don't know. What I really need is a longer piece and then cut it. These little ones are going to take forever. They don't really conform to circularity either. Look, I've got to miss a little triangle there, unless I start flopping them over the top of each other to try to circumvent the problem that they're causing in the first place. Because the hairpiece isn't like this all the way around, is it? It's smooth. This blue might be the right length, right? To go around some of the angles. But the little pieces themselves are not. Oh, whoops. You gotta be gentle when you take these things off the blue stuff. I'm missing edges and stuff all over the place. And there'll probably be a gap back here as well. Because these things cannot really be cut to size, it's just one length and you're stuck with it. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, almost made it around. With these two at the front, I'll try to squish them along. Okay, that's about as good as I can kind of reasonably expect to get. It's going to be flopping and flapping all around the edges, overhang all over the place. And also remember that a lot of this sized hairpiece, given this is not cut to this shave zone size, is going to be trying to stick to these hairs down here. Whatever. Actually, maybe I should just avoid unsticking those ones for now. I'll just go down to here. Alright, so I'll just go down to maybe there, just to test out if there's any hold whatsoever. I've just had a shower. I'll just chuck a couple in the middle, just so there's some chance of it holding. I assume you still put spray, alcohol spray on this, so you've got a bit of time to put it in position, right? You wouldn't just stick it on, it'll just stick to the first thing it touches. The alternative could have been, I guess, to put tape on my actual head itself, but then you would never know if it met with the edges of the hairpiece, so... Alright. This is my little attempt to use a tape covered, a pre-taped hairpiece with some, the back, this is not a hairpiece, it's a hair system that has not been cut into a hairpiece yet. I'm gonna put alcohol on there, those two little bits, very minimal coverage, and I'm gonna just, I guess, slide it into what I consider to be the approximately correct position, and then line up where I think my hairline should be, about there. Then feel for the temples, out there. Feel around the sides just by feeling. The back has no adhesion, as we know, because it's not cut. And then I will simply press down a bit into these approximate landing areas and see if it holds at all. The back won't, of course, because there's no adhesion on the back. Now I'm going to spray my hair with water. It's such a big wig, I can't feel any of the movement of my hair from the water. Can't feel anything at all. It's like my head is completely desensitized. Okay, so we've given us a little alcohol a little bit of time to evaporate and give the Ultra Tabs, Ultra Hold Minis a chance to stick. So brush that twisted style away from my eyes. I kind of need to take off my glasses, usually. Now, if you're talking about scalp preparation, I'm naturally bald here, so that's equivalent to scalp preparation, especially since I just had a shower and dried and I'm not sweating. Which is amazing. I think it's because I haven't been standing up for hours. I did readjust and put everything back in the ceiling, which took a while, but I've been mostly sitting down and dealing with my my auntie's memorial service. Okay. Obviously, as you'd expect, there's always lifting going on here at the front hairline because it wasn't exactly to the front edge. On the sides, it wouldn't be exact because I came, within 1 or 2 millimeters of the edge each time. I haven't got glue all over my fingers, which I normally would by this time if I was using liquid. I feel like the hold is I mean, you can't feel hold, can you? It's just testing whether the hold works or not. Whether I wore glue along the sides here, or whether or not I simply use tape, I still wouldn't brush straight up like that, because I would know that you're tempting fate. Not because, like with liquid, two things straight away. One, there'd be more chunks. The glue is uneven depending on how you paste it on. And it's been difficult for me to only get into little edges and stuff. Whereas with the tape, despite the fact that this does not contour even close to the roundness edges of my hairpiece, hair system in this case, it does initially seem to be holding enough for now, and the globs are not a problem. All this space in here has no contact. It's just an air gap between my scalp and the plastic of the hairpiece. So if I scratch here, right on where there is glue, there is tape, it sounds like I'm scratching my head, like there's no audible rustle or anything like that. But if I come up here, you can hear all that plastic all the way through. So I wouldn't really want to allow that to happen. What I would have to do is maybe get, instead of these things, just get 1 inch maybe wide rolls of tape and just go. There could be some rustling, but it would be minimizing it. I'd want the hold to be strong to withstand sweat. Potentially in this instance it might work to have some kind of scalp protector, which is not really a protector at all, it's simply an antiperspirant. Before putting the tape on, maybe that will reduce the sweating underneath, because usually there's no air gap. It's usually direct scalp glue hairpiece, and there's no air in there at all. But in this case there's, well, you can hear the rustling everywhere. Now at the back there is no adhesion because I haven't taken any of these tabs off. Yeah, I like the cleanliness of tape. No finger dirt, no glue all over my fingers. For that reason alone, I'm strongly considering the tape in its best form could be awesome. And I get the feeling also that when cleaning this thing at the end of the day, it could be super easy. I had no idea what you guys were going through. It's only in this last few weeks of having to deal with the roundness of it, with stencils and all the other things, that I've fully started to understand that wearing a hairpiece is very different to wearing a front partial hairpiece. The main difference is that the overhang from the hair onto your natural hair needs to blend in that way, so the hairpiece is predominant. Whereas when you're wearing a front partial, your overhang is from your natural bio hair, so that's predominant. This recording, this filming program, which now enables me to see the audio spike levels using the new Shure MV88 microphone that I picked up and had to chop out the base of my iPhone 11 case to accommodate it. The software is called Motive, and it allows me to pinch in and out like this. But unfortunately, it's causing a major issue with the amount of data having to be transmitted. And so there's a huge Oh. A second ago it was a really massive lag. At the moment the mirror is backwards. That's fixed it. I'm not exactly sure how much I should zoom in here. Yeah, that's okay. Well, I guess just moving the phone. I think it's because I had to turn Wi-Fi back on the phone. It might have caused some initial startup issues. Question: would I be willing to shave all the way down to here? There are a few questions. Am I willing to have air gaps in here? Am I willing to use tape and trust it on the edges when I know that there are little fluctuations of bits that are missing and so on? I expect that tape is just gonna fall off in a strong breeze. With my other hairpiece, I could have gone skydiving, water skiing, anything, doesn't matter. Never would have moved. No problem at all. Only when you pick at it or use leverage over time. But with this, I feel like if somebody just grabbed it and pulled it, the whole thing would just come off straight away. It really would give me so many options to just keep it this massive. I mean, obviously this has not been cut, but I'm going to sleep with this on and see if it stays on. Obviously the hair is going to flying up in 5-inch directions. But I get the feeling that if this was shaved, and if this was stuck down, then it wouldn't flying up all weirdly everywhere. It would only just flying up a bit down here, which kind of seems like a natural place for hair to fly. See what I mean? Whereas up here, where my shave zone ends, my bald spot is, hair should not fly in there at all. It should really only flying sort of down there where people with full heads of hair have their hair flying when they wake up. So tonight when I go to sleep, I'm just going to lie there and roll around in my bed, unconscious, and do the flying test. And I'll give you my results tomorrow, if I sleep tonight. I've spent the last few hours writing an essay about the death of my auntie. It's negative, with conclusions that you don't get closure before you die. It just, nothing wraps up in a nice neat bow, etc. I just had the realization that if I could avoid shaving all the way down to 0 so that I have an ugly horseshoe through here, and I could simply shave down to a point where it's still dark, like if my headpiece was removed it would still be mostly all dark, then it might be more acceptable. I think it's clear that I would want some length here and not go really shave hard so that there's a big stark difference between this and this. But the idea that this hairpiece could be stuck to stubble rather than a clean shaven shine gives me some kind of hope. Now, I've not been tugging or pulling in any way on these weak little tape, what do you call them, tapes? On these tapes, I haven't been tugging on the tapes, or the tape, plural of tape. So, hopefully it will stick around. And the next step would simply be to shave out all of this, so this would stick down, and I would shave it to stubble length. The ultimate, of course, would be to have one sized haircut all the way throughout my head, so I just get some clippers and just mow it almost to the point that if I took off my hairpiece I'd still look kind of normal instead of a freak like the rest of you. But I do want maximum hold. I don't want the whole thing to just be sort of sitting there like, you know, I don't know how strong these things are. They're certainly not going to be deep. But they are, so far, mess free. Probably a bit worse for the environment given the wastage of all the bits of paper I have to throw away. But I could recycle, right? Now these little mini tabs are quick and easy to tear off. Scissors trying to cut through gluey, sticky tape could be problematic with the scissors having to be washed and potentially it all sticking to the edge of the scissors and unfurling in a bad way and stretching and sticking to itself, etc. But still probably with some practice and some sharp scissors, easier for cleanup at least. If I had developed the system of finding a nice brush to smother the entire hairpiece before placing it on my head, that might have been easier, but if I think about the end where I have to swap out the tape for glue, I'm willing to consider the idea that I'll just go away from adhesive and go straight to tape if it's got some good stick to it. Now, I haven't sweated yet, so there's no real test. I also haven't tugged on it. Like, if I go to lift this up to cut, to get myself a haircut, I don't know what's going to happen. There's no adhesion at the back, but at this stage I am almost ready and willing to wear the full system as a hairpiece, like I said earlier, without needing a stencil and just accepting that the factory have kind of already made a pretty good shape for a skull. So I've only got a nice haircut. The greys here, which were never really dyed out of existence, have started looking more prominent to me in the front-facing mirror. And I haven't set up the communication. See, the thing is, the iPad has to be brought into this room, and I have to set up a power mirror on both devices, then link them, then set up the camera for filming on this one, and then that's how I can see the back of my own head. That's still the best, obviously, especially when I put you up in a nice big swing arm like this thing, right? I'm sorry it's not white or whatever to go with your bathroom, but it fucking works. Like, see, even now, even though I don't have a power mirror, I could look in the reflection of my phone, even though I've done nothing to, you know, transmit to this iPad that's not here. I can still kind of see the back of my own head at this size reflected in that mirror. It's not good. Like, my head is in the way of my own reflection. And it's probably smaller than it would be if I was to hold a handheld mirror up like this, right? To look at my own reflection like that. But even now, when I try to get around here, I can never see down sort of here. And while it is possible to see the sides and back, I can never see the top of my own head. So that's out of the question. Top and bottom of the head out of the question. You can see the sides, side, and back only. Yeah, so you need the camera system if you want to see everything. And also your head is in the way of your own reflection when you use a mirror. Whereas this will beam right through your face and end up over there using technology magic if you use a camera and screen setup. Going for a small stencil and having to go through the pain and suffering of cutting that stencil out. It's not just that. It's also the idea that if I stopped at the bald spot here, the hairs would flow off like, I don't know, I'd probably cut it to 2 inches, and then it would flowing like that on pillows and in the wind, and when I moved it and set against a chair head, anything. Whereas down here, if it flowed, it's just kind of normal and a bit, you know, a bit bad hairstyle, but it's certainly not unrealistic for a person with a full head of hair for that to happen to them, unless the hair was kind of dried out. But then I could use conditioners and hair products and so on to make my hair do what I needed it to do. And it certainly wouldn't be this long, but remove the bulk. So yeah, I am seriously considering. Wow, it's already 5 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I spent a long time on that essay. It needed to be written. $22.55, I just woke up. Lots of messages about my auntie and about her wake and everything, which will be coming up in about 11 days. I slipped on this thing. No sticky tape back here. I mean, sorry, no, not taped down back here, I should say. When I get back from downstairs, I'll examine how good this hole is with you. I've just got some Amazon deliveries for template making. There's something that some dickhead left down at the post office, but I don't know why he just didn't deliver it. It's a freaking eyeliner pencil. What, he couldn't fit that in the fucking letterbox? Anyway, I'll be back. You're not going up like that. Oh, look at my eyes. Sleep deprivation. Whoosh. Okay, good stuff. Couple of colouring caps, hair colouring caps. and some contact adhesive. This is used clear self-adhesive book covering, 5 meters by 450 millimeters. That would definitely fit over the whole thing, and then I would just cut a certain amount. So, in fact, it's wide enough that it could go long ways and I wouldn't have to waste too much. This is for creating a stencil that might harden, I hope. I don't know if this is going to replace sticky tape or Scotch tape or Sellotape. I don't know if it will or not, but it seems like it's worth a try. Because even when I use sticky tape to try to hold down that Saran wrap or cling wrap, God, I'm glad I looked up what your words were. It's still crinkly anyway, so this will not conform and stretch to the shape of the skull, and if it did, I wouldn't trust it not to recoil. And I hope this has a good amount of tack and isn't designed to peel off easily. It probably is though, isn't it? Because you don't want to wreck the books. I don't know. We'll find out. On addition, this stuff. Buy jellyfish. And I know the Koreans buy food that looks like this. I have actually been to a Korean guy's house. He was a friend of mine from college at university. And he said, "Do you want some?" I looked in the fridge, it was like just all like raw, untreated seaweed. I thought, seafood and seaweed. Like, what the fuck is this food? He was being polite, but I guess he's, I don't know. I didn't even know where he got it from. I've never seen it for sale. It's in Australia. It was like octopuses and stuff, just in bowls with their tentacles hanging over the edge. They weren't still moving, don't worry. This one doesn't seem as solid as the first one that I had. It might be. I hope it's not oversized. I needed to sort of... You want to go on a date? This seems like a condom. I look like a knob. Like, seriously, I look like one. Anyway. But, yeah. Now, what you want to do? What you're going to want to do? Okay. We got grab in and then roll it down. That's Bill Burr's go-to, isn't it? Valley Girl. Oh, that doesn't seem like it's going to fit. You're a big, fat, juicy boy. Fucking hell. Without the thing on my head? Yeah, no, I probably will. That might work. Although it looks kind of like it's going to be crinkly. No, I think without the hair. Let's sit right back and hear a tale. Yeah, it should work better, hopefully. It was a dark and stormy night. Don't know if that's going to be a good stencil after all. This is one I prepared earlier. I'm pretty sure it's the same material and those circles seem the same amount of spacing. Yeah. I got 2 of them because obviously I don't know what size my stencil is going to be yet, so I need some rough, at least one extra chance just in case. So, can we just examine the hairline? Okay, so one night in a bed with just tape on an uncut hair system, just placed on the head with a bit of glue around the perimeter. No, not glue, tape around the perimeter. There is a line all the way along there. I don't know what's going on there. My fear is that dust has come into it and settled. If it's not one single hair, just pressed along the front edge. Because it's that line Maybe it was the shadow. I'll spin you around so you can see properly. Okay, so have a look at this front hairline here with the tape. You saw the way I placed it. And I also went along this edge all the way until back here, okay? So there is lifting. Oh, there's been a lot of, obviously, leverage back here, so it's not fair to judge if there's lifting here, because the whole thing's been, like, while I'm laying in bed is doing this, right? Can you see that? That's what's been happening as I lay there. I don't actually know if I had many hours of sleep. I woke up and this TV screen beside me was just blasting the room with light. And I fear that's too much screen time while tired might do this to me. Or maybe it's just complete sleep deprivation. By the way, this is the eye. What colour is that? I think it's just blood. Not a good look though. Also, one of the questions I've got about all of this is, will all this be able to heal underneath? And how bad is the whole sweat situation underneath these things, especially if you don't glue it down completely. If you have air gaps in there, sweat could bubble up and create a wobbly ball of liquid inside your head if you don't give 100% coverage. And with tape, it seems like nobody's doing that. As you look, there are air gaps. Yeah, it's even shiny from residual, well, it might be sweat, I don't know. But yeah, look at that. That's happened. This is after a very short amount of time. There was no leverage here really. That shouldn't have lifted. Yeah, you can actually see that is a piece of tape there and that is a piece of tape there. So sweater's coming under there. I'd had a shower before I placed this thing down and it was completely dry for once. And as this lifts up, you see this line all the way along the front. In regards to the shape of this contour, I feel the front center is in the right spot. I think it's weird that it's come up and then down, maybe it should have just come, I don't know, gone straight across, I don't know. That doesn't look like a natural hairline. Then again, it wasn't really done by my scissors, it was done by the factory who were just doing millions of them, and or I don't know, they sell 10 a day, I don't know. Can you imagine how many staff they must have? I really want to know. Like how many hairpieces do they sell like a week? What do you guess? What are you guessing? Like say Lord Hair, for example, how many hairpieces you reckon they sell per week? Because if you had to sit here and stitch this thing, right, that would take me probably, well, I had to figure it out for months, but then, I don't know. I expect, if you had a hair like this, right, you take it off, you put it on a little thread thing, I don't know how that works, something similar to this maybe, I don't know, then you go thump, thump. Basically what this is designed to do is, you probably make a hairpiece out of this thing, right? Dun, 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 dun. To make this, I reckon that would take me about 5 years. And they are doing them by hand. It's a hell of a job. Hope they don't get injured. I hope they don't poke themselves with needles and get RSI. And it seems like the sort of thing a machine should be able to do, but I don't know. I keep trying to reinvent in my head how this should be done. Like I don't like how V-lips are forced in one direction, right? I don't like that. Knots coming straight up out of the head. If they were more brushable, it doesn't seem too bad, but then you've got this little flower pot beside another flower pot, and that's not how natural hair comes out of your head. You have individual strands coming beside each other out of your head. And with really lucky people, they can just brush it that way and that way and that way and that way and that way. Although I don't think that would have very strong integrity if your hair simply was able to be brushed that quickly any direction. In fact, I don't really believe anybody's hair could do that. Otherwise it would sort of be broken at the stem, wouldn't it? So the best hair, like if you look at someone with perfect fucking hair, like, you know, straight hair that just does what it wants and just trickles back down like a waterfall over their shoulders and everything else, like some blonde Swedish chick or something, it'll be like, and it'll just go, it makes that little tingling fairy sound as it twinkles back down over her shoulders. Yeah, sorry, too much in the old spank bank here. I gotta go, something just came up. I really must say that I am quite exhausted from all of this. I wish somebody else would just come and look after me. I'm glad I got that clock. I'll probably add the link to that clock in the description below along with all the other stuff. So what do I do now? I got a method by which to create a stencil here and here. Do I want to bother with it right now, or do I just want to sort of cut my hair and be done with this? The thing is, I can't be, because there's no way to affix this to the back if I'm going to extend this down. Let's wet the hair, brush it, and see how well this tape can tolerate brushing and wet hair. I'll put all these ones back in. I ordered some more of these. They're only $8 American from the American Amazon site, and they're $24 a pack from the Australian site, although I think I might have sent them for $19.99 from the Australian site. At any rate, $8 American is worth 12 Australian dollars, so I bought 3 packs from America. But I also got a roll of 12 yards, whatever the fuck a yard is, from America as well, of Walker tape, 3/4 width. No, it's just called Walker tape. So that was overall like $160 with delivery. One roll of 12-yard tape. No, it was $90 American for that, and then that equates to 135 Australian dollars. You just halve it and add, so it's 150% is what I pay when I buy stuff from America. Plus I think it was $20 American delivery, so it's $30 Australian delivery. So it's like $165, and it's going to take 2 or 3 weeks to arrive in Australia for me. Whereas I could have spent like $185 from the stuff here, I think. And I'm a Prime member. I pay $80 Australian a year to Amazon, so I get next day or same day sometimes delivery. So given that I don't really need all that tape right now exactly, but I probably will sooner than midway through August. If you look at the date over there, it's probably a bit reflective for you, but it's the first day of August 2024 right now, as of an hour ago. I'm going to wet this scrunchy, noisy plastic and brush it and see what I can do. Now, just planning ahead, if I were to shave all this out so it landed exactly, I wouldn't be able to cut off messy bits at the front and the back and shorten it easily. But this amount of hair, 10 inches of polyethylene, is likely to be able to have some stretch to it. but you can't trust the stretch. It will recoil. So I think I could safely take off half an inch maximum before it becomes a problem. When determining my shave line, also this width, I have an opportunity now after however many days of regrowth that this has started to. So after like 2.5 or 3 weeks almost of regrowth here, I do have the opportunity to raise the level by half an inch on each side and narrow this. This has been cut to 7.5. This hairpiece is 8 inches wide, and if I take off half an inch on the interior, that will make it 6.5 inches wide. So around the front here, the hairline currently meets up at the 7.5 mark on that side. Gee, that looks fake. And that side. Why does that look so absolutely straight line wall of hair fake? This has been bleached. It just looks so bad. Is it because of the tape? Why is there a line? Maybe because there's just so much straightness going on. I'll wet it and I'll brush it and I'll get a better look. Also, I think there are quite a few hairs that have snuck around and gotten stuck in the tape. You can hear the hairs ripping, that's not good. Maybe it's all tangled up. That is a lot of coverage. I still think there are hairs underneath stuck in the tape. I'll try to brush and style this now. Let me just have a look around and see how the crown is working at this configuration. No crown is currently visible, it's fine. Every brush stroke sounds like hairs are being torn because they're, I think, listen, stuck underneath. And you know when you hear that noise? It's often the hair ripping out of the roots and causing exposed base, meaning the hair piece is being destroyed. So don't just find some knots in your hair and just brush them, figure it out. How's my eye? Are they both bad, or just one of them? That's the one thing I can't see in the mirror down here when I'm doing that. I guess I maybe could if I really angle it correctly. Whoa, yeah, no, I can. That's pretty fucked up. But I kind of need to look up more, don't I? And then that screen's down there. I could lift up the iPad and hold it above my head, but... Alright. We're now going to look at how well the glue has held. here on the side. Question is, has this got glue on it? I can't tell with this resolution, unfortunately, whether or not the tape is there or not. Where else would it be though? It must be there. This is the only comb I could find. I have no idea where the other one's gone to. This is a brand new comb that came from the Remington vacuum razor. The interesting thing about this observation is this is, in fact, overhang, isn't it? If that had been cut to the 7.5 inch width, it would have landed up there. And so we should observe the glue, the tape that's stuck up there. And also that area has quite a lot of stubble. So this bit really doesn't count because it's trying to stick to hair. So if I lift here, it's not exactly the best scalp preparation in the world, but at the moment I feel that, and it feels like it's got no stick to it at all. Neither does that. Very clean, but what good is clean when I want the fucking thing to stick to my head? So I'm only gently pulling on this, right? Now I'll try to stick it back down and see if there's any hold to it. Basically nothing. If this tape ever gets unstuck, it's fucked. You can't just press it back in and keep going, it's gone. It's just gone. Which is the opposite, basically, of... I don't know, this floor is a mess, but Booker Tape Ultra Hold liquid adhesive would just be able to be pressed back down, and it's got, you know, another fair bit of stick left on it, whereas this doesn't. So tape's pretty fucking weak. This one had like 4.5 stars rating out of thousands of buyers, so if that's what the masses think is good, then once again I'm in a position where you're all dumb and I'm the only one I can trust. Which is a shame. Like I say, I want to be looked after. The problem is when you see 5-star reviews, 4.5-star reviews for something that's absolute shit, you know you can't trust the people. One good thing about having a hairpiece that is coming down over everything is that you could hide the connection once this hair is long enough and it's starting to grow almost long enough to blend rather than just look like an abrupt fuck is this name? Can somebody please help me? Undercut, thank you. Yeah, that's... Well, like I say, that is stuck over actual hairs. Now, I spent the night on this thing and it was wobbling around on my pillow and it didn't completely lose adhesion. And admittedly, I have stuck it onto, a few weeks of regrowth. Now, here's a test. The front hairline, that has absolute clear baldness. I had a shower and I put this on yesterday. So that's less than 24 hours ago as far as I remember. So if I can't stick this back down after it's become unstuck at the front, God, that looks ugly. What the fuck is going on with that straight line? I think this hairline is... I think the hairline's just extremely weirdly shaped. Yeah, I wouldn't make the hairline like that. Is that... Just can we... I'm looking in the mirror. The resolution's much higher in here. That is actually in the right spot. It's just that this, I think this, I was complaining that I'd cut it incorrectly with the last hairpiece where it went down too far like that. This one maybe seems a bit too high. Not much too high, but halfway between my one and this one, I've put it about there. Can this be stretched down? Now this is where I'm going to pick up. Now I am sweating, of course, in this room, as always. 53% humidity, 17.8 degrees Celsius. Okay, I'm peeling it back now forcefully. Has some good resistance to being pulled on. Wow, I'm actually quite impressed at how it actually hurts almost to pull it up. Wow, wow, that's much stronger hold than what I'm used to. That's good, it actually hurt. That's a completely foreign thing for me. So now I just pushed it back down, okay? There was no chance for sweat to creep up in there in that few seconds that I just did that. Okay, so now I'm going to just try to peel it back again and see if it's still got some stick to it. No, it's fucked already straight away. I can't trust tape. If there's ever any lifting with tape, I can't ever push it back down. I've got to take off the whole hairpiece and do it all again. Unless I do some weird new type of operation I've got to figure out, but it would be very fucking awkward. It doesn't re-hold after, like, right now. There's nothing stopping my finger from sliding back and forward on that. This glue is fresh, less than 24 hours old. And now it's already lost all its stick, just from being lifted off. Terrible. Shit. I know, I'm just trying to think of rebuttals that you guys might come up with. Oh, you didn't wait for 24 hours for it to cure. I slept more than 8 hours with it. It was applied to fresh skin after a shower that was completely dry, wasn't humid, I wasn't sweating at the time it was put on. If I brush that, I went to brush my hair. Well, it actually stayed. Bad example. Well, I'm actually shocked that it didn't just lift up the moment I moved the brush. Oh, it did then. Right, but anything would, I guess, in those conditions. Maybe I can give all that tape another try. How's this new microphone, by the way? I just found out that during a lot of that speech, it had flipped out sideways. Now I've moved it in sort of towards that way. It's got a cardioid shape. What's it like now? I think I've set it to stereo. I just used the settings that they told me to use on the internet. Can it stay? Can you stay? Just stay. Maybe if I leave it there and I come back later. Because I was quite impressed that when I used the brush, that stayed. And it's still staying again now after doing that. So it does have some properties of re-adhesion after losing stick for a few seconds. You saw me rub my finger along it though. There was no resistance, there was no stickiness. So I don't know what the fuck's going on there. So what, it sticks to foreheads but not fingers? It's fucking weird. Now the question is, do I like this contour? Or is it too high? I feel like there's better. But I can't go down to there. That's even lower than my shave zone. Right now I'm thinking I won't not make a stencil and I won't not cut this out because I feel like I can do better than having a full hair system on my head. But coming around low on the back, let me see too. Coming low, so my last hairpieces stopped right there on the bald spot. Right there. This one would come to there. Now that's maxed out at 10 inches. I don't make hair pieces longer than this. So if this gets fucked up because I'm brushing and leverage and stuff and messed up and I want to cut a bit off the front, I wouldn't be able to do that unless I would shorten the entire unit and it would no longer reach its destination at the edge of a new shave zone that I'm proposing. Which would be there. Why is half the stuff in this room used? Alright, I found the other comb underneath this tape measure. So that's right there. That's an extra 2 inches depth here. Potentially narrowing all of this. Where's my tattoo? I really want it to be part of this. So I was 19 when I got this tattoo on the back of my head. in anticipation. Well, it was a quest for a life. It was a white combi van. I called the White Eagle. I went on a quest for a life because I was going to kill myself, and I thought, no, fucking just get out of here without telling anyone. It was a wise thing to do, really. And I did need to hurt their feelings by leaving without saying anything. Well, I mean, I hoped to, because they were just hurting me from neglect. So I was hoping that my absence would make them care more. I have no problem with that. I don't feel guilty about it. I think they should feel guilty. If you drive somebody to suicide, you should feel guilty. Alright. Inches from there to there. Might like narrow this. If I brought that up to my natural growth point by 1/2 inch, that would make this width 6.5. And already we've got some overhang, because that's good, because it means this makes sense, because that means this is 8 inches wide instead of 7.5, so there should be 0.25 inches. Do you guys even use decimal maths in America? Or is it all like fractions, like when you're in primary school, elementary school? There should be 1/4 inch overhang on each side if this is 8 inches wide and my shave zone is 7.5. And that seems about right. So that's good. It's the accounting is sort of adding up at the moment. What I can do is simply, if I do shave this again, just for clarity and so on, and also to give myself better adhesion, what I could do is not shave 1/2 inch on each side when I use the STENCIL on my own head. But it's not like I have a shave zone, I don't have a perimeter limiter that actually works. I did have an idea for a new type of perimeter limiter. I just released that video today, perimeter limiter, along with another one where I was talking about visibility, all to do with this thing, right? Very basic form of perimeter limiter. What I would do is I'd cut this, because I know it doesn't fit nicely, but it does act as a hand that stops razor blades and glue. So you could, if this was tight around the area you cared about, then it would all work out nicely. Now this is designed to be the front, so that should, technically conform to the down edge, but it just doesn't reach down around. So what I would do is I'd simply find the back center. I've drawn a line there, which I kind of guessed where that was. Do I even have scissors in this room anymore? What the fuck's going on here? This is what happens when you chuck everything on the blade. Can't find it. I'll just use these scissors for now. Okay, I'm just going to cut along the dotted line. And then what I would do, you know what, I just did the wrong thing. I should have cut there, because the back matters, the front doesn't. Although it kind of does when you're applying glue at the front hairline, I guess, if you're doing lace. Anyway, the strategy is this. You drill or punch a couple of holes, or maybe two there and two there, and then you use sort of rubber bands. That is sharp though, and this is wonky here. But this would, as you moved around, it would work all the way until the back stretch point. I can't really use a drill at this time of night, but I could maybe use scissors to punch some holes in there just to make a basic version of what I'm talking about with a perimeter limiter. Anyway, I won't apply until I take this hairpiece off and I'm doing all the STENCIL stuff. Which might be right now. Let's see how well this stuff sticks. And how much sweat is under here? That's pretty wet. Okay, this is peeling off. Bit of pinching, but came off super easily. I've seen people go, oh, you've got to use spray and gently. Like, fuck, you serious? It just comes straight off. The tape is still visibly on there. Okay, very clean and not messy at all. And there it is coming in here on the sides, around the back here to stick onto it. I'm going to try to reapply this to my head and see how much it sticks the second time around. Well, it didn't get stuck anywhere. That's what I expected. I'd really love to get a tan line. My front hairline. Hairline, tan line, perimeter limiter. Alright, if I stick that down just with a bit of pressure there. I mean, it's on. I'm just trying to figure out why these are so fucking clouded all the time. I really try my best not to touch the lenses, but still pretty clouded. Oh, they're even dirtier than before. How is that even fucking possible? Man, there's nothing I can fucking do. I did everything I could just then to try to clean these things. This has got to work, right? What's with the overexposure? This program doesn't deal well with exposure levels. Have a look through my glasses. Still murky. With streaks now as well. They're still pretty fucking murky. I don't understand it. Right, let's see how well this is held. Got no hold at all. You see, the thing is, it's probably equivalent to glue, except for the fact that with glue, I would have had glue all through. So it's, once it peels back that far, it's got to keep pulling. So maybe it's just the idea that tape, the habit of people to use tape, doesn't give you full coverage because people are not covering the entire scalp with tape. They're just going around the edges and stuff with a couple of central stickers, which to me seems absolutely unacceptable by a long shot. But I don't know what to do about it. Hairs are ripping out now. Here's another problem I've never noticed before. I've pinched part of their hairpiece together with the tape. That's something I never considered to be a potential problem. Well, getting your fingernail under and trying to peel the tape off is fucking hard. I had no idea. How is that hard? I'm only pulling it out to straighten it back so that crease goes away. Just get rid of that kink in the tape. Are you seeing all this? Yeah, some of it's bunched up and I don't think that's reparable. I mean, it's messy in its own way, isn't it? But if it's messy at all, why use it, given how weak it is? For the cleanup. My head is wet. That's because I sprayed water all over the place, isn't it? But there was some sweat under there. It wasn't too bad. I wasn't sweating too much. But it wasn't stuck down properly. I mean, the whole back half was, from there onwards, was all flappy. I'm just trying to pull some of these hairs out of this tape on the edges, which seem to rip out. There's no point. To be honest, I don't want to fucking be here right now. I don't want to deal with any of this at all. But I said I would try to make a stencil. Alright, how do I... Does this have a front? I don't think so. I think it's just like an H cup. If you're walking around like that all the time, imagine if you had big tits like that. It'd be fucking difficult to live life, wouldn't it? Jesus. How would I transfer You know what I'm trying to do here? I'm trying to make a stencil, right? It would help if that bit had been shaved out. This wrinkly stuff at the top, it's not the best, and you don't want to stretch, otherwise it'll not hold its shape, right? So, I don't know how to nicely do this, really. I'll just mark a good starting point for where the hairpiece should, where the hair front hairline should land. Actually, I can mark the temples as well on my actual scalp, and then I'd see through it, and then I'd be able to just draw on top. Then I'd know that that all has to line up. I will make the stencil larger than it needs to be to begin with, though. Okay, so top of the top nub. Don't want to get this wrong because it's also center. Oh god, I forgot I'd fucked this with wetness, and now it's better. Okay. I'll mark those 3 points with this thing on my head now. Should I have bumps out or bumps in? I'll have bumps out because I'm probably going to trace around the outside, and it'll be easier to move the texture around. This is called a texture, by the way. A marker. I've always known to use the word marker with people from overseas because I don't know if texture is an international brand, but I know marker is pretty well understood. Alright. Can I see the black marks here? There's no point in marking anything until I know this is not stretched, etc. Is this right or not? Don't know that it is. But I'm just thinking about how it will translate onto that. This is for the purpose of a stencil only. Don't worry about whether or not it lines up exactly there, because a couple of mils on each side on a stencil, I don't know, I'd rather it be exact, but I don't know if it's possible. I need to incorporate that eye going that way. I'm just going to do it. Wait a second. Why is that darker than just there? Is it because of stretch? It is, isn't it? That means it can't really be trusted. There'll be a massive amount of recoil. If this is stretching wider than my head, it'll recoil like crazy, so how can I trust it? I don't know that that other one was... I'm going to try and flip it inside out and see what happens. Ton of stretch. How can that even work? How can it... There's no way for me to put anything under there unless it's white. I know something that's white that will stick to it. It's a bit wasteful, but maybe I'll chop it in half. Don't waste too much. Also, you can see how scissors go on this thing. What am I marking here exactly? Just a point further along. Is that what I'm going for? Because I thought I was going to come down here. So I don't know what to do here. I'm going to put these back because I know what to do. I do want to get a stencil, don't know. You know what I could do? Let's put these back. I'm an idiot for not bothering to think about it. Alright, I'll bother to think about it just to slide them out. I'm always constantly tired. I am sort of hungry even though I just had peanut butter and jam on toast. Okay, so that there is the very front center, so that should go. We can't put a big pin, I've only got. But it's better if it's secure, so I'm going to just use it. Pins up on there. 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 And then temples. Oh, that was freaking deep. Oh, fucking Chinese piece of shit. Fuck. Where is it? I'm pretty sure. Oh fuck! Fucking light. Battery's gone. I'm pretty sure I pressed a pin in. Right. The head of the pin fucking broke off, and the internal part of the blunt end of the pin fucking jammed into my finger. Now, does that mean that there's a pin without a head on it sticking out of that somewhere? Fuck. Now, can I even find the pin, head, or anything else in this mess? Alright, here's what happened. Alright, yeah, I found it. Down here, look. Look, don't miss. Do not fucking miss. I'm aiming you properly. You quickly take the other light quickly. Don't run out of fucking hard drive space or some bullshit. Okay, so that's the pin head and the pin. So fucking dangerous. Even seeing this, why is it such a shangle? Look. What a dangerous product. That's the level of quality control in China. I have to get rid of this. I can't hold you up and deal with that at the same time. Unscrewing from its fucking... Okay, so the ball head is floating around in the bathtub and the actual pin is in a canister in the bin, so it can't prick anyone. I'm going to place this down over this. I'm simply just going to trace around what I see and ignore the lines that I've made. I've placed the front hairline where it originally was. Yeah, I'm just going to trace this. How much should I stretch this down internally before I trace it? Okay. that's vaguely done. Hopefully worst case scenario is it's oversized. Now I know that this skirting is useless, so I'm not going to really try to conserve it because it doesn't work well as a perimeter limiter. Parameter. Does that look uniformly round, or are there bits that look crappy? And also, does it follow the curvature of the head, or will it fall off because of its shape? I can't be bothered doing it twice. I'm going to do it once and I'm going to fucking just ruin it. I don't care. Fuck it. I'm going to go in from the front hairline, which I should have clearly marked around there somewhere. I think that's it there. Just cut through that. See, I'm not trying to make it too big, I'm just trying to make it manageable. Because if it's too big and I trace it and use it as a sort of shave zone idea on my actual head, then my shave zone will be too big. Maybe I should make that perimeter limiter after all. Makeshift stencil. I should try to mark the front center. It's approximate. To mark the front center. I could get rid of that tab, but it would have probably been better to keep a tab, a real one. Do a quick look. It wants to flip up, it wants to squeeze upwards, but it can be held into a position. It certainly doesn't hold itself on. Excuse me, it's time for my prayers. Yeah, this is all based on tracing that, so I can remove some. Now, if I start there, how far does it go down the back of my scalp? It feels lopsided, doesn't it? Like, why isn't... They should be down about the same. I'm going to take a break from all. I was just messing around with this thing and I came to realise that it might actually work okay now as a perimeter limiter. Maybe. I don't know yet. It's not exactly exact, and it does stretch, so you can't trust where it lands. You just got to position it. But if you were trying to do that with your hand and you didn't have a spare hand and you needed 3 hands, this could potentially work better than this. And this is really comfortable. It's It's really comfortable. It's a rubber headband. I'm not sure how well it's going to conform to the head all the way around, or how to position it nicely. I can see there's a little notch here, which is where I remember I cut the front center from. So I've positioned this little notch where I think the front center is, and then I could, adjust it to maybe give myself the perimeter edge that I want. Now, while I don't trust that a brush would flip in underneath there and cause glue to go on your actual hair, I do think you could potentially shave across there with an electric shaver. It wouldn't get you. And also, I could trim this, obviously. I could trim around there and so make the face area clear for myself and around the ears. Like right now, I've been trying to think of a way to get a nice indication of where I should shave to back here. Now this can't be trusted as an accurate. Even if I drew on my own hair with paint of some sort, it would still move with the hairs. I get the feeling that this is all just going to be trial and error and there's no other way around it. So for most people, they've got a bald area. I'm going into an area which is not bald, just so that I can get a better hairstyle when I put the hairpiece on. I don't know if this is unheard of, but it seems pretty obvious given that the crown is up going to be in a weird place, and I don't want these tiny little hairs that are springing out in all directions from this little volcano head. I need them to flow down a bit first before they stop. This is 8 inches. Maybe I should go to 9. That gives me an inch of leeway if I want to chop off the front. If I don't like the contour of the way the hair system comes with this sharp contour for the front hairline, and I wanted a less pronounced, less recessions really. And in order to do that, I would have to chop off the front bit. So that would bring it back towards 9 inches length from 10. If I shaved from there all the way back 10 inches and I chopped off the front, there'd be a gap. So if I measured from here back to 9, I could work with the ruler and this perimeter limiter to give me a fairly accurate, and once I feel like once you placed it, I think once you placed it, it will flick back to the place that you wanted it to be. I don't think it'll slide away from its designated location. So long as it's tight. I also think that maybe it depends on how, like if, for this it would never have worked. It's got to be down tight around your head. For this you could just use a swimming cap because we're not going for accuracy, we're just trying to fence off an area. Though with a swimming cap, I feel like the blades on your razor would chew through a swimming cap. It might also chew through this, I don't know. But yeah, and also it's like a snow plow at the front, so it would go under there. It's not safe after all. No, forget it. When you saw this one, which is mega uncomfortable, there was simply no way for the razor to exceed this. So this is much safer. And I could potentially angle that down lower. You need something more like this. But this is so makeshift. There's got to be a better one than this, surely. But I don't think there's anything on the market for it. I don't think there's something you can buy. You have to make it. I think. This is what I've come up with. If you had one that went all the way around and you sort of buckled up underneath your chin, and you had your exact shave zone in position, and you knew that once your ears were there and your chin was here, it was all lined up. But then usually there'd be some stretch when it comes to a head, so that stretchability, that flexibility is not going to ever land exactly where you want it. But after you've done your first shave zone, and you know, after that everything would be easier. In fact, what I'm trying to do here now is something that none of you will ever have to do. Try to shave out an area of your hair where you're not bald. None of you probably want to do that. I'm doing it for basically the way the hair falls reasons. Like I said, I don't want hair flopping up at this point. I also don't want the crown to explode outwards with hairs that are only that long here. It's if they came around there and they were landing out there, that would be a better place for them to fall from. Even 9 inches is probably not low enough. 10 seems right. I don't know. I'm going to have another 20-hour break or something. I know what I'm waiting for. I mean, I've got this contact here. The least I could do is unwrap it. Please don't spoil. Don't buy a roll, buy sheets. Oh, I haven't figured out the full potential of this yet, but most of the stuff I've played with has been pretty wasteful. Yeah, probably get sheets. Okay, so I've cut out this amount, which would easily go over there, and I can smush it down on both sides. Just looking at how much tack this has. It's basically zero. It's designed not to harm books. And what we're looking for, if I were to put some cellophane, what do we call it, lab wrap, and then put tape all over it, I want it to solidify as a hardened shell that will never unfurl. It'll just stay rock solid. I don't think we can achieve that with this. Every new experiment is time wasting and financially costly if I don't know what the product does. This will not be better than a bunch of rolls of sticky tape. Yeah, I'm just going to say sticky tape, fuck you. It's called sticky tape, that's what it's called. Well, I don't think I'll be having much more trouble with overheating in this room. Alexa, what's the temperature?
Right now, it's 1 degree Celsius. Today, expect a high of 14 degrees.
Alexa, what's 1 degree Celsius in Fahrenheit?
1 degree Celsius is 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit.
And yet in this room it's somehow 18.5. I guess it's the residual heat from a few hours ago, or maybe there's a heat from the apartment beneath mine. Maybe. I don't know. But My fucking wall heater broke off a little foot heater. Well, in the meantime, it's pretty fucking cold. Here's this stuff. Useful for you. Let's just be quick about this. All the edges of the boxes and everything, it always jams. It's so badly designed. I don't know what they were thinking. It's like they haven't had 50, 60 years to fix it. I've considered getting contacts, but I'm so fucking broke again, like before. They said, don't make this too tight, otherwise you're gonna have problems. Now look at this stuff. Is this working at all? Is this as good as just sticky tape, Scotch tape? Is it fucking what? Could that make a good STENCIL? I mean, seriously, this should not separate from the cling wrap because cling wrap's so fragile. I should just rip if I try to remove it, right? But I can also tell you right now that this is very creased. Yeah, no, there's no way this would make a good STENCIL. I'm way better off. Don't buy this stuff. I'm just gonna make it out of cling wrap and sticky tape. You know what I've realised? None of you will ever have to deal with this shit, so I'm not gonna reinvent a new perimeter limiter. I'm just going to use this one, and I'm in a bit of a hurry because it's cold and I'm always tired, so I'm just going to tighten this up and here just use the one I've already got. Hopefully I won't pass out. It's still got residual glue on it from a previous video I made. Oh shit, that's cutting off the circulation of my actual temple here. It's too tight. I don't know if I should come down at an angle like that or not. It could be very destructive actually. I might have to come across and down. Where do I start? Just do quickly. Do I want to cut into this hairpiece at all? Do I want to change this and make it smaller? Well, I certainly want to give myself a haircut, so I could start with that. I could flip this over and try to cut the hair while it's on here. I'll just take it out while I'm thinking about it, because I might just do that. These I don't want to break off on my fingers again. I'm just going to place them on the table. This shit on the floor needs to get the fuck out of my way a bit so I can stand there near the... I'm gonna get rid of some of this shit now. I don't think I'll use this. I think I'll use scissors. Front hairline. We need a specific colour for the front hairline, don't we? Bright blue. Also, I'll line it up with this line on the mannequin. I'll use all of these ones because I don't want these little pins to get in my fingers and stuff. And I want it all to be pretty obvious what's going on. I'm going to guess that this line, the seam, continues directly over the back, so the back centre should be where that seam is. Alright, 1, 2, 3, and then at the back. So there's a fair bit of flopping, maybe, but I don't know, it'll be a problem. Okay, so I've never done this before. I'm going to put these pins away to minimise pain and suffering. Okay, good, there's only one pin missing, which is the one that broke off inside my finger. Okay. Now this is the front hairline. I'm going to brush towards the back. Hopefully the whole thing will not fall all over the floor. I'm going to put these stickers away so they don't get all wet. So I'm just brushing from the pink one to the other pink one with the other templates there, sideways. So that becomes the international boundary line. Putting back behind this pink one and behind this pink one can be 2 inches. If you ever want to get somebody to hurry up, turn the temperature down. That's done until further notice. The rest maybe could be done on my head. Just stick it on my head with tape. The same tape. I'm gonna get this off. Any scalp preparation? I mean, should I shave this? Should I shave this? We kind of already know it's about the distance, 10 inches, so I could start maybe just trying to shave it. I want to clean up the hair mess that I've made so far though. Look. Wow, those Indians really did stain every fucking towel in the house. These were brand new. They stained everything. There was paint everywhere. They caused thousands of dollars of damage. That was the last customer I ever had for Airbnb. What the fuck were they doing? I know what they were doing. They had kids. Okay, this is what I've cut. So the front, this is the back, and I haven't cut the front at all. Of course, I have not prepared a new shave zone to accommodate this size. It's still going to come down over there at the moment. Is the back hair length good? Let's have a look. Well, that's dry and that's wet, so that'll make a difference. How's the crown? Is it playing up? Bit hard to tell because this light's not very strong. Should I just complete this haircut and then go from there? It's hard to figure out what to do. I think visibility would be nice though. It's not stuck down at all back here, so I wish I could mark where it's going to land, so I could shave that out, but I have no backups. The question I had before was, how much of an angle does this go back down on? Once I create a shave zone for the first time, I will be able to maintain that because I'll see where the hair is shorter and I'll just keep shaving over that shorter area. But while it's all long together, it's impossible. It's only about guessing. I don't know how to measure it. I really don't. Now the difficulty here comes from where's there a line there? Is it still black texture from before? Well, that seemed way off. Alright. The reason I need a guard, a perimeter limiter, is because I have no control over my own hand when I do it all back there. It's something that my body never has had to do. It's like juggling behind my back. It's impossible. But I want this hairpiece on so I can get on with my fucking life. You would think that glue and tape would be the difficult parts, but for me, this is fucking much harder. I've got to invent it. Scratch. Are these going grey again already? It's really hard to tell. I don't think so. Just a little bit of grey there where it never dyed in the first place. Hair dyed, the colouring didn't. Alright, so I have solidified the top of that, right? I went in and screwed the 4 screws in the back so there's no wobble up there anymore. Not badly, it's just here now. And if I can just tighten that pan system so I can maybe screw it on a bit tighter. I think after the top of the screw there's a plateau. This doesn't feel final yet. It's everything I want it to be and does everything I want it to do. I just don't want any wobble, that's all. And also, if I learn to use this handle instead of the other end of the handle, I'll have more control as well, so I definitely need to loosen that so the pan head can rotate instead of the screw. Okay, so how do I create a visible limitation here is to know where to shave down to. How can I mark my actual hair to know where to shave down to? I shouldn't have given away all those chalk pens to the kids. I could have used it to just draw there. The alternative is to measure that, shave down a rectangle and just come up to meet it and just underestimate, cut it too short so there's never going to be a gap, there will only be overhang, and then I'll just gradually chip away at it. I think that's the way to do it. If I set it to there where there's, if I let it go there's no stretch, then I'll have the leniency to have all that amount of stretch if I want. So I feel like that spot there. Right fucking there. Where's my razor? It's 6 AM, I think it's okay. I'm gonna actually go past the point of no return where this will be, you know, the full 10 inches, but my idea is that it stretches, so if I do have to cut off a bit off here or a bit off there because of exposed base, I still have some stretching allowance. That'd be the center, wouldn't it? How much further? Just resting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take this off. What you're not seeing is as this thing goes up, this is hitting this and it's stopping me from getting the job done. I could step to the side, I guess, over here, and then move you around over here. Probably safer. Do I want to go down a bit further? Where's my tattoo? I need my glasses. Are they even in this room? I have no idea what's going on. Okay. I need to move out from over there, but I don't want all the hairs to fall over all this stuff. But this up. lies in the back of my head. Alright. Finally, after all these years. Now, how do I make this? At what angle? Would that be a good spot? Or is there too much slack? I think it's safe to stop there. Okay. Now, what angle do I come up at? I think I might have to go back to the big Neewer light and make sure this is really rock solid so it can tolerate the weight of a kilogram. It's about there. I need way more light than what you're giving me. That's the brightest, huh? That's the brightest this screen goes. I'm just going to do that left-handed, just for fun. Now I'm starting to look like more of a bald man. I didn't know where baldness existed at the time I got this tattoo. Where is the perimeter limiter? Okay. that's not going to contour nicely, I don't think, unless that's more correct. If it's not, I can't use this thing. Need to check it again. Where's the point? It's very fucking hard to see where the point is. There, right there. It's pretty high. Do I need to shave down a bit lower? Or am I going to put my hairpiece far enough forward? I've got such a... Oh, the light's gone out completely. So dim. The Alanzi one's just too heavy and just about the same brightness level, so... I think there's some folding going on at the front here somehow, and maybe the tape is sticking to itself or something. What? You don't want that. That's the hairline there, so that will land pretty well. Do we expect that the Auschwitz tag is supposed to be centered or not? Do I want to go wider, or do I want to keep it narrower and cut this instead of this? Why would I choose to cut more of my own hair off? I'll clean this up, but I was going to raise this, wouldn't I? Too late now. What I'll do is I'll clean this up and then stick that on. Any overhang I will gradually cut away, sideways anyway, and then I'll be left with a, whatever my plan was, to grow that up ½ an inch because the hairline meets there, but it doesn't. As you can see, this hairline widens quite dramatically out to the temples. Temple 1, Temple 2. See that triangle? It's a pretty wide triangle, right? For me to go up, I'd have to cut in there, which is not impossible, but at the moment it fucking seems impossible. Right. I want to just get rid of that little bit there. That's a bit difficult maybe. I want you closer, come on. So wonky here. That really is wonky. I'm starting to wonder whether or not the screw is actually starting to break off the pole. I screw that in hard, is it still wonky? Not right now, but when it gets back up there, it gets wonky again. Because look, just the gap between the threads and the edge of the hole. I haven't got enough hands to film and do this at the same time, so hopefully my foot will hold it enough. You can see me rotating. Fuck, this is fucking hard with just one person. Right, look. No, I'll tighten that, the pound rotation, so yeah, see? See how the screw is just rotating freely inside the hole. I assume, like I said, there's a plateau at the base where it's almost designed to rotate freely, like a collar. Yeah, see? Once it gets beyond that final rotation, it's just flat and it rotates, which means it's always got a bit of a wobble and also a running start to unscrew. The one that came with the system originally, the one that you would have on your system if you didn't modify it like I have with this, would be like that. Fuck. That would be just hanging by a sliver if it only had that many rotations. Does that have a collar as well where it can just spin freely? Wow, they're both fucked. Let me try. Is this the wrong way? No. Surely not, is it? This is extraordinarily hard with one hand. Are these threads even the same? I couldn't get it in. What's the fucking difference? Where the fuck is the camera? They're both 3/8 as far as I could tell, but what's going on with that? Seriously, I don't understand why that didn't go in. Did I hammer that and wreck it? Or was it clamped and ruined? Fuck. I'm going to put this little 3/8 to 1/4 inch adapter in there. Though I need fucking two hands, obviously. I obviously need two hands. Come on, you're not going to see this, Bella. Into this thing in there, because the 3/8 end was pretty shit. So maybe this will create less wobble. It already seems sturdier. I don't like that the way that looks. And I don't like this fucking thing that if you rotate it, the whole thing crashes off. But as it stands, that has no wobble at all. It's really sturdy, and it doesn't continue to rotate once you reach the base. And then I can activate this, I don't know the word in English anymore. Tilt and pan, yeah, pan. So I've loosened the pan so that I can rotate that freely, but none of this is rotating. This is all good. I could tape that off if I really wanted to, so I never rotate it. Great news, my heating system started working again on its own, so I'm not going to freeze to death. Let's see if this is the right size. By my microphone stand, I'm going to have to reassemble this as it was originally meant to be, which is great news for all of you who want to buy these parts, because I'm going to set it up exactly how you can set it up just by buying the bits that I show you. 4 toggle bolts, can't remember what size. I've tightened them back because it grew loose with all that weight that I had moving around for all my experiments. I don't know how often you'll ever have to do that, probably never. I needed a hammer and a screwdriver to get over that lip. And I thought, what have I done to it? And then I realized, no, it's supposed to stop itself from sliding out of this thing. So it's all good. Oh, fuck. But I did have to whack it very fucking hard. That shouldn't fit up in there though, right? You should fit up in there. No problems, right? Don't ever rotate that one. That's the one thing that's holding. Oh fuck those fucking drill holes up there. Don't ever touch anything up here ever. Even with height adjustments just from tilting. Wow, that is smooth and solid. That is much better. No more stupid rotation from there. The only rotation is happening from this pan here. If I loosen that, I'm sure I can unscrew it. But while that's open, that's very fluid and that's very sturdy and solid. No more shaky bullshit. I've got a few joints along the way where occasional tightening will be required, but that's much, much better. Okay, now where were we? God, that's improved. Yeah, you'll be happy to know that everything on the lists of things you can purchase will give you everything I have. You don't need to do any of these weird sawing, cutting, any of the other shit that I've wasted my time on. My sacrifice is your gain. This is so weird going. You know what? For this part I am going to use the perimeter limiter. It'll be easier to do this by hand. I've got to put all these tools. Away, so I got some bench space. Is bullshit. We've been recording the whole fucking time. This is a bad program to figure out when it's recording and when it's not. The Apple one is much easier. Now it's starting to get dodgy. It's hard to tell what's going on. come all the way around. Yeah, I'm going to use this thing again. But the lighting's just not good enough for me to be able to see clearly where. And the resolution on this is not clear enough either. If I increase the resolution on you, so on the program, let me see if I can do it on the fly. I can only disconnect, I'm sorry. I don't know if you can see what I've done here, but the resolution is way higher. This is set to 2K, I don't know what the fuck 1080 is. 1080p, I don't know what that is in K. Isn't that 1K? I don't understand. What is it? Is 2K double 1080p? I don't understand. I mean, if you multiply 1080 by 1920, Alexa, what's 1920 multiplied by 1080?
1920 times 1080 is 2,073,600.
So about 2 million pixels. So I know what 2K means, really, I don't know what it means. But it went 720p, 1080p, and then 2K, which the VIP allows. And right now the lag is not bad with it. And also I've got the screen zoom happening. So if I shrink it, it's even more sharp. And unfortunately this little fucking light here is so not bright. But this is pretty good visibility here for me. It's the sort of thing I feel like, am I going to go over this with a razor blade so I can inspect my disease? Does this room look really fucking dark to you? Do my glasses look really fucking dirty even though I haven't touched them pretty much at all? Let me use this thing here. See if we can finally get some of this gunk off. They look all scratched as well now. I don't understand. How do tradesmen work with glasses without scratching the shit out of them, if they're that easy to scratch? I've hardly done anything compared to a tradie. I hate glasses. They're not a good solution. Contact lenses that can stay on your eyes forever, or an implant in your, to replace the lens, because your lens hardens over time, right? Why can't you just inject something that softens the lens back to normal? I don't know what's going on with the exposure here. Oh, did that just click down like a fucking, like by 50% brightness? I think this, I'm going to go back to my old camera. I don't care about the microphone. Okay, now I'm back to the Apple camera and it's no brighter. There's less. The only explanation I've got for me not being able to see is because it's so fucking dark is because all these other lights have been in my eyes so much that I'm blinded from all the light. But then that phone screen is so dark compared to the iPad screen. Anyway, fuck. Why does everything have to be so hard? I'm gonna use... No, fuck that shit. That's a bad idea, I reckon. Anyway, maybe another year. Another lifetime. God, these fucking glasses. Oh, get off me. Fuck. Alright. Let's get this shit shaven off without making a big fucking impossible, irreparable mess. This is not comfortable. Oh, ow, God, that hurts. Fuck, no, fuck this, I'm not doing it that way. No, fuck, no. Do it this way. This is the wrong fucking side of my head. No, I can't see shit. It's all too dark. I need about 20 times brighter light than what I'm getting out of this thing. I can't see the side of my own fucking head. Do you think this hairpiece will stick to it anyway? Let me try your way. Let's go with a mirror, hold a mirror in reverse and see if I can see. Where is the fucking mirror? Fuck. It was totally right fucking there. Are you looking? No, you can't see shit. My God, this is gonna be like 20 hours of fucking editing. I know there's a hanging one in the shower. I don't want to use that one. I want to find the mirror that was right fucking there. Which has just completely fucking disappeared. How? How? Did you fucking take it? Where the fuck could a mirror go? Seriously, how could it disappear? How? Why does everything just fucking disappear around here? Alright, here it is. Look, are you looking? Can you see where it is? You're looking in the same place as I am, right? We're trying to find the mirror. How could it have disappeared? Have you ever played Where's Wally? This is your opportunity to excel at real life based on your training with Where's Wally. Now let's go. Or Where's Waldo? I don't give a fuck. Look, where is it? Where's the mirror? Spot the mirror. Spot the mirror. Yeah. Not easy. Okay. Can I see the side of my own fucking head on this thing? Wow. It's really, really far away. If I compare your mirror method to my camera method, the mirror, it looks like it's 10 times further away. If I go right up maybe, so I can really, what are you seeing? Are you seeing any of this? If I go right up, I'll put my glasses on. Yeah, once you're right in here, it's okay. But you gotta put your body over the sink and get right up. And now I've got one hand, so there's no pulling hair out of the way and using my hand as a guard or anything like that. It's just a one-handed method, and you've got to have a steady hand. How long can you hold your mirror steady for during all that? There's no competition. Is that central? Is that coming up the same angle as that side? I think I need to scoop out more of that. I don't want to do it right now though. I'll see what happens. So that was right-handed. be seeing any more flakes ever again. Have we fixed all the, like, creature? Have we killed it? It's not like I've been having showers every day and doing the right things. I haven't put any of that hydrosol back in my head or anything. I could do clean shaven, but at the moment we're just trying to line this thing up, aren't we? Just get the fucking thing done so I can live my life. If it has indeed worked, we can assume this front tape is fucked just from ripping it on and putting it off and all the other shit. I'm gonna start by, I need a comb, I need a fucking comb, find me a comb. Remember, where's Waldo? Let's go, Americans. Come on, let's go. Where is it? Where's the fucking comb? Imshi. What the fuck is it? Well done. Okay, thanks for that. I'm sorry. Alright. This is so offensive. Oh my god, I can't believe it. I have blocked his channel. Let's try to clean this shit up. There is a benefit with it being less sticky than glue. One of them is not that it holds it well to your head. The other one it is when stuff gets stuck in it, you just get it out. That's probably not a good selling point. The Walker Tape Minis. It's like a post-it note for your hair. I'm gonna remove these bits of tape here. I seriously need a bin in this room. I should just put it in the bathtub. That bit of tape there has no stick whatsoever. The front hairline basically doesn't have any either. I could redo that, and well, that's got absolutely no stick. Does it only last once, and then you got to throw it away? I get the feeling that once I put this on my head, it's going to be hard to take it off to exchange tape. I think you might have to take off the whole thing each time. Is that true? Well, there's no stick on the sides or really anywhere along the front. For the sake of logic, I'm just going to fucking retape this whole thing. Not the back bit, but just the front. See how easy it is to get this off. Wow, that is the fucking easiest cleanup of all time. Why have I been using liquid all these years? Because it sticks. Well, it's even easier when you overlap them. Which means that I guess if something snares, they all come off together. But alright, where's the bag? Alright, where's Waldo? Come on, let's try him for Where's Waldo? Let's do it! Where's Wally? Where's Wally? Come on. Fine. Alright. Okay, go ahead. Find it. Go on, fetch. Go on. Come on. Come on. Where is it? Where is it? Where are they? Where the fuck are they? Where the fuck did I put them? Where the fuck are they? Can you find them? Can you see? Try the table, just in case I didn't notice where the fuck I put them around here. No, that's not it. That close, you're close, that's not it. Did you even look? Huh? Did you even look? I'm going to overlap them so I can make it easy to get it off next time. Well, now he's all concerned about the thickness of the tape. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not that into accuracy anymore. I've just spent the last few hours sorting out files and stuff, trying to get stuff off this phone, which was full prior to me just saying these words right now. Fuck me, what a shit show. Like trying to drag things from iTunes. Don't drag them from iTunes. Click the save button when you go to file sharing. But I'm not going to be using that fucking video recording app unless this microphone's completely fucked. And I heard some crackling and stuff going on with this mic. I bought it secondhand. Let's continue this to get this fucking thing over and done with. Let's go. Right, left. Okay, thank you. I'm just checking that A power mirror is all linked up nice. All right, let's go. Don't yank these either. If you yank them, they recoil, and that happens. I don't really want to curve. Once you place it, it's too late. I'm missing the edge just like everyone else. This is the limitation of tape. No accuracy. Don't worry about it. Just fucking do it. Near enough is good enough. I may go back to using glue after this. I'm just trying all this new shit. And I don't think you want little hairs all over the fucking place either, because it gets stuck on the edge lining of the glue. These little tabs and just sheets in general compared to rolls are much easier. And the good thing about these ones is they give you edge clearance for your fingernail. I'll show you what I mean in a second. Okay, so despite the fact that these things annoyingly stick to each other a little bit, not too bad. See how there's a blue bit of lip on the edge there? That's great. That's really sensible that they've done that for us. Because if they go right up, bang against the edge, then it's extremely hard to get your fingernail under. So well done, Walker Tape. Actually not bad packaging. See, I don't care that this costs them next to nothing. It's so cheap and easy to ship. Just do it that way. Do everything that way. Save yourselves the problem. Save us the problem. We'll just pay you for it. Thank you. Sensible price. So why aren't I just taking them all off? I don't know, I get a feeling it might stick to itself when I go all the way around the perimeter or something. And this might stop it from being a disaster. Despite my best efforts, I still end up with a massive amount of unstuck area. The whole reason I'm flopping them over the edge of each other is so that the cleanup will be just one big yank. 90% of the time I want it to be dead straight. So if these were just flat, 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 it would have been much easier. I don't appreciate the curve. Now, it's got a little shit around the edge, but I think it's easier to take it off now rather than while it's on my head. I can always spray it with alcohol and just give it some time to put in position. And then I've got to put you in position so you can see what the fuck's going on. And now it's starting to piss me off. Get off. It's actually sticking to the poly very well, which is good. It could come off and choose to stick to my fingernail or something, or rip, but it's doing well. Just sometimes it's fucking awkward. I probably should have just taken them all off when I was doing it as I went. I'll also be needing to put some down the middle somewhere. If you choose the correct side to pull up from, i.e. the middle, it's a lot easier. If you come from the outside edge, you're bringing the edge with you. That's why it was troublesome. Now, how many of these down the middle do I want? Let's have a look from above. This isn't going to be super neat. I'm just going to plonk them where I think is about right. Got 3 more of these bags coming, plus a roll, in case I care to keep using lace. Not lace, fucking tape, fuck off. Now this is starting to get awkward now, I don't like it anymore. I probably should have stuck it down like all the other times. It's going to take forever. I need much more tape than this in the middle. In fact, I hate the whole procedure now. It would have been easier to just paste on glue. Just fucking put them down first and then I'll deal with it. This here is the front hairline. This is where I don't want it all to lift back so quick, so maybe I'll put a few extra along here. I wish I had more money. I'd buy some more hair pieces for backup, because after this I've got 2 more hair systems that have not been prepared at all. And I've got to do all this again, but at least I will know what I'm doing next time. This takes a lot of fucking little minis, doesn't it? A full topper, heaps of fucking minis. Yeah, they're too small. They're really too small. They're not going to be giving me much coverage at all. Kind of need that. It's the one I chopped in half the other day, I think. That'll make it a bit harder to peel. Pretty fucking haphazard, huh? Alright, I'm going to peel all the bits off now. I'm really glad the hair's been cut down to about 2 inches. Having to peel the white stuff off is almost as hard as the rest. Yeah. Look. Hair length around the edge. 2 inches there, front to center. 4 inches there, 4, 4, 3, 3, 2. It might suddenly jump from that point there, 3 to 2, so I don't know if I need to refine that hair cut later, I don't know. I'm pretty impressed that this hasn't like all stuck to itself already. It pissed me off. Don't ever cut them in half. That's when it becomes fucked, like this. The best solution to eradicate all this problem is really something that you could stick down, I don't know, maybe just glue in general. I don't know. Tape might have some amazing properties that I'm not yet fully aware of. But it's taking a lot longer, I think, than it would have to just paint the bloody thing. Paint, paste, whatever. exhausting. Fuck this. Last one. Don't be a cunt. Just go away. Yes. Don't stick to yourself now. You've done so well so far. Please don't start doing that. I'd like to thank the mannequin head, because without it, this would be impossible. And the pin. The mannequin head and the pin go hand in hand. You need both. But get a box of pins. I've given you links to everything. Now, let's look at my fucking head. How's my eye? See, there are a couple of spaces here where I've forced folds because of the way it was bent when I placed it. That's probably not great. Probably better to just alleviate any future pain in the ass issues by unburdening myself from them in advance. By the way, I did not clean this before I put this tape on, but it was only on my head for one day and there was lots of airflow, so. The microphone, is it going well? It's good that it doesn't get in the way because the microphone's on the base and the camera's on the other end, so the little ball, and it wouldn't really, it might peripherally if the vision cone is out. Tell me when you can see my fingers. Right there. You are coning out a bit. Yeah, if the microphone had been, that big puffy microphone had been on the camera side, it would have been in your face. Alright, I'm going to spray this with alcohol on the tape everywhere. A major bit there that is not right to the edge. Now I guess I'll flip it onto my head. Try to position the front hairline to the best possible location. Get that fucking hair out of the way. Because I've got time limit. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. I need. It's fucking hard to tell. All these bits of fucking stubble all over my face. Right, now the rest of you. Just going by feel now. Probably should have wet it. Pretty extreme overhang. It's pretty much only going to be sticking to hair. I shouldn't have been so conservative. Can I bunch it up a bit more? I don't think I can. Yeah, it's mostly going to be stuck to hair and there's nothing really backing it up anywhere along. So either I have to shrink this hairpiece or I have to increase my shape zone. And that will be dependent on how brushable this all is, including crown issues up here. I'm just going to fill this up with water because that's basically empty. First I've got to stop this from all getting wet. Put this away. Okay, it's going to be a frustrating thing to put these away sometimes, I think, because the bag doesn't really want to accommodate it, and it's got stickiness there that catches on everything. Right. What was I about to do? Fill some water. Okay. It's weird, I can feel a few just key locations on my head where things are touching. It feels like the whole thing's just sort of like balancing, because I'm used to a absolute adhesion and just little bits of tape in between. I can actually feel it, like just patches of wetness in here. It's weird, it's wrong. It's definitely wrong. This lump is wrong. That's a weird lump. Is that the crown there? Show me. Those big chunky crowns, isn't it? Feel it. That's why you probably want to keep a bit of length here. 2 inches might not be enough because of the crown problem. How is there a gigantic puddle over there? Fuck. Things just go where they want in this room. Right. Let's hope the tape doesn't all just lift off all at once. Just remember, most of all of the back area is just stuck to hair again. And I don't think I'd want the back to be higher for that flop problem that I told you about in the bed. Like it comes down, like right now it's the base of it sitting there. That's a dead giveaway. Yeah, that's a giveaway. I need to wet my natural hair as well, otherwise it just looks fucking stupid, right? Feel free to move around as you wish and do your own filming, because I'm busy. Yeah, it's pretty fucking neat. As it stands, this hairline seems alright, like in terms of the steepness of it, where the hair's at this 3-inch length set. Before it was way too low, one of my earlier hairpiece ideas. So yeah, following the contours of what has been delivered by Lord Hair in their standard UTS ultra thin skin face hairpiece, seems fine, and I guess that's typical of all of their pieces, no matter what I order from them. I think, I mean, I guess it might be the standard, which is good. I also think 10 inches in terms of this length here justifies a lower shave zone. So I'll keep going down in terms of narrowness, coming up higher and having a narrower hairpiece, because mine comes down to here right now, like that's 7.5 width. I could go to 6.5, drop half an inch off each side and make the hairpiece narrower. That's all dependent on the hairstyles I can achieve. Because I do want to be able to just, easily do that. I don't want to have to grab part of the hairpiece and cover over things. I just want it to flow and flop and be brushable and easy. And given I'm going to just be shaving over the same shave zone all the time forever, might as well just get it right the first time. Stick with it, which means all my hairpieces will fit. Any hairpieces that are too small will have to be thrown away. And if I ever change back to go bigger on my too small hairpieces, this is a big problem up here. I don't know what the fuck's going on with that. Is that because this hair wasn't cut properly? Or is that the crown? A continual crown problem in this fucking stuff, right? Do I need to brush forward at a certain location and back at another location? Because I want to go back at this point. I want to go back all the way past the crown. I don't want to stop at the crown and change. I want to brush over it. But I just hope that when it dries it doesn't just lump up. Now that there looks like it's where the hairpiece ends and my natural hair starts, but oh, it fucking is. And I'm seeing that in the dark. It's a bit too obvious, isn't it? Tell me that's because of hair length. Yeah, I will definitely be wanting to have better adhesion than just tape splops underneath, I think. But hopefully it'll get easier after this. And hopefully my hair is controllable. At the moment it doesn't seem very controllable. It seems like it's a good, logically it seems like it's good that I've gone 3 inches at the front and 2 inches everywhere else. Or is it 4 inches at the front? I just can't remember. Let me have a quick look. Yeah, it's 4. It peaks at 4. Over here it's about 3.5, just getting gradually down towards 2. Yeah, I'm seeing potential. So long as I can keep that front hairline covered, I don't even have to worry about the tape stuff. I never go water skiing or skydiving. Sometimes I stick my head out the window of the car and go, but that's about it. The hair is fluffing and curling down over my face instead of staying where I wanted it to, but I guess that comes down to what product I put in my hair to make it stay. This lump at the back is seemingly like the only visible, outwardly visible problem. Because as you know, the crowns are sewn in really weirdly, or should I say really badly. But we want it to go forward at this point and back at that forward, so they have to change direction somewhere. That'd just be nice if they did it properly, instead of just going. Because you sometimes, not sometimes, always, see them sewing straight doll's hairlines that way and then straight bunked up against it is straight doll's hairlines that way. No, it should be that way, and then from a single point at the 7.5 inch mark, it should spread out. They should be rotating as they sew so that it's perfect. But they don't. They sew to a point, they stop that direction, and then they start another direction, and it's fucking unnatural. And in a lot of cases in life, if you find that something's fucking badly made, it's not because it's impossible to get it done properly, it's because the people who did it even though it's the same amount of effort to do it properly, they just don't give a fuck, and there's no quality control. So that's what we're stuck with. I am very happy with the outward appearance so far, in terms of making the colour match my natural hair. Seems right. Coming down on an angle instead of going across and then sort of stopping at my bald spot seems like an excellent decision. I am glad I've gone down deeper with the shave zone further down than my actual baldness. And I'm delighted to have removed the problem of having a bald spot and receding and diminishing, thinning hair on the top of my head. So I think we'll be together for a while. Yeah. Pretty happy so far. Now that I feel like it's sort of on. Even though I know the back is just sticking to the back of my hair and not my head, I am going to have to go back and deepen that fucking shave zone a bit. In terms of narrowness of the piece, I won't do that yet. And when I shave out this extra chunk at the back, I think I will maintain the thickness and obey the hairpiece, which I don't think I've actually stencil cut at all. This is the full, isn't it? This is the full system that I'm wearing, isn't it? I did not chop any of this, did I? I simply gave myself a haircut. Is that true? Did I not chop anything out with a stencil at all? Is this the whole thing that I'm wearing? I think it is. I'm going to clean this shit up and contemplate other things for a while. I just lay on the pillow for about 20 minutes and look, what the hell's going on here? Here, what the hell is this? Is this just a bad haircut? I think it's really sticking up a lot back here, a lot. Why? Where the fuck are the scissors? Why do they disappear every time I place them? I place them just down gently like this and then they're fucking where's Wally gone? I can't do a repeat of that fucking crown problem bullshit from before. I don't know. How to solve this. I've got a Marge Simpson going on right here. This is bullshit. Seriously, what the fuck? Is every hairpiece going to be like this? Out of this batch? Because of the fucking crown problem? Because the crown is supposed to not be there, it's supposed to be there, but that still would make it buff out. It's the stitching is just so bad. And most of them have been this way. Or I've had problems trying to get, the fucking thing set up in the first place, but it looks like this is probably not a good batch to buy. Like, are these duds or is this normal? I mean, to be honest, I've never really worn full toppers before, and this is, like, if I had let the hair be longer, and you saw what happens when you try to shave the crown off, it's just awful, right? It's just terrible. This weird patch of dead animal fur. I was really happy. I thought, fuck yes, finally I've got a good hairstyle. But what is going on back up here? That should be conforming to the shape of my fucking head. How is it not? It's pretty uniformly 2 inches all over. Is it happening all back there too? Like, or does it just go? What is this? What is this? How much hair product would I need to stick that down? That is, you gotta defeat the laws of physics to fucking make that work. God damn it, that was so close to being good. You know, in the description, it says freestyle. But like I say, they're going to go down and they're going to go forward. When it gets to the crown, it's just that they're fucking... They did a shit job because they're Chinese and there's no quality control. That's what it is. We know everything's made in China, but some things that are made in China have people from Western countries who have all the money saying that's not good enough. I'm not paying for that. Nobody wants that shit. It's broken. It'll break, or it'll break within 5 weeks of fucking picking it up. Or it's not fit for purpose. It's actually, in our country, it's against the law to sell that. To sell a pin that when you press on the back of the fucking pin, the pin breaks off and the pin slides through into your thumb. Yeah, that's not legal. And everything I get from this, and fucking nearly everything I buy now is from fucking China. Whoa. Can we please have another country doing some manufacturing? First world country, by the way. Or you can be a poor country if you're just full of geniuses and people who are really good workers. And not just like you tried your best. No, that's not good enough. Tried your best and you're good at it. That's nonsense. What the fuck? I know what's going to happen if I cut it short. It's just going to do that. It's going to get springier and springier. And why should that be shorter than the rest? It has to be the same length. Fuck. What's happening back here? I haven't got time to set up all this shit. Just tell me. Just tell me. I can't be bothered setting it all up. Alright, fine. I'll use your fucking mirror system. What is that? Is that plastic showing? Is that part of my base that's hanging over the base? What is that? Why is it showing? Tell me what that is. Quickly, I can't see it properly. Because a mirror is not a good enough method of looking at the side of your own head. What is that? Is that plastic that's exposed? Why is it rustling? It's fucking rustling. You should be able to see a difference between these two mirrors. This is the one I just had in my hand and this is the new one that I just bought. Scratched to shit and old, brand new and just got a bit of dust on it. Don't make fucking loud noises this time, fan. Don't. Stay. I mean stay. Don't. Dust. Okay. Look at the way it just changes direction and buffs out like that. Fuck. Can you don't go wider? No, you can't. You're an iPhone 11. You can't fucking go wider. Look like a little old lady. Why doesn't it just do that? Fuck. They're dumbasses, man. Fuck. Let's just quickly try to see if I can overcome all this ugliness. Obviously I didn't try very hard with this haircut, but it doesn't matter. That wouldn't make a difference to what I'm looking at right there. I can feel it, I can hear it go. As I pull the hair to cut it, it's making that plastic lifting noise. There's hardly any adhesion under there. That's all good. That's all good to there, and then it goes sprawling at the fucking crown. And they say, "Oh, just send it back for 30-day refund." You can, only if you haven't cut into it. I've got 2 left. Is this normal? Is the crown problem normal for you? If you wear a full topper, do you have the crown problem? Sprawling in every direction, doesn't land where your actual natural crown would be. If you look closely at the crown, is it just sewn in that direction and then come down on that direction, or does it starburst out? Please send links. Don't say you can get it from such and such a name of place. Provide the fucking link. That's expected. And don't send us to a place where it's $500 for a hairpiece. I'm instantly disregarding these two. It's just leave-in conditioner, doesn't have any hold. Hairspray is only a finishing product at the end. There is this that will wet the fuck out of it, but I don't expect it to hold all this down. I don't think I can hold all this down. I don't think I can. I'd have to do this plus heat plus a hat for 2 hours. They should tell you, big letters, clay, paste, gel, wax, hairspray, mousse, straight up, because they're all very, very different from one another. Stay down, you fuck. I would not usually put it in just completely dry. Oh, and I better be careful because there's hardly any hold on this because I'm only using tape. I already see the shine plopping up and down as I move my... Oh, I can feel it. My thumb just went underneath it. But admittedly, that is the spot where the hair is sitting on a... You already know, alright? You already know. I don't need to explain it in words for you. You already fucking know. The hair is sitting... The hairpiece is on tape, which is sitting on hair. You know this. If I can't find words, it's not my fault. You've seen it. I could do all this without words, and you'd have to just follow along with your eyes. If you don't have eyes, you probably don't care about hairpieces. I don't understand how the world works for people. Okay, for a start, I don't know when I see people walking around and they don't have a bag. What is going on with that? Do they not have stuff? When you get into a room in your house, is everything you need at your fingertips? Because as you see, just doing this stuff for you, I need a lot of stuff. So imagine if I put it all away each time. It would take fucking forever. Dumping it on the floor isn't good either. So what do? What's the best way to do it? I go into the lounge room where I sleep, because I can't be sleeping in the bedroom because I'm lonely and it's sad and it's quiet and there's no air conditioning. And around my bed are piles. Around my bed are piles of shit everywhere, every fucking where. And I'm constantly, every time I walk out, I've got armfuls of dishes and shit every time. And it just does not end. I don't know where. When you get to somebody's beautiful, lovely, clean house and they get in a clean car and you see they don't carry a bag, are these real people? I would say if you see someone walking down the street and they don't have a bag, kill them. Why? Because they're not real people. They're watchers and they're lizard people, all right? Because why wouldn't they have stuff, huh? Exactly. Help us eradicate the lizard people threat. Do your part. Carry a shotgun. Yes, you see, but he didn't interpret it as a joke. Oh shit, really? So he really went ahead and killed all those people? you know when I'm joking and when I'm not, right? Basically, I don't tell you that I'm joking. I just assume you put 2 and 2 together because logic. But in all seriousness, go around with a shotgun and fucking kill those lizard people. People without bags are definitely lizard people. Why the fuck else would they be walking around without a bag? What they've just done. If you go and see the car they came out of and the building they're going into because they just forgot to bring something back into the car where they store stuff also, they're lizard people. And as we all know, lizard people are out to destroy humanity and take over the world and kill everybody. So we have to defend ourselves in advance. This is not holding at all. It's going to keep sticking up. What the serious fuck? I don't know what to do. This hairpiece sucks shit. Just like the other two did. These cannot at all fit in the new zone. These are too small. In fact, this one is not even cut out via STENCIL. This is a full out of the box hair system that I've just shoved on my head without making it into a hairpiece, except for the fact that I cut the hair. And I don't really intend to reduce the shave zone. I intend to increase it. It was so close to being good, except for the fucking crown problem. Why haven't I heard... I've watched a whole bunch of videos in the making. You've watched me watch this stuff, right? When did you hear anyone mention the crown problem? Did you? I haven't heard anyone mention it. I never heard anyone mention, oh, when you're placing the crown, be sure to order a piece that is 7.5 inches if you've got your fucking crown back there, because most people have very small heads, right? Little baby heads, so that the 7 inches is the fucking crown. And it lands perfectly for everybody, usually, unless you've got a gigantic fucking brain. This is bullshit. The crown problem. Nobody mentioned it. And nobody mentioned the fucking lazy ass workers who didn't stitch properly. How is it if you're stitching something? From here onwards, right? From here onwards, it all goes forward, right? From the crown, it goes all forwards, and then they have to start starbursting so that it starts brushing that way, right? Something like that, right? I don't know what to do when you get here. But when you get to the crown, you wouldn't just go, oh, fuck it, just do anything. You would find one location, one spot exactly, and you'd go outwards from there, right? As I said, the V is locked here, this point here, so this is always going to be forced that way. Yeah, enough, you understand. Alright, so I've had this hat on to try to squash down this fucking Marge Simpson. No, that's bullshit. I'd much rather have that tiny little barely bald spot that I had than have this fucking Christmas tree teepee sticking at the back of my fucking head. You serious? How come nobody talks about this? Is this just a bad batch of 6 hairpieces? Why is no one talking about this? What the fuck is going on here? And then that gap in there, I think it's because the tape is showing through. If I do end up taking this off, I will trace it and I will make a new stencil. The way I would do that, sensibly, is... I don't even know if I've shaved equidistantly to give myself a decent understanding of what the stencil should be like. I would need to take a piece of string, place it over the hairpiece on that mannequin, and just go, right, where's the center? And I'm guessing, always guessing, where the fucking center is. I could measure it. It's a curve though, so where we're measuring from. Then I'll go, right, okay, you cut it wonky. You cut it really wonky. Like, I'd have to cut some bits of this out, you know, to try to contour with this weird shave zone that I've given myself, which was just like a fucking whatever, and then just let's get the fuck out of here. Didn't know I'd be rushing into a Christmas tree scandal. If the hair was longer, with more weight, 4 inches or something, then I'd have to go for a really long hairstyle. I didn't want that. I wanted short back and sides. 2 inches isn't too short. That's not too much to ask. It shouldn't be fucking welcome matting itself up into the stars for fucking 2 inches. 2 inches should just go, yep, I'm heavy enough, I'll just fold. But it's not. It's like fucking, no, you should have chosen 10 feet. If you wanted me to flop down and not be like fucking embarrassing you in front of everybody, I would not leave the house with this fucking thing on. This is just stupid. Yeah, ideally it would have been a good haircut. I've just demanded a refund for the final time from the company who says, oh, we were on holiday, we didn't receive any of your messages saying that you didn't want what we were giving you. Well, a bleach ring around the entire perimeter of it, brown hairpiece. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that shit? I gave you pretty specific instructions, but you ignored them. I asked for updates. You didn't give me any. I was left in the dark the whole time. I felt awkward talking to you because of all the silent treatment. And then at the last minute, like after I'd forgotten I even ordered it and gave you all my money, you sent me back that shit. You're fucking kidding me. And I said, listen, I would have promoted it if it was good. I've had 1.4 million views, 250,000 hours of people watching my videos. There'd be some interest in a good product. You should have made it good and then people would have seen it and then you would have got money. Instead you get 0. So now I'm on to the next company. I'm going to try and get them to make some shit that I like. Bleached roots, 7.5 inch crown. Send me photos. When you stitch that crown, I want to see it all coming out like a perfect little starburst. I don't want it sitting in this fucking... Don't give a fuck. Just go all sideways and then just do that. That's nonsense. Yeah, and I want bleached roots. Is that too much to ask? Well, fuck you. And it's not like I'm going to start my own hair company and hire people and just go, all right, here's what we're going to do now. And they're like, huh? What? But we never did that before. They wouldn't understand what I was saying. I'm speaking in English. Like, yeah, blonde roots. 0 colour to the roots. Let's go for fucking nothing. Let's albino the motherfucking bullshit out of those roots right now so they don't look like there are roots. Like there's the doll hair effect going on. Let's get rid of that shit once and for all. And that they'll spend days with like fucking bubbles and like chemicals and shaking things up and looking at things under the light, trying to figure out what I meant. And then they'll come back after 10 months of me waiting. Every month I'm spending 10 grand to get this whole thing operational. And they go, sire? And I'll be like, what the fuck is this orange sphere of burnt hair that you've made? We bleached it like you said. That's the only instruction they knew. And then they went, yeah, we figured out that you meant bleach. So we just put fucking all the different types of bleach we could find. They're so fucking stupid. I can't believe how do you fail that? How do you fail that? It's impossible to fail. You would have to have an IQ of like a double-digit IQ to fucking fail that shit. I like that boss. Fuck me. Just do your fucking job. In exchange for money. It's fair exchange, isn't it? It's a fucking fair exchange. Oh, we only know how to do what we've already been told how to do. What, so you don't understand words? Look, get a translator to translate. Oh, right, Chinese doesn't have the word bleach. That's why it didn't work. And you had to fucking use fucking sextants and shit to look at the stars and try to speak to your weird gods to fucking understand what this weird white dude was trying to say. My God. Just hand him some fucking Clairol or some Schwarzkopf and go, boom, just paste this on the back side of the V-loops before you put it down. In fact, if I was starting a new company, I'd reinvent the V-loop. Step one, you don't want some fucking thing that's been held down there so it can't move that way. You'd invent a new base lock-in system so that it would just stay in. It might even entail becoming thicker throughout the base and becoming thinner around, well, the front hairline really, because the rest is going to blend in with your hair, so this other area can be fat as fuck. Then you get, you know, a nice big fat base where you could just chunk in a hair with a circle on the end of it, like one of these dangerous fucking Chinese made fucking pens that when you press in it just slices through your finger, right? The hair would be like this, and have a tiny little follicle type thing in there, and then you just melt the shit over and it sits in there. It would be smaller, I'm just giving you a large scale interpretation, and then it couldn't come out, right? I'm just really glad that heater came back on because it's fucking cold outside and I don't want to be part of the world outside until the wake. That's when I want to be part of it. And I won't be taking this hat off in public, that's for sure. Family members I haven't seen for 30 years.
That's just the most enough. I don't, that's crazy. Heartbreaking. Should be yours. That's crazy. He's sitting there going, hey.
I went down the street in the sunshine for the first time with this hairpiece. I had a shower and dried. That was weird, not being able to feel anything. The concern about this back crown area, for some reason it's not as bad coming out of the shower, but lying in bed overnight fluffed it up and forced it to stay up. After the shower though, without putting any hair product, I just put, you know, conditioning spray, it sort of seemed to stay. Now I have almost, it looks almost seamless in all the mirrors I've looked at, except for the bad haircut. One side is not cut short enough, and the other side, like here I think, is not short enough. I haven't cut it properly. And this front design, it just looks terrible. Plus, I think I'd look better if I didn't have all this unruly stubble. I'm thinking I might go shorter here. I've spoken to Lord Hair about making some custom pieces for me since the last company didn't come through, and hopefully they'll give me a refund. One of my other returns is stuck in China at customs. They never received it, but the latest one, which I thought would be brilliant, which was supposed to be, you know, hybrid lace and poly perimeter with blonde roots, they didn't do it properly. I showed you the video on a previous clip. This one now, hopefully I'm going to reorder this one through Lord Hair as a custom piece, as it's, how much for 10 of them? They're not offering me a very good price, surprisingly. Like, yeah, I think they're trying to trick me or something, because, you know, when you buy 10 instead of 1, you expect a discount. That's why you would buy 10, right? Anyway, they're offering me some discount, but it's just not logical the way they're expressing that. And I made a poster for them. Hopefully I'll grab that off my computer now if I remember to edit this nicely, and I will put sign to self, put that, what am I doing with my hand? Stop, pause, watch the video for a second. Hey, stop. Right, put it in here now. This is the poster I sent to them, showing them how I want it done. Unless I'm not showing you the picture, it won't make any sense, but right in this picture, I've shown the good way and the bad way. The bad way is the way they've always done it. Don't bleach the roots. And the good way is what I've shown them, which is clearly showing that the roots need to be bleached before you put on the seal, the liquid poly seal. So hopefully they can achieve that, and they haven't got some wondrous method of doing the stuff that the last company did when they messed it up, which is bleach a strip of blonde through some hairs and get the needlers or the stitches to try to aim, and it'll just be all messy and blonde all around the edge for the first inch or so, which is absolutely intolerable. They need to do it the way I've said. That first method was a method that I had to sort of accommodate with this other company, and I said, well, you know what? Why don't you just do it the right way? Just turn it over before you seal it. I don't know why it's hard for them. Really, I really don't know why it's hard. I think they've got a Ford production line type setup, and asking for an extra step to be inserted in. That's not how their custom system has worked in the past. They just have it made and then they sew it, and there's no extra step they will allow. Or something closed-minded like that. That's from all the companies. Hopefully they will just do as I ask, because I'm paying for custom. So it's not hard what I'm asking. I don't know how fragile it is when, you know, nothing's been sealed and you want to try to bleach it and so on. But bleaching doesn't need to be rough, and I think it's totally doable. I think it's really actually very easy. They're flipping the hair pieces at the end and sealing them. Just one step more. Bleach them before you seal them. Now that involves wetting all the hairs and all these other things, and it would probably increase drying times and things that would slow down their production line or whatever. But I don't care. They should have figured this out, and any company that does this will dominate the industry, there's no doubt. This little cartoony thing that's going off the side of my head, I think I'd be better off just having a short 2-inch haircut all over. Avoiding sproingage, obviously. The tape has remarkably been holding itself down. Even back here where it's only stuck to hair. It looks bad when it's not, you know, presented. That's the chunk that looks bad. Like, need to get rid of that. Too much length there. Unless I did the division in the middle and did curtains, but parting to the side just does not work. Yeah, you want to part from the middle if you're going to have hair like this, and you'll be use your actor, Gary, one of those sort of actors' hairstyles. But what I've got going on doesn't work. But as I tried to style it today, it didn't sit right until I sort of parted it to the side, which seemed like the easiest way to brush it. And that came back in, and when it was wet, it seemed to all work. But now that it's sprawled out, it just looks kind of terrible. So I might go back and give myself a haircut and potentially make it back up. Now, in terms of cutting the stencil differently, like trimming around there and adhering to my shave zone, well, we know that my shave zone is just experimental at the moment. And also, I feel like coming wide here and wide here, obviously equal distance from the ears and the neck and everything, does look more naturally like hair falls on your head. I looked at the back of some guy's head at the cafe I was at today, and I thought, that's how a hairpiece would look as well, because it's sort of bulkier and then it goes lighter towards the neck. So you can't tell if it's a hairpiece or not. My concerns have been growing since I've worn this thing, right? Because with the front partial, I just have to worry about the flop over here and the hairline here. And also those little stupid corners that I've finally got rid of. Oh my God, I've got to stop and appreciate that. The fact that they're gone, they were awful, and I can't believe it. Anyway, I'm going to watch a bit of the Olympics and get back to fucking editing. There's so much. I feel like I've just climbed 3 mountains, and I look up and I see there's a gigantic mountain range ahead of me, up ahead. Like I've barely even started. I've released 7 episodes of this. My first full topper. I think Hairpiece. That's what it's called, I think. I've been trying to find an STL file of something that might fit the Remington slide-on comb guard. this might work. This is for a Remington HC 810, 50 millimeters. It's 2 inches. If this could work, I don't think the Remington's going to have enough suction power to get it up, but it could help me. We'll see. So I've chucked it into Cura, which is the program you use when you're trying to change things from an STL file into a G code that your 3D printer will understand. And I chucked it on the little micro SD card, shoved it in here, and hopefully this will all fit and be the right size. We'll see. Might work, might not. This is a 25mm. It won't be as nice as this when it's finished printing, but let's hope the clicking mechanism works. This is going to be 50mm instead of 25, so this is 1 inch, 25mm, 50mm is 2 inch. Let's hope it works. It's a 15-hour print, but I've sped it up to 300% printing speed, so hopefully it won't create errors. So far so good. Now let's just check to see how this is going. Alexa, turn on the light. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have set it to 300% speed. What have I got left here? Uh-oh. There's a fucking knot back here. Alright. Been printing nothing for hours. Interestingly, in both failed prints, they both made it this tall before they failed. Maybe there's something wrong with the model rather than my printer. Nah, this couldn't have fit anyway. Unless it broke down and became narrower further down. This is a wake-up hair. I haven't really fixed it with a haircut, but it's not, conforming to the head. I'm gonna get this over and done with quickly so I can get on with my day. Also, I really want to start cleaning up this bathroom. This tape is holding up all right. It doesn't look great, but it's holding, really. It's been 0 degrees, so not in the house. Here it's 19.5. I keep forgetting I have no backups. No backups at all. If anything goes wrong with this, I have to go ahead and take one of my last 2 hair systems and convert it. Which is better than having no backup hair systems. I'm just saying I have no backup hair pieces. It is really coming in handy being able to differentiate between hair system and hairpiece. Yeah, it's really easy, much easier to cut the hair lots on a head rather than flopping around on a mannequin. Also, worrying about all the hairs coming out. Obviously, I think that red eye that I had was from microscopic hair that must have gotten stuck in my eye, really. You'll often see that I'm holding it up and cutting it and taking the hair and pushing it in the sink, right? Because I don't want to have to deal with the mess. But when you're trimming, there's no room for that anymore, unfortunately. I feel like the center, this whole center area, it's got some good hold to it, unbelievably. I'm not pulling hard though, I'm really worried that the tape is completely weak. But it's stronger than I expected. The rustling hasn't bothered me much. The main thing that's bothered me is that this is not stuck down because I haven't cleared an area for it in terms of making a bigger shave zone. Which I want to do right at this very second, but because it would mean taking off the hairpiece again. And I'm always worried about the crown. The crown has been weirdly, the most weirdly... I'm afraid to cut any more hair out of the crown. When I went to that $58 hairdresser, who gave me a trowel faz. Trowel faz is just some weird, ridiculous name of some, maybe, I don't know if I stole it from a comic book, like, or a sort of cartoon like Catch the Pigeon or something. Trowel faz, it just seemed like somebody who's completely dopey or something. He gave me a trowel faz haircut, like Dumb and Dumber. It was 4 inches on the top center and then 2 inches around the edges, so it just landed like a mushroom. I don't know where the long bits of hair are back here, but it's hard. Yeah, I'll have to get the double mirror set up to do it. You know what, I was embarrassed for a second thinking, oh no, I'm gonna have to look at the bald spot in the back of my head. It's gone. The colour matching is amazing. Now I did dye all of my hair. I probably shouldn't have before I compared. But also it's wet, so that's sort of cheating a bit. I really just don't like these chunks sticking out here like this. It's really bad visibility compared to using the camera system. And it's all shaky like this, right? I can barely see what's going on. You have to come right in. Whatever you do, you're going to have to build something because bathrooms generally don't have, like the sink is, I'm going to have to sit on the wet sink in order to get closer. I don't really want to do that because then I won't be able to film because I'd be back here like this if I really wanted to see. How's your visibility now? I guess I could do this. And as you know, I can't cut my hair with one hand. I'm just having a quick look. What's causing that giant chunk back here? Is that part of the crown problem? Or is that because it's sitting on top of my natural hairs and it's causing a bump slightly there? Yeah, it's maybe it would go away. No, I think there's a chunk. It feels like it's denser. Yeah. Sorry, it's really hard to film and worry about, you know, all this stuff at the same time with a mirror, because I've got no hands left. You know, once I've got the reverse camera system. You know what I'm saying? Just set this up from the ceiling. Don't be a pussy. This has put sprinkles of stubble all over the sink anyway, and has done a much worse job of shaving my face than my other razor. So it looks like this one's just going to be for hair. And it always cuts me as well. The blades are too far apart or something. It's not really designed to be for beards. I wrote a Facebook post about my auntie and how much it devastated me, and that there was no closure for her and for other people, and the end of life is messy. It doesn't all wrap up in a nice bow. And I got a bunch of people sending their condolences and so on, but my cousin, her daughter, took offense, so I deleted it. It took me 10 hours from the soul to write that, but instant. That's like book burning. Just delete history. My sister, who wrote a light-hearted little tribute, you know, because her life's been so good and she got lots of friends, she got like hundreds of people going, oh my god, I'm so sorry, blah, blah, blah. But it's so nice that she was happy towards the end, because my sister's just a manipulating liar, right? Anyway, she told the poor people what they wanted to hear and she got pats on the back for it. I went and dug down deep into my soul and examined reality for what it is, etc. And most people just went, all right, well, condolences. But my cousin, whose daughter, I mean, if you lose your mum, you trump everybody else, right? In terms of who needs the most sympathy. So I cared more about her feelings than my own, and so I just deleted my work. It was useful for the human race to have read what I wrote. Really useful. Not many people have read it though. It's not like a massive thing. I got to change the name and republish it elsewhere somewhere if it was ever found. There's so much content now, it's just ridiculous. Anyway, I deleted it the moment I saw a response. Anyway, that's how history gets deleted from people who are offended. I haven't set up anything and I can't see because I haven't got my glasses on, but I have an itch on the back of my head under the hairpiece. I've never been itchy under my front partial before, so it's strange to me that I'd be itching under here. Now I question whether or not it's the plastic just rubbing against my scalp, or it's actually the glue, the tape itself. Given that there's no itch around the perimeter at all, I figure it's most likely, and it's also none of those spaces where you saw that stuff growing out of my brains. But here, now I thought I'd just quickly lift up the back of the hairpiece and get under there. Right, just lift it up quickly, just pull a bit back, scratch it, and then squeeze it back down. That's what's always happened with the Ultra Hold glue I've been using over the years. But this tape, it feels like if I pull, it's going to hurt. I don't know how that's possible. Most of the tape is actually on the exterior. It must be because it's stuck to hairs here. Because if I did it at the front, and I don't want to test this just in case the tape really is as good as that, it would be awesome if it really does hurt to remove. That would be amazing. Like, all these years of me using this fucking shit when I could have been using tape that actually held. Because I was worried about not being able to stick it back down after it lifted when I sweat or whatever. Now, admittedly, I haven't been sweating much since I've been wearing this hairpiece. So I haven't had a proper test yet. But I have had a shower. A steamy shower with, steam. Watches are under warranty for wetness, but not for showers, because the steam can get in to the cracks and cause water to get through the waterproofing. So they apparently don't guarantee against showers, only pools and the ocean and stuff. But I've always showered with my watch if I need to. So occasionally there have been problems, but I think that was usually when it was cheaper. So this current hairpiece does not fit around the edges because it's too big for the shave zone. But I think I will want to keep it this width, and therefore I will shave the rest of this out when it comes time, when I can be bothered. I've just released my first video where I stuck a hairpiece to my head. Lots of editing, fuck me. Anyway, I hope you find them entertaining. I've tried to go to a bit more effort than usual. They're about 45 minutes to an hour, 25 minutes mostly. They're all pretty much less than 90 minutes. I was going to release a 24-hour video until I realized that YouTube wouldn't allow it, so I just slowly dribbled out what I can be bothered editing at a time. It's a lot of work though, trust me. Putting this thing up has been a huge amount of work. I'm much happy with what this is able to do now. Look at it. It's pretty good. So even here, it's like, so I got rid of any tripod type heads. I've gotten rid of all the wonkiness up there. This has been solidified because it's back to its original configuration. And now the rotation is simply happening here. So that's all really well fixed. It's all very, very smooth, okay? Still got the extension arm, etc. And I may start loosening this if I, want to be able to pull things closer and further away with more ease. Because I don't think it would slide out just from the weight of the phone. But I have been considering going back to getting that Niwa light, because those little clamp-on lights that I've been using that just stick onto the end of the phone are just no match for that Niwa light that was really actually good. It's just that it was a kilogram, and I always worry about this ball here. Because the friction on that is based on this screw, and so the whole reason it moves up and down and everything else is because that's got some tension to it. And if it doesn't, then it fails. So I'm pretty happy with what's been built here though. Any wonkiness now appears to be coming simply from that. However, this tripod plate is connecting to that ball. So the base of that ball would come down with probably a female socket, go through that plate, and I assume there's an upward facing screw in there that might be able to be tightened to remove any of that wonk, because I don't think there's any wonk coming between this hole here and that there. And I just love it when there's no wonk whatsoever. If we can get rid of it, it'll be much more stable and beautiful. But at the moment, something's happening between this ball and the base where this connects like a tripod plate. Ooh, there's somebody in the shower. I gotta go, something just came up. It really has become so frustratingly itchy now that I do have to get in here behind here. It doesn't look real, it looks so fake. What's going on there? Is the colour even matching anymore? I don't know what's going on. I have to get in here and scratch under here because I don't know what it is. Alright, so I'm going to get in under here. We're going to try to remember this spot because that's where the itch is right there. Right there. Is there a bit of tape there or nothing? It is so actually tight, this glue hole, that I'm actually going to have to use some alcohol. Now that's a good hold. What the hell's going on there? Okay, I can feel it. It's very slimy, the tape. It's weird. It's so slimy when you've... With the alcohol, it's really helps. And I can see here that it is, in fact, sticking onto hairs. So I don't know if it would stick just as well to non-hairs. So some tape there, and where's the itch? Is it the tape that's causing the irritation? Maybe it is, I can't... It seems like it is. And also I don't know whether or not to be grateful for the tape being super sticky or for it sticking to the hairs. I don't know. It's tugging there and there where it's touching the hairs, so tape sticks really well to hair. I wonder if it sticks just as well to skin. That remains to be seen. Now in there, it had a little bit of stick to the stubble, but not nearly as much as the hair there and there. In the future I am thinking I will cut that out. So I will be going to see my family, that's the next event, extended family, at my auntie's wake. Also, I do have auditions and things in the meantime usually, but it's always sporadic. I never know when those begin. So this giant bulge that has happened, it seems to have gone away mostly. Okay, I've got a new itch here. Let's see what's on there. Spot right there. I'm not going to move my finger. It's right here. I just had a shower, and there's a fair bit of shedding going on with all of these hairpieces. I just watched the making of these of poly hairpieces, and because there are no knots tying it into anything, there's always a disclaimer. Tell your clients, that's me and you, that it's going to be a short-lived hairpiece. It won't last longer than a month. Now, I was always confused. What do you mean it won't last? See, when people don't give an explanation for why something's going to become a problem, how the fuck am I supposed to know what's going on? The answer is just as I supposed. The V-loops tug out one by one as you brush and wash and move your hair around. Now, I'm wanting to get bleached roots, and so what's going to happen if some of them pull halfway out, there'll be a little blonde speck coming halfway along lots of hairs as they shed. I'm hoping that shedding will be minimized by a tight, compact oven cook or whatever the hell they do after pasting on the liquid poly to seal it at the end after they've bleached it. I'm in correspondence now with a second company to try to get this made for me, but it's all like a big deal for them because they've got a production line type outfit, and they only do modifications based on what they already know how to do, which is shit. I looked at the methods they're using right across the board throughout their factory in some of these videos, and I was thinking, oh, you're making these people work so hard for no reason. There are far better machine-based ways of getting this done. Individually taking each hair and threading it through, doing a special knot, or pushing it through, or just pulling it through without a knot to create more flatness in the case of V-loops. But they have no hold of any kind. So, like, I mean, if you had an array of pins going straight into something, they could go through some poly at the spacing or pattern you want based on the eject. Like, if you set up, how many hairs do you reckon are in here? There is a number, I don't know what it is, but let's just say that if we, take each foot long hair that's become 6 foot times 2 by folding it in half, and we just count each individual hair. Don't talk about a foot long hair at all, just talk about how many 6-inch long hairs there are in this hairpiece, in this hair system when you first buy it. Let's just say there are 10,000. I don't know. It's a lot of hard work for somebody's wrist to do that all day, taking these individual finicky hairs, and there's a system where people are brushing them into position, making them all set up and ready and knocked and lined up ready for the next person who's dyed it or whatever, and then the next person's threading it, and there are other people creating the poly bases and the lace bases and so on. Everyone's got their own individual job. So bringing in a request like mine and saying, I want you to add an extra part to your layer of system, were you bleaching after threading? That's not, cannot compute. Anyway, if you had an array with 10,000 hairs going into some stretched out round thing, that can later be morphed over the shape of some kind of rounded dome. That can be morphed over some kind of rounded dome like this. I can't turn you that way. You could just mass produce thousands of hair pieces a day without anyone having to individually do hair by hair. They might have to initially, because there's no machine to just sift one hair into a needle hole or whatever needs to happen. So maybe they have to lay down one hair at a time into each pin holder, so that when the machine is ready, you just go boom, do one tray at a time, lock a hair in. Even if you did it as a V-loop, just because the way they have better handling of each individual hair is that they've folded it into a little loop, and so that they can flick it out of, like if you're holding like 7 or 8 hairs, there are 7 or 8 little loops which are easier to handle than an individual fiddly thing that a human finger's very bad at handling. Right, so if we look at some of these hairs that have just shed out of the system, they're kind of easier to see now because they're wet. But if you had to handle one individual hair as a strand like that, it's harder to handle than if it was looped like that, in which case you could kind of just grab it. They're grabbing it because it's looped, it's easier. and then it flicks into a position. Then they use their little hook thing to just thread it through the poly or the lace base, and either do a little maneuver where it knots, or just hook it and it just pulls through as a V-loop, which is the most basic thing without any knots. And then you jostle it into the direction you need it to go. Interestingly, V-loops are known to have to be in one direction and not freely moving in both directions. And then there were things that I didn't remember the names of, such as split knots and double hair knots, and I don't remember the names. There are methods of tying or stitching these hairs into the bases. Some allow for more maneuverability in terms of brushing the hair after it's on your head, and V-loops are one of the worst for that. It looked, when I looked at how they were tracing out what the design of the crown should be, which they said was the hardest part, which means that I should have saved money as a partial wearer all those years, because they would have never had to sew in the crown for me. I didn't want the crown. I wanted the crown not to be there. But they always charged me more money to get a flat, just all hairs on a rectangle in one direction. Much easier. But once again, that request required them to go outside of the norm. They just have a system where it's all dome all the time, and partials are like, oh, we'd have to set up a different building. No, you don't. Just fucking use a rectangle this time and just... the other thing is, they've got domes that are locked to their tables in all the examples I saw. There's no way for that thing to rotate so that they can sew in a nice spirally type crown so that the hairs can, be made to go in the direction that's sensible. They've got to angle their wrist according to the direction that this thing's locked to the table, I think. I'm sure they can lift the hairpiece and move it and just do that each time. But it adds too much effort. It's easy to just go straight across, straight across, straight across, straight across. And that's why you get fucked up, shitty crowns. That's why I've got a crown problem, and you probably have got a crown problem too. If you don't, please tell me and everyone else in the comments below how you don't have a crown problem. Is your hair longer? Was the crown sewn better than usual? Have you had crown problems before and you don't have one now? Tell us all the things we need to know about your crown experiences without us having to ask questions to get information out of you. Know in advance what questions we might ask, then fill in all those details so that crown information can help everyone. If you say a one-word answer and you're just sort of flirting with us, come and ask more questions, then fuck you. I go out of my way to answer all your questions in advance. I don't say, click here to find out more. Right? Just fucking answer all the questions that we would ask in your response. Why the fuck is crown making so bad in factories? Some of them I saw, they've drawn a star shape, which sort of like approximates the multiple directions where hairs could change direction. But I've seen on close inspection, sometimes all the hairs are going that way, then there's a star and it's all just going horizontal. So from let's say vertical to horizontal, there's just an immediate change. There's no seaming, there's no blending of the directions like on a human head. So it becomes like a starburst directional pattern. And it's not like human hairs don't have limitations in terms of the ways they can be brushed. I know all about it. I've got curly hair. It doesn't fucking want to be brushed in certain ways all the time. And the same, like, think about when you shave your neck or whatever, right? The hairs are gonna be shaven easier in one direction over another because they are coming out of your skin on an angle. They're not coming all straight out of your head and face. So, yeah. It's to be expected that hairs will, protrude on an angle of some sort. I'm just asking that we give the hairs the best opportunity to be brushed in any direction. And that would entail probably some kind of injection. Now, I started with this idea of 10,000 pins with hairs all connected to them, right? It go through, like with the pins. I don't know the best way to do it, but imagine that you've got a sheet. Even if it was a dome shape, you could have the pins, instead of in a flat array going forward, you come in multiple directions, right? Either way. the end of the pins could be dipped in some kind of plastic that really doesn't want to come off the hair. Very small, like the tip of a fingernail or something, right? Something that locks it in. Something so small that when you've got 10,000 of them on your scalp inside, encased in plastic, it won't be a problem. So instead of V-looping a hair that is locked to its brother, right? You just have an individual hair with a guitar string end to it. Every string on this steel string guitar down inside here has an eyelet. I don't know why somebody threaded that. That's not usual. This is weird. I've never seen this. This is never. Okay. I've never seen anyone thread something like that. So no use for it. You could definitely kill somebody with that straight away. Boom, like around the neck. I'm not asking for that level of complexity, but if it was going through the poly sheeting and you just poked a hole through with that and it came through and stopped because of the poly sheeting with that on every hair, you don't want bloody lumps all over the place. It has to be very small. The alternative would be just bend the end of the hair like a little L, which could potentially enable you to make 2 hair pieces at a time very quickly, which I'm not going to get into right now. But just imagine you do have a little locking mechanism at the base. The knot pre-exists with its own soil almost, right? It can't pull out through the poly unless you yank it out and sort of like make it give birth to the hair. It's locked in, right? And there'd just be 10,000 of them. Make them small enough so they can sit side by side. Put the end of the hair on a needle so it goes shunk straight through. Or potentially even have an entire tube with a hair inside it and the entire needle is a foot or 6 inches long or whatever, and the whole needle, so just to make things easy for like a vacuum, 1 hair at a time, somehow it stops and remains because the straw that it gets sucked into only tolerates a straight hair, and they're all Indian hair, so they're all straight basically. And it would just sit in there and it'd be waiting now, and the end of the hair can just be like, you can rub on a little bit of whatever the fuck this is, right? It's too big for this hair now to pull out through the straw, but once the straw needles have gone through, all 10,000 of them at a time, boom, this would all happen. You'd line it all up maybe with vacuum. The vacuum goes on for this one, then this one, then this one. You'd have a pedal on your foot to go confirmed, 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 back, fix mistake, empty tube, reverse, fix, confirmed, 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 with the foot until we get an automated system that just does the confirmed automatically and loads those hairs in the same way that a paper feeder on a modern printer just feels that one piece of paper has been drawn out without requiring the dot matrix holes on the edge that you've got to rip off with perforation like in the 80s. So in the meantime, we can use what I've just said, right? Just put tubes. They'll be needle small. Poly repairs itself. If you break through a hole that big, it'll just go shunk and shrink back down again. So it doesn't matter. Make them thin enough. The entire straw could be the width of this guitar string, or maybe, what is this, a G? There's a D, right? So maybe make like an A string. This is, I don't know. An E string's probably a bit wide in most cases. Maybe make it like an A string, the second from the bassiest on the guitar, which I could go and source out of this guitar. There's probably one in here, but I'm not going to find it. Doesn't matter, you can imagine it. Alright. hair goes in, feed it through manually if you want to do it downways and use gravity to sort of, but suction would work better. So right, just feed each hair. Maybe there's always suction, and it's, you know, probably never going to happen that it's going to suck in a whole bunch of hairs at once. So it doesn't matter if they're all on at the same time. And you just go near the hole, right, and the hairs just go trying to go in the vacuum, because the whole thing, all straws, all 10,000 in this array, are just constantly vacuuming from a single vacuum source. And because the back of each hair has got a little nub pre-attached to it from some method you've used for that shit, it'll stop, you go tunk, and just can't suck any further because that will be tied on, right? And the little green light will show, yes, there's a motion sensor in there that says, yes, there's a hair in there now, fully loaded, and it's come all the way down to the base without being bent inside the tube. And also, if this part was weak to the hair, it would break off and the hair would go and just get sucked into the vacuum cleaner to be discarded or whatever, because it was never attached properly, and that's a good way to do some control quality at the same time. So 10,000 needles like this, side by side. Here's what two of them might look like side by side, which approximates the distance of how you'd expect two hairs to come out of a hairpiece. I'm showing you that well enough, right? Now just do that in multiple directions, blah, blah, blah. Now there's 4 side by side, right? I'm not going to ruin the string by folding it hard, but I'm just showing you how much space in the universe 4 of these straws with hairs inside them might take up side by side. Now these needles that are filled with straws, which have a little locking mechanism on the base of them, much smaller than this, by the way. That's a big lump to be having 10,000 of those all over your head. I'm guessing 10,000, of course. They all just get injected, when it comes time, straight into the poly sheeting or whatever else. Now that sounds like a lot of effort, but if you look at the amount of effort they're going to at the moment to individually knit hairs in, it seems slower than what I've just said. This is just off the top of my head before I've explored the ideas. This is the sort of thing you would brainstorm if you were building a company that's going to be manufacturing thousands of hair pieces, and it's going to take thousands and thousands of man hours, which is going to cost money. You would look at the amount of effort that these people have to go to. These people still need to be hired because they need to load the machines. These vacuum things that will just have needles. Now, what does it feel like to accidentally be on the wrong side of like 10,000 needles going thunk? They don't even need to go fast. You could lower the plastic sheeting over the up-facing needles, whatever you want to do, right? Make it safe as you want. Put a barrier around it so you can't get pricked. Obviously, machines are dangerous. If you put your fingers inside the machine or engine or the belt of a car, you'd fucking lose your fingers. If you stood in front of a car, you'd die. Okay, so don't give me shit about machines being dangerous. We all know they are, right? If this guitar string accidentally flicked over here into this electrical socket, I'd get 240 volts straight through my body right now. Okay, this thing could poke me in the eye. There are dangers everywhere in the world. I'm not trying to maximize the dangers. They're playing with hooks as it is. So it's not like I'm increasing danger. But what I'm doing is maximizing efficiency in terms of thinking it through a little bit. And also, what we've got at the moment is not good enough. Lace slips out. It's not tied in any way whatsoever. That little ball on the end of each hair method would create an anchor point. It's probably not the best anchor point possible. I mean, hair on its own could be knotted as they do. So you could tie maybe a little knot in the base of each hair and then trim off the excess, and that could be an anchor enough. If you put the hair through a machine and it went, now it's a knot, or a double knot to make it extra big. I mean, it doesn't make, like if you took all the hairs and just dunked them in some wax or something that would just not fall off, plastic wax of some sort, whatever, and each individual hair had its own little ballage, I don't know. It's probably not better than a knot. If you could tie a knot and it could not penetrate through poly when you yanked it too hard, I mean, obviously it should yank out if you yank it really hard, but there'd be a little hair on the end. Anyway, I don't know. I'm just guessing that these are some of the ideas that could be used. I'm not seeing enough. Well, I've just shown you that it sheds. And they also provide warnings that it's going to shed and not have a good lifespan. Instead of having a warning saying this doesn't work, fix it. That's all I'm saying. It's not just all I'm saying, I'm giving you some ideas about how to fix it as well. That's just initial ideas. With the bleaching of the roots, that's fucking obvious, right? Just bleach the fucking roots before you sell any hairpiece ever, because nobody wants fucking doll's hairlines throughout their hairpiece because it looks fake as fuck. That is just common sense. Why does everyone need to choose bleached roots with lace pieces, which have little black squished ants all over the head? Because it looks fucking shithouse if you don't. Nobody would want to wear it. And I don't even understand why they would give you the option of buying one that does not have bleached knots. In terms of poly, the only option is unbleached. There's no other bleached option at all. I'm having to push shit uphill, and they're making it seem like it's diarrhea I'm trying to push up the hill. No, it's fucking basic, just hard, compacted, well-fed, fiber-fed motherfucking shit that can easily roll up a very slow steepness grade fucking hill. Little mound, I wouldn't even call it a hill. Just lift it up and put it there. That's how big the hill is. Just, it's done. Just fucking bleach the back of that shit and fucking seal it. Don't seal it before it's bleached. That's just irresponsible and stupid. And yet you've got thousands of people with no other option. Even though the way capitalism works is that if your product is better, people will come to you for the right price. So fucking just make it as good as you can. Why wouldn't you? You know, I think there's a company in America called FUBU, For Us, By Us. This is an African-American thing, I think, a reference to we're making the clothes that we like for ourselves, and our community will all appreciate this stuff, right? I am part of the hair-wearing community. So if you want to be more community-minded, I'm a voice that could be listened to in this regard. But I think there's a wall between the Chinese manufacturers and all of us, the people who wear the shit and have troubleshooted for many years what the problems are. And it's not like I have held back and been like, oh, I want to just ask politely, excuse me. I've been blatantly degrading of all the shit that they've done wrong. So I'd be the one you'd go to at least read through my commenters' suggestions and see what the discussions are, because I am I'm trying to get people to talk about and figure out how to solve these problems. I know that we don't have the power to go and raid the factory and force them to do what's required to make these hairpieces realistic and durable and thin and all the other things, right? And go to the glue companies and say, make it fucking stick better, you pieces of shit. But we can discuss it online, and if they have any morals or ethics at all, they'll read it regularly, every day, as part of their job description, so they can constantly make improvements instead of stagnating. This is what we've always done, we're not moving, we're not changing. If you want to make a request, we're already raking enough money as it is. Who cares? We don't give a fuck. We're rich. Okay, if you're rich, if you're already making heaps of money, can you double the pay that those ladies are getting in the stitching room floors and everything? That would be even more rich. Not only are you rich, but everybody in your organization comes to work in a Mercedes-Benz or whatever, right? Just increase the amount of money you're making. And how do you do that? More sales. How do you get more sales? Have a better product that everyone buys for a good price that they're all happy with. And they'll just keep coming back forever because you're the best. So, fix it. Bleach the roots. Make sure the hairs can be brushed in any direction. Especially at the crown, where you have admitted there are huge problems. Make sure the hairs don't fall out, because V-loops are just not good enough. But knots cause other problems as well. So solve that all. Just solve it. It looks to me like you've got the crown problem, you've got the crown problem, bleached roots problem, and shedding problem. They seem like your main big three issues. I'd say number one at that list is unbleached roots. You have to bleach the fucking roots, right? Just do that first, given how fucking easy it is. You've got all the V-loops sticking out the back of every hairpiece, and then you're just pasting on fucking liquid poly and just putting it in the oven and then selling it as is. All I'm asking you to do is just fucking put some bleach on there, rinse it and dry it, and then put the poly on before putting it in the oven and selling it. It's like one extra tiny step, and it will massively make these hairpieces work instead of looking like they've got fucking doll's hairlines all through them. How can you not do that? You've got a responsibility to do that. And it's fucking obvious as well. To anybody who wears hair, right? It's obvious to us. We don't want fucking doll's hairlines throughout the whole piece. Just make the roots invisible so that hairs look like they're actually coming out of our skin. You're so close. You've done such a good job so far. Just fix that one little thing to start with. Then we'll start dealing with shedding problems because the V-loops are not packed in tight enough because the poly's like not sealing it down, or it's not cooking in the oven well enough to compact that hair and then just lock it down enough or something. I don't know. You can work in that as well. At the same time, get a different division of your organization to just like nut it out. I want to see fucking white texture markers all over fucking windows from geniuses with like nerd glasses, wearing like arm pad fucking shit. Use your scientists, your R&D team, whatever, right? Just get it done. Don't just continue pumping out cheap plastic shit that breaks and it doesn't look good. There's no point. We'll keep looking for the ultimate solution, all of us, as consumers, so that we get the best product we can have for ourselves, so we don't get laughed at from people who are pointing and staring. That guy's wearing a toupee because you fucked up. Don't do that to us. We need it to look real, and we need it to last, and we need it to be not fucking stupidly expensive as well. At the same time, like I say, you mechanize this whole system and your staff will get paid better as well. Okay, so just win, 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 win. If you find that, oh no, this is going to cause a loss, fix that and then continue to keep going. Win, 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 win. All right, just rationalize it through. Humans have been to the moon. You can make a decent hairpiece. Okay, I'm venturing out into the world like this. How's my hair? No styling product, just some of that leave-in conditioner which I've run out of. One of the reasons I'm going to go down the street is because I'm going to buy some more of that stuff. I need to keep a bit more distance. Yeah. Back of the head. Am I shedding? Is it equidistant? Is it weird? Does it look good? The crown's not protruding at the moment, so that's lucky. No real product in the hair. I would go for more style. Oh, there is a lot of shedding going on here. Why didn't you tell me? I asked you to tell me, you didn't tell me. It's all over the place. What are you talking about? Oh, shit. What's going on back here? Oh, fuck me. I'm worried now. That much hair coming out in just one little tug. Where is it all? That's probably a bald spot on the back of my head that I just plucked out just from running my fingers lightly. Oh my god, it's just shedding like crazy. These are all dud pieces. I've had a few in my time where the V loops are not sealed in hard, and it seems to matter a lot more when you wear a full hairpiece like this. I'm starting to doubt whether or not V loops are strong enough for this level of this size, unless the company actually quality checks, make sure that they do some shedding tests, or just do the shedding tests, then refine the method of construction and repair it so that it doesn't happen ever again to any pieces in the future. Don't just have a disclaimer saying, well, this doesn't work. Don't blame us, we've told you it doesn't work. It can work, I've seen it work. Make it so that it works every time. I think I'm going out, bald patch or not, I don't know what's going on back there, but I gotta get out of this fucking house. Okay, this is bright sunshine. I don't feel like it looks very good. I'm in my head. How do the colours blend in direct sunlight? What does it feel like to have a full head of hair again? Interactions with people in the street, shopkeepers. Just bought some vapes and I bought some hair spray from a different place. Walked down the street, didn't notice any difference in the way people treat me. I'm basically invisible in a world of people, like rodents, just crawling all over this globe until we're dead. So what difference did it make? None at all. Would it make a difference if I socialised? Yeah, compared to looking like fucking Mr. Garrison, of course it would. The way I'd be treated. Is it detectable? I have three fears. One is the front hairline, which I've cut it short enough that if the hair blew back, it would probably just fluff back down. It's a bit fluffy at this length, 2-inch hair all over pretty much. Cut it myself. It's not stuck down properly at the back because I haven't cut out a decent shave zone. It's just sort of hair with some tape sticking on top of hair. I need to really get that down because I'm sure if you looked closely, you'd probably detect there was a tape line. I have figured out a way to trace that area. I have bought a liquid white eyeliner pencil or eyeliner pen that should be able to be marked on hair. So if I just marked it out, I'd probably be able to get a decent shave zone traced around the hairs and then just cut on the inside of that with the shaver. That'd probably work. And I could probably improve the scale of it. My biggest concern right now is the hair companies I'm trying to correspond with. It's Sunday, it's always a weekend or a holiday in China, or they've just come back from vacation or they were busy with other things. I've been watching some videos about the creation of hairpieces recently, which I should have learned about years ago, but I never really knew what was going on. Like I didn't even know that the back of a poly hairpiece was liquid and it dried in an oven, and that's how it sort of sealed it in. Even so, everything I've suggested about how to bleach the back of the poly loops in the root system is it still applies. I was never wrong about that. It's always what they need to do in the factory. We can't get in there as, we can't bleach it ourselves. It's sealed in. So it has to be bleached before it's sealed. Simple as that. The fact that companies are reluctant to do this, I just can't get my head around it. It's something they should just do by default with every hairpiece they make. Anyway, that's my concern at the moment, and I've been stressing myself out on forums, having arguments about semantics and whatever. Wasting my life, really. I should be doing other things, but most people just have jobs where you're just digging ditches, either with money or at a computer or in an actual ditch, and then you have a few small moments that you share with other people and then you're dead. That's the way I see life. Unfortunately, I had so much bigger dreams when I was young. I thought everybody would love each other, this would be utopia. But my family's broken to pieces now, so it's all crushed. I don't really feel like starting again at the age of nearly 50. I'm 47. I don't feel like starting again, making new friends and so on. But if I don't, I'll be very lonely. And I already am lonely, but kind of gotten used to it. I'm on a pub crawl. Always live music, it's good. It's Sunday, so it's the one day I've luckily gone for a walk. This is definitely Melbourne with all these wires in the sky. Trams. It made me stop riding the motorbike because the road's too slippery. And cyclists probably slip on it too. Yeah, so places like this where cars have to stop for hours each day, just dripping oil out of their cars. It's the sort of place where you can drive at 1 kilometre an hour and the road just slides underneath your motorcycle. So I kind of stopped because all around my area there are just slippery metal tracks all over the road. I'm on a pub crawl on my own. Made some phone calls because I needed companionship. Took a lot to get through to people, but I feel a little bit sated. Being alone sucks. But, you know, when you're self-conscious, agoraphobic from hair loss, which is the stupidest thing to worry about. 12 kilometers of walking. Am I thin yet? Here lie the strewn corpses of the first 2 of the 6. And then on my head, the 3rd. In the sink, the hairs that just pulled out easily. And now, I need to observe my own head and see what the hell is going on just from lying down for a few minutes. It just keeps coming out. It's just so weak. Why is it just that? I did nothing to warrant such shedding. It's almost like I'm not so much worried about people seeing the front hairline or anything as them seeing piles of hairs that have fallen out of my hairpiece just sitting on my shoulder. That's the embarrassing part. Like when I went for a walk yesterday, I only had a few hours sleep, but God, I think I've got some sort of disease. I did drink, I did walk 12 kilometers, but my eyes, it could just be from all these weeks of just staring at screens and giving myself a retinal burn. That's what it could be. Now this mega itch that I had yesterday, I guess that's where the hair's shedding now because I scratched it and now that's weakened, I guess. Oh fuck, there's gonna be a bald spot. I'm gonna reset up this camera here. Oh, okay, so everywhere I look, there's a glare and fog, like stone blindness. Listen, that plastic scratchy noise is awful. See, that noise just sounds like that's my eyebrow hair. You getting this microphone? Listen to this. Eyebrow hair. That's what natural scratching sounds like on a human being. Okay, now this is just scalp tape hairpiece. Ready? Pretty close. But then you get to an area where it's just like a vibrating drum skin that's loose. Like a plastic bag. I get the feeling that, I can't prove it yet, but when I see people who take off their toupees and I see all this red shit on their head, I think they've had the scratching problem too. And my theory is, God, that's fucking hard to see through that shit. These, you can't wear contact lenses either. Especially when you're reading, you need reading glasses and long distance glasses. This multifocal shit, I fucking hate it. I think I might need one to make sure that there's full coverage of glue or tape underneath without any air pockets at all. Don't want that plastic sound. And I don't want the irritation of something touching my hair, my scalp, all the time. I think that would cause irritation. I think if there's like tape, space tape, it's probably what's causing the problem. The other thing is maximizing my hairpiece size for the sake of the way the hair lands, so it's all neat and easy, is minimizing breathability. So the idea that I should expand my shave zone larger and have a larger hairpiece, I don't see anyone doing that. Why? Because I think people want as much real hair on their head as they can have. Convenience of brushing the hair seems like a secondary consideration when you look at the idea of, you know, it doesn't cost any more money, because when you cut your hairpiece out, you're going to be wasting that extra bit that you've cut out. It costs the same amount. Dealing with stencils, which I've not had to do for this one, because this is the full size hair system that I'm wearing on my head. Not cut at all. Not, I mean, size wise. Not haircut wise, it's different. I'm gonna need more vocabulary. It's a bit better. Yeah, you can't be looking into bright lights when you got fucking film of, I don't know, fingerprints all over the screen. And I don't want that. Yeah, there is a big problem with my double chin and everything. It looks just awful, right? I mean, 12 kilometers yesterday, right? 4 beers. I don't usually drink alcohol, so, I mean, you might have seen me over the years doing it quite a lot, but that's just summarized. Fuck. Yeah, you can't see shit in a long distance mirror. I don't know why I can't put it right in here. Let's just see. Extreme close up here. See, I've got to come in and sit on the sink to see close up enough. I can't really see the back. My head's in the way. My head's in the way of my reflection. Is that a good angle? Yeah. I'm just going to talk through this at my own pace. All of that is, I can't see through this. This is not a good solution. It's a poor man's version of the camera screen setup. I'm going to go get the iPad and so I can actually see what's going on. It's a lot of hair to shed after just lying down for a few hours. I need a light here. Oh no. Yeah, okay. A big bald patch has developed inside the actual hairpiece. It's really shed out of this area. That's this hairpiece is a goner. This line is a lot more visible than I suspected. Yeah, that plastic line, I didn't know that was visible to the public. whatever I do, I cannot just walk around with this stuck down over my hair. I have to either shrink this thing or I have to increase the shave zone. And after just a few hours sleep, I guess I've woken up because I'm hungover. I don't really feel like doing all that now. This is not an equidistant shave zone either. So I really want to neaten this up. If we look at the distance between the top of the ear just straight up, okay? Let's just say that's 2 inches. Where does the shave zone end? 2.5 inches on that side. And going out to the extremity, that's just arbitrary. You can't measure that. Fuck. That's probably the point at which my head was on the pillow. That's a real problem. I did nothing to encourage that. I'm starting to think V-loops might not fucking work with a full head topper. The other question is, how much does adhesion underneath the base of the hairpiece hold microscopic bits and pieces in position? If we examine another hairpiece here, you've got some resolution there. This area here, anywhere, could glue on top of it, bind it in so it's less likely to shed. That's not shedding when I just lightly do that, right? Yeah, that did. This one, I didn't wear it for very long, so maybe I didn't loosen anything. Yeah, I'll swap that one with this one and test this one for shedding. This is the one where I shaved out the massive crown problem. There are a few hairs coming out of this one. Like, I think if you lie down and if you start seeing, you gotta look down here because I can't pick it up effectively before it all falls to pieces. If you start pulling out that much hair after just lying on a pillow, chances are you've got one of these bald spots. This hairpiece is done for already. I can't go out in that. I could try to brush it over a bit, but fuck. It's only a matter of time. Look at the loose. It just wants to happen all over on this hairpiece. Now, is the pillow, the pressure from the pillow as I move around, loosening it all? If I buy poly, must I get V-loops? Oh my god, I'm not pulling violently on my hair. I'm just loosely grabbing, right? All right, let's keep a bit of a tally here, all right? Just how you doing, darling? You okay? Well, Haven't seen you for a while. I hope you've been going okay. I heard you had a problem with your auntie. Oh, you're a bit itchy there, are you? Do you want me to give you a bit of a scratch on the head? Oh, fuck. Let's pretend you're a doggy and we'll pat you on the head. Don't lie down on the pillow because it'll ruin your hairpiece. Fuck. You know that V-loops don't hold in very well, don't you? You should really try to get something that has stronger knots than V-loops. God. No wonder I had red eye. Any bits and pieces from this would just fall in all the time. Yeah. Since my little 5-hour lie down, this has come out of my head. So this is where it isn't there anymore. And it must be fitting all the way around everywhere else too. What's this? Just... Let's see what it's like. Look, under here, you can see it's like a little drop. I thought the crown problem would have been a big deal. Too much hair, right? Oh, I wish it had enough hair everywhere. Yes, look, this just pops right out. Should I order lace next time? Do I have lace in stock? Is that easy enough to deal with? Should this all be properly adhered to my scalp? Well, this is not a problem I expected to find. The part that I was itchy at might have been here, so I might have been scratching with my fingernails on this spot, maybe. Pretty fucked up, huh? Well, it gives me motivation to take this bloody hairpiece off and do something about it. Not that I can do something about the ongoing problem of this thing shedding, if they're all going to be like this, or if this is a dud, I'm not sure. Like, you should be able to grab your hair and that doesn't happen, right? I didn't know I was waking up now, but I'm going to have to go get myself a coffee and deal with this shit. I'm not happy with the brightness of this light. Also, it blocks the screen. It'd be nice to have a light pretty much like that Niwa light where I can just swap the batteries out quickly. I looked in my storage and I couldn't find any lace hair pieces. There were leftover pieces that were sort of front partials, and there was one big roll of rectangle which I was saving for a rainy day. No good to me now. I'm going to be wearing full toppers. I got delivery of 2 new bottles of C22, and also this sent from America. $7 plus $14.50 shipping. This one is Scandalize by Snow White Colour by Rimmel. Got the London look. Here is the tip, which allows you to rotate out, which is good. It means you don't even have to find a pencil sharpener. I'll get this much over the time of this pencil. It should last a while, hopefully. Let's see how well it marks things. I'm going to put it on my hand. See how smudgy it is. Let's see. Should I give it a fair shot and wait for a few seconds? Or should I just see if it's instantaneously not a problem? Straight away, comes off. But it stays as well. It just smudges all over the place. Now if I'd waited for it to dry, maybe it wouldn't have been a problem. It is designed to stick to rabbit fur and the eyeballs of rabbits, I suppose. I think these days people have zero tolerance for animal experimentation from just fucking makeup. Vivisection, hopefully. So I don't think they do it anymore. There are vegan makeups you can buy, which is, you know, questionable. Like, it makes me, I trust that they're vegan. I'm worried that if they have to label it as such, that means that other companies might still be shoving things into rabbit eyes and monkey eyes and pig eyes and just fucking torturing animals for the sake of making a few dollars. I'd rather go bald than have millions of tiny creatures being destroyed. Yeah. I have no problem with people running around just shaving off people's hair so they can sell it to me, though. Just running around without permission. That's fine. These people survive. They've got a few patches missing. I look like one of them now. I'm just kidding. Don't worry. They just dig up graves and just pull it off the corpses. They've got enough corpses in the world. People die more than they live, probably. So I just wear dead people's hair. This is weird, isn't it? Does it look like skin? You can see the stubble coming through, the 0.03mm poly. That is my natural stubble hair underneath here. There's no glue between that. Let's see if we can spot a patch of tape underneath. There isn't any under there. Interestingly, the whole scalp, including back here, moves when you do this, so that's good to see. Give it a smooth extra. Alright, now, do I want to make this shave zone bigger, or do I want to just make my next hairpiece smaller? I think during this time of experimentation, it's probably safer to make the hairpiece smaller. The other question is, do all hairpieces have the same dimensions as this one, or can some of them be different size poly, and therefore trusting that I could just buy something off the shelf, a hair system or a hair unit off the shelf, that it's always going to fit if I make a shave zone around these particular products. And I should not trust that, should I? Because it's probably got variations. I should therefore make a stencil. I was hoping to avoid that. I still haven't made a stencil that is any good yet. These are the two materials I found that could potentially work. The cap idea, which might work. And this just doesn't really work at all, because it doesn't conform to the head. Although it might if I made it narrower, but it can't really be trusted. That's what I was looking for. I'm not sure what that can come in handy for. but I kind of needed it the other day, sort of. I mean, it might be useful to me for something. I threw the other one out because I don't like clutter. If I do make a stencil, this is my last cap. As you can see, I've got this much exposure on this side, and yet only this much exposure on this side. So if I traced out this hairpiece as it stands, it would be wonky, given that the front hairline is assumedly centered. Am I happy with the front hairline of this? This is the original contour that came out of the box, if I'm not mistaken. And I just taped the front, which is why it's, you know, got a bit of gap and stuff here. Yeah, I think that is okay. Seems a little bit high. But it's probably, I don't know. It certainly doesn't blend in nicely. It's interesting how with a 2-inch hairstyle, if it's, you know, uniformly 2 inches everywhere. By the way, I found a decent ruler for this kind of thing, hopefully. Yeah, that's in settings mode. 0. I think this is called a caliper, or a digital tread depth gauge. Unfortunately, it's only going to work that way for you. Right. Hair length. Go from the top to the base there. 2.67. Let's just say it's 2.5 generally. So it's not a way up there if I really stretch it out to there. Pushing 3, so just below 3. Let's say it's a 2.5 inch at the front, and if we take a close examination of the back, we can look at the hair length here. Oh, it's not a good indicator. This is not the best ruler after all. Where's that little one that just sticks up against me? Yeah. $50. That's 2 inches. 25 is 1 inch. 25 millimeters in 1 inch. 50 millimeters in 2 inches. Probably with some decimal places, I guess. Alexa, how many millimeters in an inch?
1 inch is 25.4 millimeters.
So it's almost 51 millimeters in 2 inches. But we are talking fractions of a millimeter, which seems negligible when we're talking about hair length. Okay. Also, I guess brushing might also rip out some loose hairs for shedding purposes. I can hear it sneering on something down here. Listen, what do you think is getting caught on? I mean, it's caught in it, whatever it is, it's caught in it now. It's hard at this resolution for me to see what is being snared. Alright, I think I know what it is. I think the hairs at the bottom that are stuck here to the tape are causing snaring. haven't really had a proper way to tell how well this would stick to actual scalp. Gee, my tattoo's really faded. I didn't realise, I thought it would be still pretty clear. Can you tell where the hair's missing? I wonder how, I've forgotten how much stretch I had remaining, because I didn't pull this down tight, did I? I tried to be conservative with placement here. You now see where those bits of tape were placed. The itch was here. Well, it wasn't there, and it wasn't there. The itch was here, so it's probably just my fungal thing happening or whatever. It's not like every place there was tape, there was an allergic reaction or something. And I'm not seeing much, I'm not seeing a rectangle of redness here and a rectangle of redness that corresponds there. So let's just stretch this down and see where it would have landed if I'd gone all the way. It would have landed here. I am still considering shaving down, and one thing is for sure, now that I have a tattoo there, it actually could work as a good marker of where to stop shaving. Like if I go to the bottom of my tattoo's chin, if I go to, like that's the top of his face, his little ears and his eyes. If I went down to about there, that would be the bottom of his face. And that's where this thing would want to land. 10 inches. Then I could potentially go narrower. What's the point though? It's only that much. Or would I just go this width here, whatever that is? I could go even narrower again and just let that grow back. Like just go really narrow. But I mean, I don't want to deviate from the... But I did discuss raising this up higher. But then I've got that whole, typical male part type hairstyle that people usually have, or have had for hundreds of years. Just parting about there, not parting... See, if I parted up there and that's where my natural hair met the perimeter, I wouldn't ever split that so that you could see where the glue line is or anything. I would want to pretend like, oh yeah, I just did this deliberately. And where it is now, where it's landing, at this altitude right here, that seems good. It also corresponds to where my, where it remains flat and comes in for a nice landing using the V contour they've provided, and it also worked well with the flatter contour design, didn't it? Like I wouldn't want to go higher where it lands, like that's already on the verge of being too high in terms of hairline, or it's pretty much exactly right, I don't know. Is it shedding now as well? Yeah, of course it fucking is. I think this might be a dud hairpiece, hopefully. Hopefully. How do I feel about the tape? Oh, so far it's been great. I haven't really played with the front hairline, and most people wouldn't usually go with a tape hairline, I don't think. But it is certainly a lot easier. And all the picking I used to do around the edges, that I'd never leave it alone with glue, has seemed to have stopped, and that was a major issue for me. The main issues here has been shedding, of all things. Didn't even know it was an issue that could even be a problem. I've hardly ever had a hairpiece that shed like this. And it seems to be worse in the places where I've slept against the pillow and it's just been rubbing in the middle of the night when I've laid there. Not a problem I expected. It is pretty late at night to put on the vacuum clippers. But I feel like we could just go down a little bit further, couldn't we? Just keep that 10-inch length. From there to back here, that's a natural 10-inch. Hairpieces are sold as 8 by 10 inches, and that's 10 length and 8 width. Currently my shave zone is 7.5 wide, so half an inch. More than what the natural hairpiece does. I don't want to have to cut it sideways if I don't have to. If I can avoid stencil cutting at all, I'll avoid it. I don't like having to deal with stencils and tracing and all that shit. Now, this hole closer to this here, let's just look at the spacing here. What I really want to use that side, but it just doesn't face you properly, unless I come around like this maybe. Okay, so top of the ear to there. It's pretty accurate. 2.62 on that side, so 2.6, and on this side. Around that side. They should put the screen on both sides. Well, this is all weirdly backwards. .3. So this is lower by 0.3. My left side is that much lower, closer to the top of my ear than my right side. So I'm a bit lopsided with the shave zone here, assuming my ears are the same height. You think it's okay at 2:48 AM to put on a hairdryer? Most of you probably live in a house, you don't understand what it's like to live in an apartment. This one's Mango Dragon. You seeing thinning here? Does it seem like I did the right thing by evolving to a full topper? Tell me the tattoo was put central. There is a chance that the tattoo artist was like, I can just put it somewhere there without centering it exactly. There's a very good chance that it's not centered. I mean, I had hair down past my shoulders, That's how long my hair was when I was 19 when I had this done. So I just shaved a patch there and went in there and said, put it there. Here are some freckles I never knew about. It's not like I've mapped out my freckles though, it's just, oh my god, I've got a freckle. It's like, fucking, get over it. Just center yourself a bit and move back so you can get that perspective. This lighting rig is pretty good. I just would prefer to have a better light than this ring light here. But the Niwa, which is great with a quick battery swapping system, it was like 900 grams. It's a kilogram. That's 1 litre of milk, if you know what a litre of milk feels like. But I don't know how to translate that into gallons. Alexa, what is 1 litre in gallons?
1 litre is about 0.264 gallons.
0.264. For those of you who only understand fractions, that's 1/4 of a gallon. Alexa, what is a quart?
Quart is usually defined as a unit of liquid measure of capacity equal to 1/4 of a gallon, or 57.749 cubic inches, 0.946 litre in the US, and 69.355 cubic inches, 1.136 litres in Great Britain. For more,
Alexa, stop.
ask me to give you more definitions.
Alexa, stop. Jeez. Alexa, how many litres in a quart? Alexa, how many litres in a quart?
1 quart is about 0.95 litres.
Yeah, a quart and a litre are the same thing, okay? So that's how, I'm just saying that if you know what a quart of, I don't know if you sell milk in quarts, but it seems probably likely because it's about the right size for a human being to pick up easily. I know what that feels like because I've held many 1 litre bottles or cartons of milk in my life. So I know what a litre feels like. This is a kilogram. That's how much the Niwa light weighs. And obviously that puts a lot of strain on this ball joint up here. But I've got much better ball joints and everything here now, so it might be fine. I might want to go and buy that Niwa light back after I sent it back for a refund. Because it was good. I could just shave him out using the quiet razor. Then we can use the ruler around my head to try to get some kind of semblance of evenness based on the distance above my ears, and then try to smoothly go around like that. Then place this down and trace it, but this is so stretchy I could never reliably trace this and make a new hairpiece out of it. And like I said, I don't want to come in narrower than 8. Like, in fact, given, what did I say? What's that distance? If I just press the on button, does that remind me? Yeah, 0.3 of an inch. So I'm half an inch different, and that's close to half. So if I lowered, whatever that was, the left side of my face, down to the same altitude as this side, then I would be at 8. And then this and this would be equal if I wanted to lower it more. And then, you know, all sorts of things would work better, like the front hairline would come in for a landing better, etc., etc. It seems to come in fine for a landing now, but I think there's a bit of stretch to this, so 3/10 of an inch. If you guys ever use tenths of an inch, I don't think you ever do. It's all base 8 number system, isn't it? Because you want to be able to double a half or cut half a half to make a quarter and half a quarter to make an eighth. Anyway, I have no idea. It's time for Where's Waldo? Where's Waldo? Where's Waldo? Where is he? Can you find it? Where is it, girl? Find my electric shaver. I only use the loud one because it's about 3 o'clock in the morning. Let's assume that I do want to keep the 10-inch length without stenciling, cutting it out. If I pull back from where it is positioned correctly at the front hairline right now and I pull it tight without, overstretching it, it wants to land here. Now, I believe that would be lower than my tattoo. I also get the feeling based on the symmetry of my body that is probably the center of that bald spot there is probably the center of the back of my head, and straight down there is the center, and my tattoo's off to the side. Fuck. Yeah, I don't think the tattoo is actually centered, which makes me feel like a bit of a dickhead. I think that's the center. The tattoo should move across. What if I can just cut that out and give me a skin graft with it? Maybe I should just get a transplant. Inject it in. Or just get, that looks like just texture dots, doesn't it? Just get more of those placed around here and around the front hairline. And micro pigmentation. Then shave it. But you can see what happens to tattoo ink over time. It just blurs, and so this would just become sort of like a messy blur over as the years progressed. But it can't be any more difficult than dealing with all this stuff. So the question is, yeah, I do think I could get better hairstyles if the hair finished down lower, because that's kind of where hair would naturally sit, I think, there. For now, despite the mess and the fact that I want a coffee, I am going to just do a little experiment right now. I will set that at its lowest. There you are, my widow friend. Faded so much. I only had that tattoo done the other day. Let's see, 27 years ago. Yeah, it sure is easier when you don't have a bloody cable hanging out all over the place. At least it is going that way. I don't know about this way. Left-handed. a bit sticky from the glue and stuff. I should try to resist this area here because I might decide to go a bit higher. There's bits of glue as far as I can tell. Gunking up this bit. It's nice to see my little tattoo again. Hey there, little baldy. He's looking more and more prominent the more I look at him. Let's hope that this stretches at least that far, otherwise I'll just fuck myself. How far should I go? That's pretty tight there. That's the tightest I would ever want to go because I would feel like maybe it was going to recoil. How far down is that? That far. Let's do it. Fuck. Let's just do it. 10 inches. No, I can't do it while you're flashing. Swap. Quick swap lighting. I should try to avoid this all being the same shape as the front. That's a pretty, that should be okay. Because I do have a bit to spare, tiny bit. 10 inches. That seems like a pretty natural place for a hairpiece to sit though, doesn't it? Seem like a good spot. I never know what to do with my neckline. because there's all this bum fluff stuff around here that you never get nice. Once you grow it a bit longer, it seems to blend a bit better. It needs to not be unnatural, but I do want it to look different at the front, which is going to be a V shape. So I already know what the front hairline is going to be. It's going to be bleached, and maybe it's going to be 2.5 inches instead of 2. But it's not easy. If the whole thing's going to look, you know, bilaterally symmetrical. It's better if it isn't. It's better if it's unilaterally symmetrical. Because then I can know instantly from looking at it, that's the front, that's the back. Don't have to think about it. But if I make it very similar front and back, it's not going to be easy. Now, how wide should I go here? Well, I had this scratching issue. I scratched it, and then that bit rubbed against the pillow. Could it have been my scratching that caused all those hairs to break out of their little V hooks and just fall out? I don't know. Was it the pillow? I don't know. I want the freedom to scratch my own fucking head, I can tell you that. Without having to worry about the consequences. How do we smooth this part? Or is that already smooth enough? I don't want to go lower, that's already correct. Although is that the part that's correct and that was all overhung? Like, should I bring all this down to there? Should it be like that? Let's have a look. That folded. It's going to be hard to make measurements if that's all fucked up. One second. Okay, that's going to land there, okay, and we need to get to back here somewhere, and the question is this all just hanging over that side area? Could I afford to bring all of this lower? A lot of you were saying bring it higher. I could curve it upwards and shape it that way. Or I could just shave this out of my scalp and avoid the whole stencil situation. But I have to trust that Hairpieces are all going to be about the same. And they are about the same, aren't they? 8 by 10 is going to have sort of certain curvature to it every time, isn't it? Oh, that's shedding like crazy. It's shedding like crazy, and I haven't done anything to provoke that, seriously. I'm just trying to get the excess off it, and each time I just take the hairs that I feel like are sitting on the surface that are causing the itchiness, more just keeps coming all the time. It's just so bad. Now I've got 2 more of these Hairpieces. Do I buy more of the same? or do I buy lace? And will lace stretch the same as poly does? And will I have that whole glue shine through problem with lace? One thing I do know for sure about lace is I can bleach the base entirely. The front hairline is the biggest issue. But I can partially solve the front hairline by having a short front. The long flowy front causes separation and division, especially when you put hair product in and so on. But when it's short, like up to 2.5 inches, like this is, it sort of fluffs at the front, and therefore you can just sort of cover it all over. Lace would give me better perimeter connection as well. But can I use tape with lace? Or will the reflection just shine right through? See, one thing poly has going for it is it covers over what's going on underneath. Regrowth, tape and glue. At this stage, I am loving tape. Just the lack of mess, the easier cleanup. It's not really that much easier to apply, although it's not as runny and mozzarella-y all over the place and sticking to your fingers, so it is easier to apply as well. I'm pretty much sold on tape. These are probably too small and time-wasty. Could do with bigger ones, I guess. But they are called minis, so I assume bigger ones do exist. The problem with lace is, of course, the shine coming through. But with medium density, I'm sick of having to fight with these hair companies about bleaching the roots of pulley systems, and given that V-loops don't stay in because, as you see, they just shed the moment you fucking touch them, it might not be worth it. The hairs kind of need to be tied in at this level, don't they? With the front partial, they never really seem to come out. Let's have a look at this other hairpiece again. I had this massive problem with the crown. Look, okay, there's a bit of shedding there, but here, the 2-inch, that's not shedding. Okay, there's a little bit. Yeah, the one I'm wearing is a problem. This should not happen in the first 3 or 4 days of you wearing a hairpiece, no matter what. I just scratched my head a bit because I was itchy. That's it. That shouldn't happen. And then when I go to pick a bit off, it just sheds like nuts. It's not clamped down hard enough. It's dodgy. So there's $1,000 down the drain. Let's hope these final two that I've got are okay. Here's another one. This doesn't shed nearly as bad as the one I've got on right now. No, that's hardly shedding at all. This one definitely sheds like worst of all. Is it because a shower starts the separation process between the two layers? Does water get into the tiny little area where the hairs were threaded through and start slowly bloating it to make those holes bigger for an easier release? I don't know what the physics is of what's going on here. This has been on my head, I've had showers, I've had heat from my body, and it could have expanded, or the plastic could have changed to provide less grip, less purchase of each hair. That's just nuts, huh? I am happy that I've brought it down to this altitude. I'm glad to see my little friend again, my little logo. He's cute, isn't he? Alright. do I go lower here? What I'd like to do is be able to, I want him scented. It's weird that he wouldn't be scented, but the problem is he might have been placed. How am I supposed to find the center of the back of my skull? Do I just measure from ear to ear and find the center? I think I've got different ears, don't I? Like that's a rounded ear. Okay, look at that ear shape. What is that? Why is that all red? Around the other side for a sec. My ear's melting. What the hell is that little thing? What are these bits? My ear's falling to pieces. Look, my face saggage. I was always able to tell which men were a bit older because of these lines here. I'm starting to get them. Same year as I'm losing my eyesight and going grey. My hair's grown back to a good length now for integration with Hairpieces. How scented is this thing? I think that thing would naturally probably land quite central. Yeah, once again, I'm inclined to think that that's the center. So I've probably shaved it quite centrally already, just naturally, and he's just off to the side in a really clumsy way, unfortunately. It's a pain in the ass that's happened. That's quite stressful actually. Move across, move that way, little buddy, go that way. I'll just get plastic surgery to move him across so I can line up my hairpieces better. Alright, I don't know what to do now. The question is, do I narrow that? We all know that hairpiece hair acts the way it acts in a cluster, in a group together. And where it meets your natural hair, there's going to be a difference in 1, coloration, and 2, density, and 3, behavioural brushing reactions. So it's probably best to keep it all together as one unit as far as possible. And if that is the rule, then I shouldn't cut this out as a stencil. I should simply use the whole thing, the whole hair system, without stenciling it at all. But does every hairpiece fit that way? And lace has less stretch. I could get a stock piece of lace delivered here within a week. But because I'm in the experimental phase of chopping things up and figuring out how to make them fit, etc., because it's my first time, I'm going to waste a few. So I need $1,000 worth of lace. These ones I was able to get fairly cheap, because I bulk purchased them. Did I go down too far on that side? That's starting to angle up there. I might have fucked up. I shouldn't have gone in there. I should have waited. I think. It's hard to tell. Maybe the problem is just that this is not scented. If I scented it, Still left with a gap. It doesn't remain flat for that long, it just curves immediately that way, so I have to colour that in with a texter. I fucked up, maybe, I don't know, I can't tell. I could shave down lower and salvage it. God, I look like a medical experiment. While the kettle's boiling, to make myself a freaking coffee, because I need it after this. Let's look at one of the last two brand new hair pieces that I've got here. Brand new, uncut. It's a hair system. I assume they're all identical in shape and size. The front hairline the lip part was cut off by Lord Hair. I hope that is, done well on every hairpiece. I've bleached this for 30 minutes with Schwarzkopf Nordic blonde bleach peroxide. The Auschwitz tag still in position here. How central is the Auschwitz tag on these things? On that one, I don't know how central it is, but let's look at the distance from the edge. Go to the top part of it. About 1.5. And this one is about 1.5 as well. It's about 1.5 inches in both of those two cases. So what I'm bringing this out for is, well, to put on my head and wet it and brush it and get it ready, but also just to examine it. Brand new, right? This is an observation of a brand new unit. The crown, the way I've brushed it here, the crown is not a problem at this length. I do like the 2-inch haircut. It could be a problem when it comes to crown edge because 2 inches is not enough before the hair begins to form nicely for a crown. Maybe that weird haircut, that $58 haircut I got from that dude, that was like 4 inches in the middle and then 2 inches around the edge, so I looked like a knob, a bell end. So if we look at I can't find the crown, it's around there, it's around the Auschwitz tag somewhere. I can see stitching differences if I look closely. There. Follow my finger bump. We should find what this artiste has done with the crown, but it's extremely hard to tell. Next test. How is the shedding? 0. 0. 0. 0. 1. 1 hair. You can see where the V hook was. I think that's the V hook. I don't know why it broke off at that point. Okay, that's 2. I'm giving it a fair go, right? Really, I am. I'm individually taking on hairs towards the end here. Yeah, this seems fine. Let me just do a quick, gentle little tug here. Boom, about 30 hairs. This hopefully won't start to shed, and if it does, we will know it's to do with something related to wearing it that causes the shedding. Either scratching it, or wetting it, or showering with it, or heat from your body, or something else. Because out of the factory, it's not a problem, it's fine. So I'm going to brush this back from the front hairline. Not that it really matters to begin with, I guess, because I'm going to put tape all around this perimeter. What it does, just lying it flat on this mannequin head over here is made easier by wetting it and giving myself some control over this. So do you want to wash? You don't have to wash, it's boring. It's a waste of footage, you know what it's like to wet a hairpiece and brush it, so I'll just be back and it'll be done. The second light already went out, so I've got to go back to the little bit charged one, and I've put the other one back on charge. It's a 4 amp charger, but I don't know how many amps this light can take in when it's charging anyway. I'd rather go back to that Niwa. I reckon this thing would have quite a bit of strength without too much saggy. It's very stable now. So I might go ahead and buy that Niwa light again. It's just so much nicer to just grab it and move around instead of trying to handle this light, which is microphone sensitive here, and a little light on the end that has to keep being charged in an annoying clip-on way all the time. It's also blocking part of my screen. I could flick this bit around so less of it is blocking the screen, but the Niwa light was better in lots of ways, especially that it lit me up more. Now, my conclusion about this shedding business and me having to go and resort to tied in knots with lace so that I can bleach the base. The problem is, even though the knots could be bleached and be invisible, because I'll be able to bleach them nicely, it would still have that whole front hairline issue and glue shining through issue, and well, tape doesn't seem as sticky as glue, so potentially you could wear a hat maybe without the hairs all forcing up the glue. And I think when you have lace, it has to sit down in the glue so that it finds its own level and therefore becomes invisible, whereas with tape it would be sort of just a grady thing sitting on top, and it would not work anymore with lace to make it invisible. I'd rather be able to just continue to buy poly hairpieces. What my thought is, if this one is really just a dud, which I'm hoping it is, because it just sheds, when you buy a poly hairpiece, just grab some of the hairs and gently pull, just in various places around the hairpiece. If you pull out a handful of hair, don't go any further with it. Just send it back for a refund or a replacement. Hopefully that won't cost you too much in shipping and stuff, because it's not really fair that they sent you a dud. They should do quality control from the factory before they send it to you. And they should have already figured out the system. The more people who send back in duds and say this doesn't work, this is broken, you're going to have to replace it, and it's cost me shipping, so I want that money back for my shipping, because you wasted my time and money sending me a dud that doesn't work. Of course you have to give me a refund. Of course you have to replace it. It's broken. You sent me a broken product. If we all work together on this to complain, we can force them to get quality control measures in place so that they are not, sending out bad quality products ever. We'll check it before they send it. It's important. It's important for the world that we all work together on this. Social policing. Now, in terms of making a stencil so that I can make this thing fit my head, if I'm going to use the hair system base that is straight from the factory, the hair system becomes the hairpiece because I don't need to really shape it, then any stencil that I have would simply be the exactly same size as the original hair system, straight out of the box. But in order for me to shave that area nicely right now, I feel like I kind of want to have some kind of marker. And the best way for me to do that is to have something the exact same size as this. And what is the same size as this? Well, what I'm wearing is exactly the same size as this. So I would get a bit of visibility if I could just get some of these hairs out of the way. And given how easy they appear to come out, I don't know how long this is going to take, but I'll give it a go. I don't know that poly would stretch too much on its own. It might just take too long. I might not bother. Let me just see how long it takes to get down to the edge here. Does it ever stop shedding? Are there hairs that are tighter than others? Because why would that whole area have become vacant? I don't want to stretch it. I need it to be a nice stencil. What's that line there? Oh, that must be a bit of dirt stuck to the glue underneath. That's another reason not to get lace. Then again, if poly's just a see-through, that should be just as visible for anyone who's able to see through into there. So lace would have the same issue as poly in that way, I suppose. I guess that's not a point against lace. Tape simply has that quality. Of course, this line would not exist if I glued all of that. It couldn't, there's no way for dirt to get in and around. It's just covered in glue completely. Nevertheless, I do like the benefits of tape at the moment, until further notice. But the tape was stuck to my actual hair, and it actually hurt and started ripping at my actual hairs. Maybe it won't stick as well to scalp. The front area here, we will experiment with that, how much lifting there's been, if it's more than glue would have normally been. It is really nice and easy to just plop that down, even though it's tape and it would never give me a nice front hairline. But with a 2.5 inch fringe, it sort of covers over that problem. Though it is nice to have a realistic front hairline and not some bullshit hairline. Still haven't quite made it through to the end. Is it shedding just as much here as everywhere else? I mean, I'm being pretty forceful now. I like to sit down and watch a movie and do the whole hair. My phone filled up, the hard drive filled up again. This is what I've done to the back of my head, by the way, while I was sitting there watching a bit of Those of Us Who Must Die, or Those Who Deserve to Die, or whatever. Anyway, Joe, let's look at this Ulanzi light again, the one that's maximum. I'll just change modes, that's white. Okay, that's warm, white, and mixed. Low, that's maximum brightness. Now let's look at this Niwa PT176S, okay, by comparison. This takes those batteries, quick swap batteries. It's lighter than the big Niwa rig. Which do you think is brighter? This one, it's got a dimmer as well. And a diffuser, you can swap that colour out if you ever needed to change the colour. I think it does already come with like an orangey to change the colour temperature if I wanted to do that. And just easy turn on and off, no bullshit. Quick swap battery. This one, weak as fuck. This one, mega bright. This is definitely less than 900 grams. We're definitely way less than the smartphone video rig. I've been trying to figure out a way to mount it. It does come with a shoe, like a cold shoe slot mount thing, but it's snapped off. The plastic snapped. It could sort of try to swing and slot into the base there, because there's a little camera shoe mount, cold shoe mount there. But even if I did get it in there, I wouldn't really trust it. It's got a female 1/4 inch. This has no screw hole there. It does have one there, so it would be nice to go from there to there and just rotate this down and bend it downwards like that. And then the whole thing would be more sort of compact. Would create a bit of a shadow behind the phone, so it wouldn't give you uniformity in terms of top and bottom light. But that Ulanzi light that I've got, super weak. This is much brighter than that Ulanzi large light, which I think is about 1.3 kilograms. If I could just connect this to the back, everything's so dodgy and weak when it comes to single screw connections. It'd be nice to just mount it there like that behind the phone. It'd be lighter weight. I don't know how I would come out of, say, this camera plate, the tripod plate. Because that's just a one male 1/4 inch screw coming down. If that could be double adapted, then potentially we could have 2 male connectors coming down and then just be one behind the other. There's no other real way that I can see to do this nicely. The alternative is get rid of this and get rid of this and just get that Niwa light again, which takes these batteries. Though I get the feeling that this lasts longer and uses less power than that Niwa light, even though it's really bright. The phone would cast a shadow a little bit though, but it would be so bright it would illuminate my head around that spot, but it might be patchy. Just because of mounting problems, I end up buying products, and also I've got to consider that you need to be able to buy things if you're going to copy what I'm purchasing, and I'm experimenting not for the sake of just myself, but so that you have products that you can easily buy and use to improve your setup. There are quite a few desk clamp solutions. Most of you won't probably want to put something into your ceiling. And the desk clamp solutions, if you did, instead of screwing 4 things into your ceiling, you put a bar across your ceiling, like a ledge. If you made a ledge with some clearance, you'd need quite a lot of clearance though, because you need to be able to wind it. You're better off just screwing straight up 4 screws into the ceiling with the toggle bolts. Yeah, I might just go ahead and buy another Niwa. This is good, but Yeah, this is piss weak. Okay, it's too weak to get the job done. When you've got lighting coming from the mirror, which I'm assuming you have, otherwise you can't see your own reflection properly. Just basing the rules of reflection on the laws of physics. Mirrors need a light to illuminate the subject so it can see its own reflection. That light clashes with this little light. This light needs to be big as well. Bright, I mean. If it weighed nothing, that would be better, but we need it to weigh something because it has to exist. That's never going to be nice. And it doesn't have uniformity of weight, and when I tilt it and move it around, it might just get all wonky and lose its grip and be all annoying. I love these batteries though. If you had 3, you'd just never run out of power. The other 2 would be charged enough by the time you ran out. You just keep clicking it out and clicking the other one in. And if you want extended power, you could put 2 of these in the large Niwa smartphone rig. It's quite lightweight given its dimensions, but the dimensions are good because you can just grab it and move it with your hand. There's no fiddliness or anything. But they've gone up in price. Sometimes I'm looking at the Amazon price in the United States to get it shipped to me. But there's always a massive delay if I do that. It's difficult to send returns back to the United States, etc. And sometimes I don't calculate the... Because if I lived in America, I'd just be... Everything's so cheap in the United States. Like I see people complain, oh, it's $100. Like, fuck, dude, it's $700 in Australia. Right? You don't know how lucky you are in the United States. You are in paradise, okay? That's why everyone hates you. So, I'm going to look at getting the Niwa light again probably now. This would have been good, but it's too hard to attach that and the phone. Unless I tried to blue tack or something the phone, or clamp the phone around the outside edges of this maybe, but I need the microphone sticking out the side of it and all sort of stuff, so I'd have to clamp it that way, and that might get in the way of the battery and the switch. It's too hard. I'll just go and buy another one of those Niwa lights. I got a refund last time. Hopefully they won't say, you got a refund, you can't get another one. They won't. It'll be all computerized and hopefully it'll be easy and not too draining on my wallet. I am down to $0. I've got to keep loaning money. I went ahead and ordered the new Niwa light, the one that I sent back for a refund. I've been putting my credit back for refunds back into my Amazon account. They're very good with that stuff. So yeah, I just dropped things off at my local post office, and Amazon within one day pretty much puts that money back into my Amazon account. So next time I buy things from Amazon, and I seem to be doing it all the time, especially with all this stuff, yeah. So I spent it was like $78 including delivery with Prime membership. Fucking hell. Alright, I'll have torn some of that. This is not going to be a permanent template. I'm sorry I never got to make you a template. It looks like I'm actually going to go ahead and shave all of this out and wear a full hair system synergy as a hair piece. Actually, after all, without making a stencil, just trusting that they're all going to be the same size forever. I could get the other hairpiece, instead of taking this one off, because it's already in a sort of fairly nice position, to use the shavers to... Are you dirty, or is the... Let me see if I can clean you with some hair. Did that clean you? Something's fogged up around here. Oh, I think it's the glasses are just freaking dirty all the time. So yeah, this light's super weak. And the Ulanzi light is quite a small little opening. The big, the four-sided Ulanzi light, I've still got it in storage. I haven't sent it back for a refund yet. I will. I think. I mean, I will. Whereas the Niwa Lite has heaps of room for the microphone and the phone and a bigger phone. But I won't be getting a bigger phone with a lightning adapter, so this microphone will become useless. Even though I freaking love the sound quality. Do you like the sound quality on this? And I don't have to worry about, you know, wearing a lapel or anything. Shotgun, perfect. MV88 this is called. None of you would probably want it because none of you want lightning anymore. You shouldn't, unless you're really wanting to stick with your old phone for a long time. Anyway, maybe there'll be a USB-C version of this microphone release that just clicks into the bottom and has good sound quality and doesn't require you to put a lapel mic on and keep charging it all the time. This thing just runs off the phone's power supply. Brilliant. Okay. Based on the lowest attachment point, here, that's correct there. I had the feeling that this was too, I'd cut out too much there. I should let that grow back maybe if it's wrong. But how do I get accurate measurements for this? I need a template. It's too hard. I mean, you know what? After I've created a shave zone and defined what that shave zone is, then I'll make a template. Trying to make a template while there's hair still growing there, it's too fucking hard. It's just also you could do everything you want with a ruler and precision and measurements and so on to try and adjust to your head. I'm better off just guessing vaguely and then just refining it with trial and error, I think. The difference between this side where the shave zone actually sits above the ear, that distance compared to the distance on the other side above the other ear, should be taken into account here when repositioning this to make it, you know, equidistant, like centralized. But even as I do this, I feel like I'm not positioning the ruler correctly in some way or another. Like, it's on the top of my ear, I think. Just resting gently on the top of my ear, but if I press down at all, it's going to, you know, change the measurement. So, and where am I measuring to? There or there? Because then I'm sort of on an angle and it's too fucking hard. Seriously, definitely not using that ruler. Let's try using this one. I'll press this hard and just go straight towards the sky. Okay, so that's like 2.5 inches. Is it? I don't know, about 2.5. It's about 2.5 inches. And this side is... There were a lot of ring lights, by the way, that had power cables, and I could have run a USB into some kind of power bank that I could have sat here or something, but I realized I don't want wires and twisting and removing power banks and doing it. The batteries like this are just quick swap, right? Clicks in, clicks out easily. So it's the ultimate. I made the right decision going back to the Niwa, I think. It will be heavier than what I got there now though, so hopefully it would be slowly dropping. I just really trust what I've built here. Okay, so the other one was 2.5. That light's super weak, isn't it? Right. 0 on the top of the ear is it's about 2.5 as well. This seems like it's a little bit longer than the other side, but I'm gonna have to shave downwards with both of them to try to follow the line here. Now, in terms of how close this is to this side of my head compared to how close this is to this side of my head, fuck, it's just too hard. I'm just going to, first of all, we could test out my new pen. How well does this work? Draws well on that stuff. How well does it draw on hair? Yeah, it's useless, don't even bother. No, it's all useless to do that. I need you to come a bit closer here. I'm reluctant to use this because of the cord. The other one was super easy. This is neater with the vacuum, but it really blocks my view because it's so massive. If we look at the other one, it's like super narrow and easy to handle. And look how much shorter it is. It's just, I'd rather make a mess and get it right. Oh, that goes all the way down to there, doesn't it? Okay, let's step back down and see how that went. That was pretty good. I'm going to take that bit out. You keep expecting it to vacuum away, but it's not quite as luxurious as that. Should work, I think. Might just smooth out that bit of lump there, just a tiny bit there. It is a worrying thing to do this, I mean, of course it is. But I've just got to, you know, suck it up. Because I can't be fucked worrying about it forever. Okay, I'm just going to go in from that point there. By the way, this is all right-handed side. The left-hand side is going to be a lot harder. Maybe by the end of all this I'll be ambidextrous. I could assume the rest, but I've just got to check it. To that point there. Why is this so low density compared to that? Has it gone grey again? What's going on? It's always, I don't think I'm balding here, but it's always a different density around here to the rest. That does look very uniformly like it will contour nicely now. All down this side, I think. I've gone from having just a front partial to having the biggest shave zone out of all of you. Definitely won't have to worry about those little triangles anymore. Alright. Still shedding, even though I don't need it. Well, I sort of would like to see everything, but with the shedding going on here. We're going to ignore that little overshoot. We're gonna ignore it. That's wrong. It's too. I should have come across up there. This is gonna be left-handed. Am I sure that this will not draw on hair? Pretty sure. Worse than useless. Well, this side is much harder to even contemplate. A lot maybe to do with the fact that this side, which was already the easier side, has so much of this peeled out, so I had a really good visibility. I might just go ahead, just for the sake of safety, because I don't want to have to fucking worry about this too much. Go and watch those of us about to die, or whatever the fuck it's called. Why don't they choose a title that we can remember? Anyway, I might go and pick the hairs out of this deliberately, so I can get some visibility around here while I go and watch some of that show for a while. It'll also give me an opportunity to put some charge into this iPad, which my de-juiced playing Northgard earlier with my new bidet. Fuck man, the toilet paper is white every time. I'm just basically drying my ass now. Get a bidet, it's fucking amazing. You don't need to get a separate toilet, just a spray gun thing that you plug into the plumbing. I thought it was like gross at first, and then I thought, when I learned how to figure it out, how to do it, I can now clean my toilet bowl with it and clean my ass with it, and fuck, I've never felt so clean. It's amazing. Get one. Oh, I won't put the link, just go and find it. It's like $39. For Americans, it'll be like $2. Anyway, just get one. Do you think the hair color has changed after a few showers or time in the sun or whatever the hell has happened here? I can't tell. Sorry, I've got to turn you off and hook you up. So I've been picking away at this thing. Looks like I've done a pretty good job here. That should be a bit easier. Like I said, this is a mistake. The rest looks quite good. That needs to grow back. Okay, so this is probably going to have to be done left-handed, unfortunately. Yeah, definitely left-handed. God, that's going to be pretty fucking hard. So, there. Seems okay so far. Gotta clean my fingers a bit. This light's so dim. Like, yeah, I can't wait to get the, even though it's heavier, the big Neewer light. It's going to be much better. Do I need to go lower there? I've been a bit conservative because I didn't want to overshave. But if I undershave, it'll be a bit of a pain in the ass. Fucking light's gone out right here. There might still be time to send these back for a refund, but there are deadlines with returns. No, don't turn it on in advance, it's crazy. I'm up to. Okay, now what I've got to do is I've got to take this off the front hairline to get it out of my way a bit. So you'll see now how strong that tape is. Now it's only been on for however many days it's been. You've got the date back there, right? You can cross-reference things. You don't need me to tell you how long things have been anymore. That's why I put the clock there. Because I have no fucking recollection. I don't even know what day it is. Okay, so it's your responsibility to know how long this tape's been on. I haven't skipped any days. I'm assuming 3 or 4 days, okay? I'm just gonna peel this back like I would if it was glue. I am sweating right now a little bit, right? Not much. It's currently 20.5 degrees in this room, and outside it is, Alexa, what's the temperature? Alexa, what's the temperature? Alexa, what is the temperature?
Right now, it's 6 degrees Celsius. Today,
all right.
Expect a high of 13 degrees.
All right, I'm going to peel this off now. 3 or 4 days. Okay, ready? This is tape. This is the strength of this after 3 or 4 days. Okay, just to be clear, I'm already angry at you hypothetically for not understanding. Okay, it hurts here because I think maybe there were some hairs under there. Surely, I mean, why else would it hurt? It's never hurt when it was just ultra hold glue. Wow, okay, everything's backwards now that I've flipped the camera around that way. So I'm just gonna flip it on my perspective here using the a power mirror. Okay, now left is left and right is right. Okay. Yeah, I need to move this out of the way so I can shave that bit. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna start peeling it. Wow. That initial part, oh, my hand just cramped up, was quite tight, quite strong. Now if I push it back down, how much hold does it have then? Basically 0. So if it lifts, you're fucked. there might be some way to reinvigorate it. Round of applause, left-handed. Thank you. Now, hopefully that's perfect and I will never have to do that again. I'm balder now that I'm hairy. Check this out. That's... Mr. Garrison has a full head of hair compared to me. Before I take this, unglue it completely, I will test it, but I just want to show you how much hair I've taken off. Ready? Come around. Look like a fucking monk. Let's see how well it lines up. Hopefully it's perfect. I know there's a chunk here a little bit, but that should be the only place I have to worry about, maybe. This is all backwards again. I'm going to flip this back round. Okay. Let's see this side. See if it's good on this side. It looks right, doesn't it? Looks like it's landing exactly correctly. Come around here. Let's see if this side, if I stop this from curling. Hopefully, there's a lot of curling going on there, which means that this can never be really used as a stencil. Unless it was, the glue was removed maybe, but it would never be traceable, and I wouldn't need to because this is already going to be the same size, hopefully. Alright, hopefully this was a bad hairpiece and it was shedding unnecessarily because it was made badly, and this one will work perfectly and it'll just stick to my head and it won't be a problem. So I'm going to take this thing off my head and examine how sweaty and injured I am from the adhesion. Okay, there's a little bit of adhesion coming off here. You want to see if there's any holding going on. This hairpiece shed like crazy. Let's hope there's no crown issue on this one. And no shedding issue. Now, can you see rectangles all over my head from injuries where the tape has been due to some kind of allergic reaction or otherwise? I feel like there was a bit of pink left where a few tape marks were left. Maybe, don't know. Anyway, that vacuum thing doesn't really work for stubble. The hair kind of has to be a bit longer. So I'm going to use this one, which is more effective and easier to hold. Oh, it's backwards again. Every time you're in front of me, I've got to flip it. And then when you go behind me, I've got to flip it. Do you understand why that is? It's just laws of physics. Don't worry about it. Okay, I'm going to flip it. You know when I say flip it, I'm talking about this screen here, right? You know what's going on around you, right? Okay, good. Left, right. Zoom. Okay. Luckily I'm able to do this part right-handed. Now the right is on my left and the left is on my right, see? I'm going to have to flip it again. Now right is right. Right? Left-handed. Left-handed. Don't fuck up. Indentation. Hopefully that's my only mistake right there. And that would just, if that wasn't there, it would just curve rather nicely. Little baldy is a little bit too far. That side, unfortunately, he's not centered. He was never tattooed centrally, which makes me look like a bit of a fucking idiot. Even though I love him, he's a symbol of my childhood. Now I'm going to put C22 over here because there's residual glue from the tape all over the place. Clean my hands with soap and water and C22 on top. And not chew up a ton of battery life. I've decided to razor shave my head to maximize adhesion. I put conditioner on my scalp. The skin on the head is quite floppy, isn't it? It's such a foreign feeling. It feels like I don't really have many nerves back there or something. Very insensitive back there. Although I did have a tattoo and that kind of hurt. Why is that bit shaved? No, this light is just so weak, isn't it? I will try to get a refund for both of them. I wonder if I'm allergic to this tape. That is definitely a rectangle shape, isn't it? And I think we mapped that. That was definitely a piece of tape there. I don't know why I'd be allergic to the tape and not to the glue. Maybe I was tugging on it or something too much. I don't know. Wow, this is so backwards. I'm just going to flip the mirror a bit. Yeah, that helps. That's hard again. Left-handed. Definitely got to shave in that direction. All the other directions are useless. Although on here it might require upward, yeah. Oh God, did I cut myself? Fuck, that was pretty severe. I'm not used to that. Okay. Flipping. You can't see anything. Flipping. Zooming. With wet hands. Right hand. Right. Well, no blood so far. No blood at all. Amazing. And I'm happy to say that he looks alright from certain angles, doesn't he? He's still there. Bit blurry. Right, now I've got to flip it again. Even the sides of my head require front-facing camera. Sorry, front-oriented perspective. All right. are a few bumps and things here, pimples and stuff. Maybe dermatitis, I don't know. But apart from that pink rectangle from the tape, right visibly there in front of your face, I don't have many issues compared to the first time I shaved it, remember? Wow, that feels so weird. This is one of those situations where the towel is going to grip. People who shave their heads must have the grippiest towel problems. Because you watch, when I stick the towel on my head, it's like, it's really held in place. I feel like I'm tearing this towel to pieces with my head stubble. You can go in the other out now so I can see what's going on. And there's no point walking around with soaking wet feet in puddles all the time. Put the foot mat down. Okay, children. God, I look terrible. Thank God I'm going to cover this up. That looks wrong. That looks neat. That looks unneat. Am I lopsided? Hope it all fits out. Do I need to shave that bit? Hopefully, because that's a bit messy there. And that will be where the tape sits as well. I'm just going to put it back on, the old one, because I don't want to mess around with the new one yet. Oh, and there's one more thing I need to do here. Well, I kind of feel like I need to let my head breathe for a while. Maybe I need to shave that bit out there. I don't know why I shaved that front section there. That's wrong. Surely that needs to grow back. It'll be quite visible if my hair doesn't hang over it. Please let everything fit perfectly without any fucking problems. Please. And please, you fit there exactly. What the hell's going on with that? That temple should land correctly, shouldn't it? Have I missed? Is it off center? What is going on? They're the temples. They should land where the temples land, right? I don't want to stick this down, I just want it to give it a little... Because what I'm going to do next is going to be helpful to me, I think. Maybe not. I was going to spray tan my face, so I can land it nicely, but I guess given the exactness of all the dimensions that I've shaved out here, maybe that's a bit of the alcohol. My wounds. Let's see, does this land right? No, it's overhanging like a motherfucker. Does this side land right? Reasoning it through, I haven't shaved this lower, have I? I just adjusted it. Let's look at the back and see if I can make sure that the back is lined up nicely. There's some overhang there. I don't know how this has happened. Is the front too far forward? Let's just lift that up and reposition that whole thing. Prioritizing the front. See, this is the reason I wanted to spray tan my forehead, because it's not easy. It's not that easy to go, oh, it's there, right? Oh, it's there. It's there. It's there. No, it's there. Because it changes everything, right? It changes the temple connections. It changes the back setting. You've got to get the front center exactly right. That's why I was thinking about spray tanning. If you go on an angle like that, you should be able to see me both directions. Okay, so just stay there. Is that the front center? Is that the right spot? Can we go equidistantly down on both sides? Just have a little bit of slack to accommodate the 7.5 over the 8. Yeah, you would require prerequisite information to understand what I just said. So much curling going on, it makes it useless, okay? Should land about right when all is said and done. Hopefully I can squeeze it in a bit by a quarter of an inch each side, because it's 8 inches wide and my shave zone is 7.5. I think, let me just double check the shave zone and the front hairline. But since it's in position, I'll maybe just do the spray tan. But I can't tell if it's even or not, the front hairline. Is it even? Or is it wonky? If it's wonky, I don't want a spray tan line that's doing that around the front. It's weird that I cut that out. I think that's low enough. I think that's exactly right. Apart from that bit that's missing. Seem equi-heightal, equi-altitudinal to you? It's about right, isn't it? If I could find a way to brush that back with some gel or something and just keep it there so I could spray this area nicely with some spray tan, I'd have a decent marker. But I don't really, I've got to sit there still, I've got to sit around the place without, I feel like I'm going to probably go back to bed and put my face on the pillow, so I don't want to do that. Yeah, I don't want to really spray tan my face. And I'm sweating, and it'll take a bit of preparation to make sure I'm dry and I'm wet. Then I've got to put tape all around the perimeter. Two things with that: I want to know how many of these exactly I will need every time, and secondly, how many minutes does it take to do the whole thing. We'll time it without stopping. So you'll have useful information as always. Obviously I rant a heap, but that's useful information too, usually, if you're smart enough to understand what I'm saying. I am kind of excited that this is the way to go for me. A full system, boom, on my head. No gaps, no stencils, out of the box, boom. Hair's too long, got to cut the hair to a style that I like. But I might end up liking the 5-inch natural, just bring it out of the box, boom, put on my head, and that's it. Maybe that's what I'll go for. Just grow the rest of this just 5 inches long like some weirdo. I would never want to be arrested and be put in jail and I lose the fucking hairpiece. The first thing I would do is go, just shave my head. right? Just shave it all. So I didn't have these weird gangly fucking long things going around. Fuck. That's so much, that's such a big hairpiece, isn't it? What I've done is quite extreme, isn't it? Like everyone else is cutting smaller stencils and trying to figure out the best way to make a stencil, etc. I'm pretty sure, like even now, I could, in fact I probably should, before I put that hairpiece on, create a stencil out of this thing and show you how to do it. I think this is the answer. Now the opacity of this, the translucency of this is similar to what we saw here, right? If we look at this, you can see my tattoo through there a little bit, but it's not transparent exactly. In the same way you can see my fingers through this, right? It's about the same. This has a bit of stretch to it, but not much, so it's quite good. It's also seemingly, if we look at one that I made earlier, probably traceable, right? It's quite traceable. And also, there's a pin there, so obviously it's going to change everything. And it accommodates a pin as well. So, accommodates multiple pins. It's flexible enough to be maneuvered around, right? It conforms to the shape of this. It even conforms to the shape of a head with hair on it. It seems like it is the ultimate material. I tried making something using liquid latex and so on. I thought that will break over time with exposure to sun. This material here is quite good. You really need to go through the list. I have spent hundreds of hours compiling a shopping list for you. Don't buy it all, just look through it and understand what's going on. It's referred to in the videos. This season, this series that I've made. Okay? I will make you a proper template now that I have a shave zone. You understand how it's different to create a shave zone when you've got a full head of hair compared to just tracing a shave zone? It's like night and day, yeah, isn't it? Okay, so I just did the hardest part of all of it. I just completed the hardest part of everything I will be doing. I thought about putting this thing on my head, but given that my hairpiece already exists, and I just want to trace that, like I could trace it around my head, but if I can see through this well enough, I can just trace it over that. Now when I place this down, that's going to shift, so I'm just going to try to not stab myself and put this down through the center just so it stays put. Hopefully this will be good positioning. I'm going to leave the bumpy side on the internal area so that I can trace more smoothly. And just so there's no shifting, so it's absolutely solid, I might as well just grab one of these pins here. Just stab it through. Unfortunately, it's a pity that I put that pin in the middle, otherwise, but I want it to, I don't want to rotate it. The only reason I'd rotate it is for you. Rotating would be problematic because the internal part might not rotate at the same rate, so it does need to be kind of locked down. So I'm just going to trace it just from what I can see here. I'm not sure if that's clear to you, that I can see where the line is here. Minimal stretching going on here. When it's on my scalp though, may it stretch more and I need it to be bigger. Is that a risk I'm willing to take? This is the front center. This is a brand new hairpiece. Brand new hair system. Will this stretch when it's on my scalp and therefore no longer fit? I don't know. Don't think so. I don't actually need a stencil because it's always going to be out of the box perfect, but I'm actually going to go on the line Like, I'm not going to give any leeway at all. I'm just going to go straight across on the line here. Oops. Probably could have used a marker for this. Could gunk up the scissors using this thing actually. Probably should have used a marker. Is that creased under there? So that's been traced. I'm just going to feel with the hairs down here if I missed a bit. I think it's fine. Take the pin out, shove it back into the neck of the mannequin for storage. Now I'm going to see if this gunks up my scissors. That's very wonky, that line, isn't it? Why is it so wonky? I will refine it if I need to. When I cut it with scissors, it's my second chance to edit. So I'm going to come in here just in case I want to keep this all intact. Might come in handy for something, I don't know what. Also, I should have marked where the front centre was. They're the temples, aren't they? Temple 1, Temple 2. And I'll put F there. I'll do it with something that can't be rubbed off. I could have used this marker, and I probably should have. It's already going to get covered in black around the edges every time I trace it, but in my case it will never be traced. I mean, this could wipe off with alcohol as well if you wanted to keep it absolutely clean, but this will be a much nicer stencil than using bloody cling wrap or saran wrap or whatever the fuck's called. I'm going to do this bit last because I want it to be smoothest, and also I'm probably not going to do it in mid-air. I'm going to rest it on a table and I won't bother filming it because I want to stab in nicely and get it as neat as possible, and demonstrating it for you. The way I cut this out is going to just get in the way. You know how to use scissors. I'll cut this out, okay? That's it. Okay, so I just cut this out off camera. Ended up with this excess, which is all fully intact, which is an inverse of this, which is the actual stencil. I don't know if I can just give you a wide shot of all of that. Let's go up here. Okay, so let's see if that lines up nicely. Flipping lights run out. So let's see if this is lined up nicely. The pin is in the bottom one. I'll take the pin out here and just put it through the top bit. Hopefully that didn't cause any warping during this process. New white stuff on there. I'll clean it anyway. Okay, so I'll wash the edges off afterwards. It is marker. Looks like I made a bit of a mistake there. I'm just going to see if I can rotate this all together as one thing. Yeah, it looks like I cut in a bit too deep there. Yeah, I don't know how to make it all rotate nicely together. Is this an accurate stencil? Yeah, I think it is. I mean, it's flowing back into position, but yeah, it's hard to tell. This all rattling around. Let's look at it on my head. I'm just going to wash the marker off the sides here. That shouldn't be moving. Huh? Oh, okay. That one's for pan, that one's for tilt. Alright, there you go. It wipes off easily. Yeah, it's good maybe because you can easily give yourself another shot. Marker stays on pretty well, but it would still rub off if I could. Yeah, it'll rub off. So be careful. If you want to know where the front is, you should try to make sure that doesn't get wiped off. So I'm just going to dry the stencil, the towel. Hopefully this will fit my head exactly. And I will mark the F there on the outside again. Right, let's see what it looks like on my head. Okay, let's see if this stencil fits my head. Just get the pan tightened on that. Hopefully I'll be able to replace this thing. So this is my new stencil. I'll have to clean my scalp of all this yucky stuff again. Let's just see if this fits. I don't really want to make this dirty, so let's just go ahead and clean my scalp a bit first with some C22. Rub it in with my fingers. the story about my little trademark here is that one day I thought, I'll go bald. My father was bald, my mother's father was bald, so I figured I'll probably eventually go bald. So I just drew little hairs, and I thought it was cute as well. His eyes are tired from too many late nights. He's a little bit foolish, which is why he's kind of sticking out the side. And here is a little band-aid just to represent his troubles. I was worried superstitiously that by making him bald, I was jinxing myself. Because I have had, some kind of belief in jinxing, and that book, The Secret, that Oprah Winfrey was going on about, that you could will reality to conform to your desires like a sorcerer via conjuring and prayer and meditation and concentration, and heal yourself of cancer and all that sort of stuff. While placebo effects do work, I don't know how much of reality you can alter. But given that the placebo effect is real, I don't just believe that. I mean, I do just believe it because I've been told by enough authorities. I wouldn't normally just believe something, but I mostly think it's right because most people who are doctors say, placebo effects do work. That's why you have to do double-blind experiments, so the experimenters influence, not that they're influencing things with quantum entanglement or physics or something, they are just biased in that situation. But in terms of medical stuff and potentially other things that affect your own body, you can heal better with a positive state of mind potentially, just because of the hormones and things in your body. They are triggered from your brain. Right, the rate that you breathe, the rate that your heart beats, etc., is regulated from your brain. And so if you can affect your own mind to do certain things, you can affect your own health. That is how the placebo effect can work. Now, I don't think I made myself bald by drawing that logo. All right? I think it's more to do with heredity. Yeah, this is a really weak light. The problem is the Niwa light is probably going to be way too heavy and it's probably going to go sag. What's happening up here with that tape mark? Is that an injury from the tape? I don't like that happening. Do I need some sort of scalp preparation? I mean, sorry, not scalp prep. What do you call it when you put that stuff that they're always really dodgy and they never work? Scalp protector. Given what I'm doing, it might be useful to actually protect my scalp. I didn't think scalp protectors were actually going to be any use for protecting the scalp, but rather just enhancing the hold of the glue because it was always so weak. But the tape's not been bad, especially when it's stuck to my hair. But today we're going to put on this full topper with it's actually a full system, a full topper hair system, which is going to constitute the scale of my hairpiece entirely, because I haven't scaled it down. And in fact, this stencil that I just made should cover the entire shave zone that I just made. That was modeled off this one's retarded brother, Gary, who just couldn't stop shedding incessantly. I helped him out a bit towards the end because I needed to see markers of where to do things to create a shave zone based on not baldness, but an area where I thought this might fit well. So I shaved off all this good hair here that was growing. And I don't know if you can tell by the way the follicles sit here, there's no hair loss naturally in this area. That bit around there, around the crown maybe, wherever the front crown is, it's so high up now because that's a big, that's like the Pacific Ocean. It can't, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to try this on now and see how well it fits based on my sort of measurements that I've made. As I should have expected, because I didn't reduce the width from 7.5 down to 8, the STENCIL actually protrudes by 1/4 of an inch on both the left and right sides. I'll try to center that to where I think the front hairline should land. Okay. And then I'll rotate you around my head. This has got quite a good conformity to my head. It does pop up a bit, but it can be squished down in a nice way. Ooh, and it doesn't fit at all. Really doesn't fit at all. How did it not end up fitting? And I didn't get all that white stuff off either. Oh, I fucking failed, I guess. Come back around the front and let's see how bad the hairline is. Well, actually, no, I think that actually is a better hairline. I was probably too low before. Yeah, so now with the hairline in the right position, come back round. Still some dodginess back here. That should all conform exactly, shouldn't it? The weird thing is my actual scalp, or is there just too much stretch in this material? I don't know. Maybe it's not solid enough. I don't know if this will make a good STENCIL or not. It's time for you guys to do a little experiment. Just spend $14 or in America like 1 cent on one of these things. Alright? Just go and buy one. Just fucking buy one and just run this experiment and make your own STENCIL out of it. Tell me if it works or if it's just useless. If it does fluctuate the way you press down on it and everything else, it probably can't be used to send to a factory for them to create your hairpiece from, because it's not reliable enough. Otherwise, I would have thought it should probably work. If it was rock solid, it wouldn't conform to your head, and it certainly wouldn't conform to both your head and the mannequin head. To conform to both needs a level of flexibility, and flexibility generally usually means stretchiness, and I think this material here is the least stretchy of the flexible things that I've seen. You might think of different clothing items that are less flexible or less stretchy, but at the moment this looks like it's kind of failed, because look at that massive gap at the back, which sort of just goes away when I place this. I'm running out of batteries on this. Nevertheless, I did trace that quite accurately. So I don't know what to tell you. The head itself is fairly malleable as well. Though I won't blame the scalp on the STENCIL being shit. It could be that I shouldn't have traced it while it was on top of this mannequin head, and I should have put this on my actual head and not done it on the mannequin and traced it, because if I put a pin in there, maybe it's drawing the edges up a bit. And when I place the whole thing down around it, maybe the hairs got caught a bit and it did that, something like that. I don't know, maybe use this material, but just trace it using your own head rather than experimenting with this, because that probably is the reason it fucked up. Maybe if I'd traced the stencil on my actual head instead of on a mannequin head, it would have come out a lot more accurate. But the weird thing is, there are times when it does land nicely. Like, if I just sit that there, right, that should, I mean, but that, fuck. The weird thing is, also, is that I'm worried that this is not the same size. Where the fuck is that? I've got to flip you, The other thing I'm worried about is that this might not be the same size as that, and they're not all the same, which means I've shaved this out weirdly for nothing. But I think there's a plus minus allowance because of the stretchiness of the poly material, so that when I do place it on my head, it'll be okay. The next step now, I could just try to place this thing on my head as it is and see what happens. It doesn't fit at all. There's no real way for me to see if it fits nicely. Having that tan line would probably come in handy. It feels like it'll probably fit. There's no way for me to see right now. I mean, I need to wet the hair and brush it. And I'm not going to pre-cut this one. I'll cut it after it's on my head this time, because I already tried that experiment on the last one. And I will go again for a 2-inch all over with a 2.5-inch fringe. So the next thing I need to do is create a tape perimeter, count how many minutes it takes to do it without stopping, so I get a proper test of time, and count how many tabs it takes. So I'll just clear some space here so I can actually get the job done. And first though, I'm going to go for a sleep for a few hours maybe. You'll know if I'm telling the truth based on that clock once again over there, if you can see what the time is. 10:29 it says. That's too tight. Yeah, 10:29. If I come back sooner, I wasn't exactly lying. I just don't know what I'm about to do. I probably feel like I want to go to sleep for a while I watch a movie or listen to an audiobook or something. The Mother Tongue by Bill Bryson is something I like to listen to at the moment, learning about English language, the history of English language. See, when you get old, this is the last thing that you sort of haven't learned, or I don't know how to do all engineering things and maths and science and biology and fucking other jobs that matter. I don't know how to do them. I could try to spend my life learning how to do that, but you don't start a career at 50, do you? I don't know, you could potentially join the army maybe, I don't know. Could do that. I think you can join the army until you're 65. Yeah, that looks like some kind of irritation. I don't know, am I allergic to tape on that part of my body exclusively? I don't know, I feel it's probably an abrasion of something of some kind. I don't know how that turned out. This is hit and miss accurate. It's a pity that this stencil isn't exactly perfect. But compare how well it works compared to... Is that really the way I have to phrase that sentence? Compare how well this works compared to the Saran wrap and sticky tape. Saran wrap and Scotch method. You don't put an in method, do you? Method. Method. You said exactly the same as Australians, don't you? Method. I don't know how to say method in an American accent. That's one word that I just cannot do. And also the yeah. Do I have to put the yeah? Or is that Valley Girl? It's one fucking word I don't know how to do. Do. I prefer do. I like to spit the fucking words out of my mouth like this. I love Bill Burr's accent. He's close to the New York fucking thing over there. Thing. The thing. Yeah, put the thing in the thing. Anyway, I look like I am a squire of some kind of well-established religion, and I've been naughty and have to sit in the fuck off corner. That is not quite right, is it? Needs refinement, and it does have a bit of stretchiness to it. Of course, I'm sure, as you can imagine, if I glued this down, it would fit. Anyway, it's not solid enough. Just making sure that's all good still. Yep, it is good. I'm very happy with this construction. The knee will light, it may be 900 grams too heavy, then I'll have to tighten this too much, then it'll frustrate the shit out of me, but I need to be well lit to be able to see myself in my own reflection. Anyway, too much talking. I'll be back after I've slept or whatever I've had to do.
Here's a little poem I just wrote. Mary had a little pug, its skin was punk as sun, and everywhere that Mary went, the pug was sure to join on. Choice.